And I think we are going free. I'm still pulling up the screens, folks. We are rushing in at the 11th hour, as always is the case. A happy Thanksgiving to all of the Americans out there. And we'll find out what other holidays are going on for our people around the world to which we can speak during this stream. We will make sure we speak to those holidays or observances. Is everybody having a good Sunday evening or Monday morning? I hope so. Let me know. I will be able to see you in the chat in just a moment. So we will get there. Entropy should be up and running unless something has gone wrong, as I've been taking these steps to get everything up as we are getting ready to go free. If you haven't liked the stream, ladies and gentlemen, please do. And please like it on both channels. No White Guilt and Gardening with NWG. Head on over and make sure you like both streams and share those URLs with your friends, your circles of influence. They're going to need it now more than ever. I want you to take, the first thing I want you to do is I want you to take the admonition that you normally hear from so-called polite society. It is something that has been inflicted on us by the anti-whites. It is analogous to the admonition that you should not teach your children what to think about the world and what's going on in the world. You shouldn't share with them realities of the world. You should just let them figure it out on their own. And of course, that ends up meaning that the anti-whites get to teach our children what's going on in the world when we follow such idiocy. This is not Opie and Andy. This is not Leave It to Beaver. As much as we may have liked those wholesome sorts of shows back in the day, the golly jeepers, let's just be nice, let the anti-whites do what they will attitude is not going to suffice. So, specifically, this idea that you leave politics and religion, socio-ideological politics, at home. You don't bring them with you to your family get-together on the holiday. You throw that out the window. You feed that to the interesting name, I've never heard it called this before until just, I don't know, maybe 5 months ago, a garburator, apparently in Canada, a garbage disposal, and perhaps elsewhere, is called a garburator. And put it in the garburator. Feed it to the garbage disposal. Feed it to your wild goats. Feed it to whatever it is. You are going to take the opportunity. Do not, obviously, wreck your life, but you are going to take the opportunity to be an adult because you love the people that you are at these events with. You love them, and that's why you are going to tell them the truth. If you lie to someone that you supposedly love, you are not loving them in the fullest possible way that you can. You are inflicting injury on them. If you knew that there was a bad part of town, or if you knew that something was wrong with their car, or if you knew that they had a dangerous habit, whatever it might be, if you know these things about someone you love and you do not stand up and say, no, look, this is all wrong. You've got it all wrong. You've been lied to. Here's the truth. Here's what's actually going on. You need to go free. If you don't say this to them, you don't love them. Now, there are different degrees of how, I guess, real, how frank, how candid you can be with anybody, because the purpose is not to run somebody off, but to bring them over to going free. So my admonition is, whatever that might be, given the person or the circumstance, however you need to touch them with this curative contagion, you must touch them. Do not shy away. Do not cringe like a coward at these moments to share this truth with your friends and family, whoever you're going to be among this holiday season. As I say, if you have a relative or a friend, someone you love who is extremely fragile, and they're going to be very intimidated by the reality of the world, then you've got to give them just a little bit. You've got to give them a little touch. If you have a friend or family member who can take a lot more, thicker skin, and has an open mind, you can give them a harder touch of going free. But I absolutely encourage you to not shy away. Do not follow the anti-whites advice that they're going to be saying from all of their mouthpieces, that the holidays is not the time to say to your friends and family. It's absolutely the time. Do you think these groups, these little powerful groups, one in particular, do you think they shy away during their observances and holidays from talking about socio-political matters? Hell no. They don't say to each other, whatever you do, Murray, don't say X, Y, or Z at the family get-together because you know how, cousin thus and such might take it. No, Murray's going to say it. Murray's going to say, we need to do this for our people. And if you've got a problem with it, then you have a problem. You have something broken inside of you. So let's stop this BS. I know it naturally lends to our nature as Westmen to be accommodating, to be friendly, to want to be kind and bend over backwards, ameliorate where we have to, give way where we have to, just so we can have peace. Do not allow that. And if you have a loved one, it's usually this happens a little bit more often with women, but it happens with men as well. Let me tell you, I hear from plenty of women who say they have this problem with men in their lives. But if they're behind you in your ear saying, no, don't say that, you just ignore them. You just do what you have to do to save the people you love and care about. The hour is late. There is no more time for worrying about cousin Tina's feelings. She might be a little perturbed by this. It might make her feel a little unsettled if you talk about how white erasure is being inflicted on all of Western civilization. If you talk about the Holodomor, for example, which we're going to give you a much better name to refer to the Holodomor. It's nobody remembers this. And when you say it in normal conversation, many of you can share with me. I mean, if you're with somebody who has the intellect and who by nature is a reader and a researcher and the like, you can use the name Holodomor. They're not going to be intimidated by that. But many of you will be able to chime in and have had the same experience that I had, that you say Holodomor and people's eyes glaze over. It's like they think you're talking about magic stories from European folklore in some valley, an unknown part of France or something. They don't know what that is. And then they immediately forget that strange foreign sounding word, and they can't share it elsewhere. You need to have pegs in your mind on which you hang the thoughts that are connected thereto. If you give somebody a really strange sounding peg to try to remember all of that information on, they're going to not remember that peg, and therefore that information is just going to be lost to time. They won't be able to share it with anyone else. It'll have no meaning for anybody they try to speak to about it. So we'll talk about that a little bit as well. But right off from the beginning, I want to say happy Thanksgiving. If there are any other holidays going on or observances, Canada, UK, Germany, anywhere else, Estonia, Russia, New Zealand, we're going to be talking a bit. I'll just mention something right now that this is absolutely an international, global phenomenon, serving white well-being, going free. I send packages all over planet Earth. I get messages from people all over planet Earth. I know that a lot of content producers, Canada, UK, elsewhere, Greece, our great Poseidon, they craft and schedule their times specifically for the United States, because this is where the audience is to be found, right here in the United States. But we in Going Free have a massive international audience from every place around the globe virtually. So we'll be talking about that, but a big happy Thanksgiving. Do not shy away. And we'll be talking about the real meaning about Thanksgiving in just a bit. So I wanted to say that. Big news, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, if you want to comment, ask a question, make sure you tag me. Now you can tag me on Gardening with NWG with that verbiage, or No White Guilt. It will turn that verbiage orange on these screens to both my sides here. I'm a little bit more likely to see the No White Guilt tags off to my right, your left. And also there is the D Live, and thanks to the MPC individual who gave us money for a new monitor, we'll be able to get that. Hopefully during the holidays, we'll see a sale. And I'm keeping an eye on whether or not it's going to be a real sale. I know the tricks. I know how they elevate the price and then drop it back down to the sale, which is their regular price. So keeping an eye on that. I want to make sure we get the most for our money. Big thank you there. So you can also tag me there. Less likely I'll see it on D Live. On the other platforms, not likely at all. Don't have monitors up for there. I will be checking in to see. And a big hello to everyone who's on those other platforms, who is watching right now or in replay. Now, if you want to super chat to get your comment or question absolutely spoken to, you can do so. And by the way, asking questions, you can also do so on Entropy, which should be up and running right now. You can super chat on Entropy at 15%. You can super chat on YouTube at 33%. You cannot super chat on the familiar alternative at the moment, and you cannot super chat on Ko-fi at the moment. If you all are, I've been censored from these platforms yet again. I will be back on them, make no mistake. But there is a time element here where I only have so many seconds in a day. Literally, you've heard me say that before. Only so many seconds in a day to do things. And therefore only so many things can get done. Even when I don't watch TV, I don't waste time, I don't stare at the wall, I don't stare at a fish tank, I'm constantly moving, constantly busy for the cause. When I'm eating, I'm working, all the way up to the time I actually flick off the light to go to sleep, working on White Wellbeing, outside of doing everything else, even while in the vehicle, working on White Wellbeing. So only so many seconds. So you have the option of Cash App, which is 6%. 6% is the lowest right now at Cash App. I don't know if that's available to those outside of North America, but it is an app you can get on your smartphone, and extremely easy to transfer any sum you want that by the way of Cash App. Now you can also super chat, or not super chat, but you can gift the cause of White Wellbeing by way of 5 of the top 6 cryptocurrencies. If you look in the description underneath this video, you will see a link. That link will take you to a page on my website. That page on my website gives you the addresses to which to send cryptocurrency. As I said, the top 5 or 6 are available on that page. I know that there had been a handful of people who have reached out to me and said they only contribute by way of cryptocurrencies. There was one gentleman who wanted to give a handsome sum, a princely sum, and those methods are now available to you. Also, if you are interested in reaching out to me by way of my P.O. box, there is some instructions on that exact same page that will tell you how to get a hold of me, and therefore the information to my P.O. box, so that you can reach out to me that way. I know that there are a lot of cautious people out there who only want to use snail mail to protect their identity, and a lot of old timers who are not comfortable with using technology so much, and are, because they're less comfortable, they're even more fearful of using them and revealing their identity. You can go to that same exact page and find some instructions on how to get my P.O. box, and I will respond to you there. So that's some big news, because I have shunned the cryptocurrencies for some time because of the difficulty of using cryptocurrency, converting cryptocurrency, and the volatility of the cryptocurrency. I am all ears to anyone who would like to reach out to me and to help me to better, I guess, use the cryptocurrencies so that by way of fees, conversion, and etc., whatever percentages are not lost. I know that there are some tricks there, and I'm all ears. So let me make sure that I am up to date on, say hello to all of you good people. Looks like over here on Gardening with NWG, I see the great Seaver Hamlin moderating. Thank you, my dear friend. Artmaker is over there. In fact, Artmaker, if you might be is it Artmaker? Somebody tweeted, and I'm going to be talking about that tweet today as well. The great Roy Danton is here. Wonderful to see you, my friend. It's a great honor. Sterling Price, great to see you as well. Stop white flight. Amen. Stop white flight of all kinds. In serving white well-being, we know that white flight means a great many things, not just moving from one neighborhood to another. Outrageously Inoffensive is here. Great to see you. Big rising star in the service to white well-being. Shauna is here. Wonderful to see you. Pax 7081, great to see you. Seth, the Learned Goat, that's a great name. Great to see the both of you. Of course, Mrs. Jess Horst, great to see you as well, my dear lady. Let's see, who else do we have? Brant Danger, Army of Gog. Budapest Babe. Great to see you all. Let's see. Brand Danger writes, I don't know about the Holodomor until a Ukrainian girlfriend took me to the memorial in Kiev in 2010. Well, she was probably a knockout. So many women who come, so many of our women who come from the Ukraine or come from Ukraine are beautiful women, as is the case, I must say, all around the world. We find our women to be stunners, especially relative to the rest of the world. And that is my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. So who do we have over here on No White Guilt? There's the great Phoenix Fire. Great to see you back again. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll probably be playing one of Phoenix Fire's videos during this, at some point during this stream. Eric is here. Johnny Scythe, great to see you. We'll be talking again soon. Daedalus, Gabriella, Eternalism, wonderful to see you. Uga Booga, great to see you. Zendrofen. Seaver says the feed is not showing on Tap TV. The feed will not show on Tap TV when we are on this No White Guilt entropy. So that's why it doesn't show there. It will show there when Jared, George, and I are working together. Dragon Lord is here. Are you going to talk about Amazon Prime's Hunter series film this stream? We can. Fill me in. Write me some text about what that is all about, and I will speak to it. Sandroffin, looking forward to the rest of the stream. Have done housework today, so can relax and enjoy the stream with a good conscience into the wee hours of the night. And happy Thanksgiving. Well, thank you so much. Great to see you. That's thinking ahead, folks, when you get all your chores done so you can make sure that you can go free with the rest of us. Mad is here. Good to see you. Art Acrobats is here. The great Brian Manley is here. Good to see you. JT Smith. Wonderful to see you. Ron Sheckelson. That's a cool name. Thanks. Ezra. Wonderful to see you. Seeing Red. Wonderful to see you, my dear friend. Who else do we have? Carmica. Scoto. I think I said hallelujah. Looks like we already have a super chat from Steve Bin Bob. £5. Thank you so much, my dear friend. Hi, Jason. Do you think Amazon has overplayed their hand with their latest anti-white propaganda Prime video? I'm going to pull it up while we are doing the show then, I guess. Maybe we'll probably play a song and probably Phoenix Fire, one of Phoenix Fire's just magnificent videos that she made of me. When I was speaking passionately to the suffering of our people. So we will see. I'll look into that. I haven't seen this. Could somebody write the name of it in the chat, the live chat, the name of this Amazon Prime's video or series, whatever I guess it's called. Dale Jones, great to see you. That's a great name too, isn't it? $2, saying a lot to the anti-whites. With those $2. Fred P is here. Great to see you as well. Just to mention again to those who are over at D Live that if you are gifting 99 cents or less, I'm going to give you a blanket thank you during or near the end of the stream today. The reason why is because if you are gifting if somebody were to gift 99 cents one at a time, you would get 99 thank yous out of me, and that would just consume too much of the stream. So it's not a matter of not being grateful for the Leno currency, cryptocurrency over there, but it is just a matter of the time. We have to. But if you do write a comment with your contribution, whatever size it may be, I will read that comment. So thank you very. Teddy Net News is here. Doing great. Great to see you. Pragmatic Women Exists. Hey, great to see you. Haven't seen you in a while. Susie Penguin. That's a fun name. I think I just saw Andre fly by. If I did, then hello to you, Andre. Remember, folks, let's get this out. Question Everything is here. Great to see you. Jason, give me an email address and I'll tell you all about cryptocurrency. I'll tell you what to do. Go to the link for my cryptocurrencies. There's some instructions at the bottom of that page for how to contact me, I will reach back out to you with my email and we can talk all about it. Remember to use this question everything name in your message. Remember, folks, whenever you're reaching out to me, that you include the name by which I'm going to be able to identify you, and then whatever other name, if you're going to have another name that you give me, whether it's a nom de guerre or your real name or whatever it is, don't ever give me your last name. And the reason why I say that is because not even in person, I have always, since I've been in the white positive sphere, I've always turned away from somebody's real last name or where they live, if that's possible. And the reason why is because I never am going to be suspected of being a participant maliciously or carelessly in causing anybody to be doxxed. So give me the basic information, the name you want me to call you. Don't give me any addresses, no last names, and you know, unless it's just like in your email or something. But I'm going to ignore it if that's where it is. Don't specifically point out to me that, hey, this is my real last name, and I will be just ignoring it for your safety and for my safety. Raymond is here. Great to see you. It's like Coconut. Hey, great to see you. I hope you and your wonderful, robust, barrel-chested man of a man husband is doing well. Say hello for me, please. Barry is here. Let's see. What do we have here? Chat's jumping around a little bit on me. Art Acrobats, $2.99. Thank you so much. Solutions to white poverty reparations for whites. Oh, that's an interesting question. Solutions to white poverty reparations for whites. Well, there are many things that we can explore in the future, and if you have a protean mindset, you will understand and appreciate that we can take the form that we need to take, the moments that we need to take those forms in order to effectuate white well-being. This is about having, this is about the 200 IQ level of real revolution. And that is going to mean that it's going to take a lot of different forms at a lot of different times. And the one thing will remain true. There will be one static pole amidst all of that turmoil and storm that rages, that is all of the environment, all of the dynamism of human interaction, all of the calamities and placidity of the natural environment. And that is this, that we serve white well-being in all things from top to bottom, that all virtues, all morals still are ranked high for us, and yet all of them one down from white well-being. That is the static pole that will remain the same. That is how we will recapture our destiny. And I will stay here fighting with you all, serving white well-being for as long as it takes, even if I have to crawl back out of the grave to make sure that we get to that conclusion. Thank you very much for that super chat. And maybe we'll get an opportunity to talk to this question during the stream. I hope so. And if not, we'll try to bring that back up because that's an interesting question. I appreciate you asking it. Dragon Lord, Amazon Prime series, I think, is called Hunters. Could be wrong, though. Might be something similar. TeddyNet News says, I have now all 3 books, Go Free, Born Guilty, and It's a Comedy. Damn it. That's awesome. Fantastic. Thank you for that. Thank you for acquiring all 3 of those. You will be immensely powered and strengthened by physically, mentally, and spiritually by imbibing the material. And remember that you will definitely have to go through when it comes to Prometheus Rising, but this is the case with Go Free and the rest of Born Guilty as well, is that you're definitely going to have to go through that material more than once in order to tease out all that you can that will empower you. So Hunters, let me write this down right now. And this is Amazon Prime. I've been also doing some ruminating on the cover, and I thank you all for the suggestions that you have been giving for the cover of Prometheus Rising. It is not it has proved itself not to be terribly easy to just arrive at a cover, because there are a number of things that I want to say with the cover. And I think we're honing in. I think we're getting closer to a cover. And so therefore we'll have Prometheus Rising published as a standalone, and maybe we'll include a little bit of other material in Prometheus Rising, the standalone version that is not included in Prometheus Rising, that is inside of Born Guilty. Okay, let's see what else we have over here on Gardening with NWG. Writes, playing for Null and Hierith's piece today. Yes, in fact, I will play that piece today. Hierith. Hierith. Hierith, I think this is a dialectical word that she's using as a name. It sounds like it's maybe, I would be totally guessing. Perhaps the people in the UK can help me. I think it's somewhere in the north, somewhere from the north of the UK. But I don't know what it means. Oh, no, I do know what it means. I looked it up when I first saw her name. It means a longing for a home or a halcyon time that you can't return to. I believe that's what it means. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, let's see what else we have here. It looks like we have Seeing Red. Now we do have, I will open, let me just check right now while we are in this. We have a super chat from Slots over on Cash App. $20. Thank you so much, Slots. Super chatting $20, putting us into my racial savings. That's the best place. This is your racial savings piggy bank, my friends. So thank you so much for that. That's super chatting over on Cash App. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to put up some instructions when we rebuild the nowhiteguilt.org website. We're going to put in some instructions to do things like install Cash App, so that we haven't had a problem with Cash App. What I was going to say, though, earlier about being censored is that I don't know how many. I know others in the white positive sphere have been censored a number of times. I don't share all the times that I'm censored. I would rather just do what I do, which is I promise the anti-whites, and I keep my promise that I'll get back up onto their platform, and I'll sign up to 2 more platforms. That is the promise that I keep. The anti-whites are ever busy censoring. Every time I get back up somewhere, they're censoring again. So it's somewhere around 50. It's somewhere around 50 times that I have been censored off of either a payment processor or social media platform, and then I get back up. And I don't know if everybody else, how many times others have been censored. I'm going to guess that it's nowhere near that sum, because they don't get right back onto the platform and then onto 2 more. So if for no other reason, I'm censored far more, I think, than most, because I just keep going back. And then they find me again, and then they censor me again. I'm not going to stop. I am going to find ways that don't consume so much of my time in getting back up on platforms, so that it's a little less often. But they're not censoring me around 50 times so far because we have some sort of weak position here, some sort of weak dogma or what have you that isn't going to undermine anti-whiteism. No, they are frantic about what we are doing here in Going Free. They absolutely are frantic. And you know that they're infuriated every time that they see, oh, he's back again. He's back again. He's up on another place, back again. You know that drives them in. They got to think, does this guy, is there 10 of him? How is he doing this? Well, there's not 10 of me, but I'm tapping into the great Western spirit that is inside of me. And you all can do the exact same thing. That is what terrifies the anti-whites, because it's not just going to be no white guilt. that is tapping into that spirit, energy, etc. It's going to be all of you. It's going to be dozens, and then scores, and then hundreds, and then thousands. And then they realize there'll be nothing they can do to stop us. So if there's ever a conversation anywhere about, oh, this person has been censored a time here or a time there, if there's ever a conversation like that, you should really chime in with, wait a second, the people who are spreading white well-being are the ones who are censored by far the most, if for no other reason, because we just keep going back. We keep getting back into the bar, back into the party that the bouncers have thrown us out of, and then they keep just finding us again and throwing us out, and then we climb back in through a back window again, and we climb back in, break in through a side door, whatever it is, and we get back in, and again and again and again. But for right now, you cannot super chat on Ko-fi, and you cannot super chat on the familiar alternative. Your other options are open. Entropy, as I said, where, by the way, Entropy, there's a question widget. You can ask questions on Entropy. They will be answered. If you ask questions on that widget, almost 100% that your questions will be answered, and you don't have to super chat any sum to be able to do that. You can also vote on questions that will drive them to the top. So let's see what else is going on. Thank you very much, Slots, for that. Joseph. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get a big round of applause going. Some raucous emojis for Joseph, who just super chatted over on Cash App $100 to protect our people, our heritage, our history, our children from anti-whiteism. Thank you so much. Very important super chat, especially for children. Joseph is writing, carry on and thank you. No, thank you, my dear friend. Very important super chat, because this weekend, a woman in the cause, a good woman in our cause, reached out to me to tell me that millions of our white babies were poisoned this very weekend by a children's movie that came out over this weekend. Frozen, I think is what it's called. Brave speech. Thank you. Teddy says, I can't donate over this. Yes, you can't. For now, you can't. Seeing Red says, perseverance. JT Smith, you're brilliant, Jace. Brilliant. Thank you. And you are as well. Thank you for being here. As most kind words. Zendravin says, that's the attitude, Jason. If they cut you off, get right back on. Tire them out. Red Riot. What language do you know other than English, French, and bad Goyish? We don't actually use, just Red Riot, so you know, we don't use any of these Hebrew terms like goy. That's their story. We are at the center of our story. They are out in the periphery for us. And as far as the languages I speak, as far as you all know, I speak a little bit of English. Thank you very much, though, for the question. Tyler repeatedly asking, what am I going to do with the investments, the gifts to me in the work that I'm doing? I think it's says it right there in the gift, doesn't it? That people are gifting these sums, they're super chatting, they're investing these sums in the work we are doing here for White Wellbeing. And you're seeing the fruits of all of that. Seeing Red, super chatting $10. Thank you so much, my good friend. Hello and good day, Jason. Wishing you and my white positive brothers and sisters a happy and safe Thanksgiving. Thank you so much, dear friend, and back at you. An honorable and wise approach. Thank you, my good friend. Let's see what else. AP499. Super chatting £5. Hobby Monster sends his regards. Yes, today, ladies and gentlemen, I told you I'd be showing the pictures and sharing stories here before I put them up on Instagram. Today, I put up the photograph of the Hobby Monster and posted that, a little bit of that story. and the saving of the Hoppy monster. You'll have to look back 2 or 3 Going Free episodes ago if you want to find that information. Tyler asking again, what about the funds? Well, you see right now the folks using this verbiage. The funds are going to teaching people this verbiage, these dialectics, and the like that have empowered them beyond your knowledge. I'm guessing you're new here. You haven't seen all the people going free and becoming empowered physically, mentally, and spiritually. There's a great growth going on here. Stick around and you'll see. You won't ever question these super chats again. Red Riot, Paul Joseph Watson's latest video on the ultimate white flight was really good. Really? Did he call it that? Red Riot, did he, or was he just calling about white, or was he just talking about white people committing suicide? That's interesting. I have not seen it, and I'll have to take a look at it. Thank you for bringing my attention to that. He really strikes me as a bit of a merchant, changing his opinions from time to, I guess, fairly often, whatever will really get him attention and bring in more dollars. That's one of the things that we don't do in Going Free, is that we don't change. There is no weather vane that moves with the wind here in Going Free. It is pointed to the western sunrise, and it never vacillates. It is absolutely adamantly pointed toward the western sunrise. I don't care what's going on elsewhere in the world. I don't care what the media has, the regime's media have put people's attention on. I don't care about any of these other trivialities or opportunities to make money. If I wanted to make money, and that was my objective, I absolutely would be more than bright enough to follow whatever trend is going on and speak to that and speak to people's sicknesses. For example, like just talking about politics and nothing else is a great way to use people's white noir to enrich yourself. Here, instead, we don't do that sort of thing. We work on treating people's white noir, their mean pathogens that they are infected with. So we are doing the exact opposite. All of the evidence is here day in and day out with all the work that we are doing. So thank you very much for that. I'll have to take a look. Now, I don't know the Watson, Paul Joseph Watson. Maybe he's a great guy, loves his mom and all of that. But otherwise, this is my observation from afar without really digging into who he is and what he's all about. Truth Will Out has just super chatted 10 euros. Thank you so much, my good friend. I think that's the first time. Is that the first time I've seen you here? Maybe not, but welcome if it is. If we get 200 viewers, Roosh gets to be white. If we get 200 viewers, Roosh gets to be white. I don't know why he gets to be white, but okay. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you all for applauding for Joseph and that very generous investment of $100. Every penny will be put to good use, and we'll be talking a little bit more about that in just a bit. Those uses. So perhaps the other person can stick around and hear a little bit more about the uses of these super chats. Let's see here. Eminent Rain is here. The absolute rising star, making an entire album, has done 2 pieces so far, making the entire album dedicated to Prometheus Rising, telling the story of Prometheus Rising with his music. It is truly magnificent, an extraordinarily talented individual. Both pieces have been unique and stupendous. We're looking forward to a lot more. Thank you so much. It's great to see you. Lord's Temple is here. Great to see you. Greek Guy is here. Polygon is here. OMG, WTF is here. Hello to you. She got pink socked. I don't know what that means, but I felt like reading it a little weird with that big pink sock. Casa JB. Edgar Allen is here. Great to see you, brother. Another magnificent participant in the community. Heidi is here. Great to see you. Dr. Jellyfingers. All right, let's see if we can keep this rolling, ladies and gentlemen. and say hello to some of the folks. And I have been remembering to open the chest over here on D Live and distribute the cryptocurrency. So if you stick around, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be sure to get some cryptocurrency by the end of the show today. So what I'd like to do is another big, this is just a piece of news. Please, if you have not voted on the video contest, that of course was envisioned first by Lovely Porge, a big spotlight and a salute to that good gentleman and the work he's doing on the other side of the globe for our people. Bless you, good sir. And then Jared George, he brought into the work there. They worked together. They brought in a gentleman by the name of Frogs, who built this magnificent website. A big thank you to him and all the work that he's doing. In fact, I'll be reaching out to you, I'm sure at some point, Frogs, perhaps with some questions about nowhiteguilt.org. So a big thank you to him, spotlight on him and the great work that he has done. And they have a website that is the last message to the west.com. Head on over there before the end of Thanksgiving, which is this coming Thursday, and make sure you vote on those videos. There are a number of prizes for the people who have participated, and we want to make sure that we get as many votes in as possible. So thank you all for that. So that's just a piece of news. Now, primarily today, what I'd like to do is, as I work through these other things quickly, is talk about your expectations for Thanksgiving. And if you are in another country, you don't celebrate Thanksgiving, then expectations for Christmas or whatever other holiday that you will be celebrating in the coming days. What do you expect as far as friends and family, kinds of things they're going to be saying to you? Is there an uncle that's always going to say something anti-white, and you know what it's going to be, but you've never had a response? Let's talk about that at some point today. Maybe you could write it in the questions widget over on Entropy if you get over there, or you might have to say it a couple times in the live chat if I'm not ready to address it at that time, because I don't have a means by which to pull it and hold it in space while I wait for the opportunity to speak to it. But that's what I would like to do. Or if you have a particularly hidebound mother or mother-in-law she's just anti-white, she won't hear X, Y, or Z, and how to handle her, whatever it might be. Let's talk about those things. I'd like to make sure that I address as many of your concerns and empower as many of you as I possibly can while we have this time together, so that you can have the biggest effect on yourselves and on those around you. That is what is most important. I want to give a big thank you to Julie for the Thanksgiving banner that I'm using on No White Guilt channel. She made it last year. We are reusing it, and we'll continue to use these. So a big thank you to Julie yet again. That's a wonderful banner, a wonderful Thanksgiving banner. A big thank you to, we can now name him, I found out his first name, John. John is the gentleman, the hero, who is behind the 10,000 No White Guilt flyers that he printed up at his own cost. He is cutting into the separate sheets, his own time, his own energy, and he is making available to all of you. He and I are going to share the expense of shipping these leaflets to you, should you want these leaflets, and you're of course going to be distributing them in some place that is lawful, as a couple of you have already reached out to me. Reach out to me by way of nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com. nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com. There's a form there you can fill out. You can reach out to me. I will respond to you. Of course, I will need your address, and I will send you the leaflets that you think you will be able to distribute. And remember, as John is doing, John is using this opportunity for himself, where he lawfully distributes leaflets, to turn these into his workouts. It is a bit of an early New Year commitment to himself to get into better shape, and he's doing this in part by taking these long walks where he can distribute these leaflets, burning a lot of calories and waking up a lot of people. So God bless him. Thank him for doing that. This great service to White Wellbeing. John is also the gentleman who is the man behind the $5 commitment to 10 artists of my choice. He's answered my request that we always make sure to pat our artists on the back for the great work that they are doing, because here there is no support shaming, there is no roadblocking of any kind in service to white well-being. And so when people show up, we are never going to say you should make your art, you should write your poetry, you should paint your painting, you should sculpt your sculpture, you should write your music and play your music for free, because if you don't do it gratis, then it's not sincere. BS. That is absolute BS. And especially when it comes to what we're doing here in trying to create an organizational entity. This is my absolute, raison d'etre. I am driven. I was going to say driven like the devil, but the anti-whites would say, well, to them, I am the devil, and happily so. But I am driven to make this organizational entity that serves white well-being a reality. And that's going to take money. There is no roadblocking in any other race of people. No Jewish person ever says, don't give money, or no Jewish person of consequence ever legitimately says, no, disobey tzedakah, disobey it. Don't give money to these Jewish organizations. They already have hundreds of millions. They never say that. In fact, they say, give more, make them more powerful, because the more powerful you make them, the more powerful you make us. The same with the Hispanics, the same with the blacks, with all of these other groups. This is something that we can say, if you anti-whites are out there listening, that the anti-whites are superior to us when it comes to this. They are far superior to us when it comes to this. We have too many people who try to support shame and try to say, you should be doing this. There's never going to be a big marble and glass and steel building headquarters somewhere with 150, 200 employees or whatever. You can look at the SPLC and the kinds of money that they have, number of people they can employ and the like to do the work that they do. There's never going to be anything like that if we have jackasses saying, what, don't give him a $2 super chat. What's he going to do with it? Well, what do you think I'm going to do with it? What do you think? I have an entire lifetime of this reputation of serving white well-being. You can look back and you can find a 10-year-old video, for example, of me with Jared Taylor. You can, the history is so long. It's not even, this has been my entire life. So if anybody tries to support shame here, for me, for Imminent Rain, for any of these folks, for Full Null, doing the good work that all of these people are doing, Olivia, who is new and doing the magnificent work that she's doing, Snow Shadow doing the magnificent work that she's doing. If anybody's going to support shame, then we shame them right back for doing that. So that is, John answered my call. So let's get a big round of applause for John, who is a normal working class guy and lives a regular life, has a little house like the rest of us. I don't know whether he rents or owns, but all of us, many of us are renting because we can't afford to own. And he has answered the call to, yes, we're going to pat these people on the back. And yes, we're going to distribute these leaflets because they're going to have an effect on our brothers and sisters. So a big round of applause and a big thank you, heartfelt thank you to John for the good work that he is doing. A big thank you to Anne in the UK for all of the audio that she ripped and pulled down for me from previous Going Free streams. I just want to let you know, Anne, I'm going to be loading those up to the Spreaker account first chance I get. I have all of them from you. So thank you, Anne, for your hard work, contribution to the service to white well-being. I want to say thank you. I've thanked the ladies, which includes Kathy, who have done the time stamping for these Going Free streams. This is an arduous job. You have to, there's no speeding through this and typing out rapidly all of the different switches and topics. And it's not an easy thing. Kathy has continued to do so even after, the other ladies, they've done their share, and God bless them. A big thank you to all of them who did any of the time stamping. Thank you all so much. But really, let's get a huge round of applause for Kathy and the hard work that she is doing the time stamping. I am going to be taking all of these time stamps. Not only are they going to be used to make video snippets taken out of these going free streams that you all can use with yourself, that you can use with friends and family. But I'm going to take all of them and I'm going to pin them as the top comment under all of these going free episodes, so that everyone who comes, think about the power of this. They'll see maybe a 4-hour video, a 2-hour video, a 3.5-hour video, whatever it is, a 5-hour video I've done going free alone with you all, rather than watching TV, rather than any of these other things. People will be able to go on there. They'll be able to say, wow, that's a long video. Let me see, is there things here that might interest me? And they'll look down those timestamps. Thanks to Kathy for doing that. And so now, where do some of the funds go that are super chatted to me, that are invested in me and the service to White Wellbeing, the work that I'm doing? They are distributed in token payments. And if you don't understand what a token payment means, I'll explain it in one moment, to people like Kathy who are doing work for White Wellbeing. Now, the reason why it's a token payment, it means that this is a payment that is just enough to say thank you for the work you're doing. This payment doesn't cover your actual time that is spent. It doesn't cover your value to the cause. It doesn't cover your needs. You have to do other things to get money in the world. You're not going to be able to pay your mortgage or your auto payment or whatever it might be. It's a payment that says, look, along with that internal gratification that you get when you serve White Wellbeing, when you protect our babies, that along with that internal gratification, we're going to throw a little bit of money on top of it so that you know that you are valued. You're not being taken advantage of. Now, what's the determination of that sum? The same thing holds true with artists. What is the equation to arrive at that sum? Well, ultimately, the equation is how much money can be allocated for that particular service, given the impecunious state, regrettably, that we are in. Has nothing to do with the value of the person doing the work, the time of the work, the expertise required for the work, and it does not in any way detract from the contributory nature, the giving of oneself. So Kathy's contribution is in no way diminished because she receives a token payment. It's just a token payment. Even if we had the kind of money to pay people a salary, even if we had our organizational entity and we could pay people salaries that they could live on, it still wouldn't diminish what they're doing for this cause, because they're not here for the money. They're here to serve White Wellbeing. So that is where some of the money goes. And Johnny and Cultural Oncologist, they are aware of this. They are some of the folks that will be receiving these token payments for their snipping out of the videos, segments that you can use for your well-being, and then can be used given to others, or can be discovered by other people. And I will be back in touch with both of you, Johnny and Cultural Oncologist, first opportunity I get. So thank you for the great work that you are doing as well. When you, ladies and gentlemen, when you super chat, when you invest in service to White Wellbeing to me, you are not only saying thank you to me for what I have provided you, for the service that I'm providing you. I provide this service as often as is humanly possible. And you're not only saying, look, I am a fair person and I want to give you something in return for what you're giving to me. You're empowering me with this lexicon. You're empowering me with these dialectics. And so I feel incumbent to give you something to reimburse you for that service. You're not only doing it because you know that I'm going to do good things with those dollars. You're not only doing it because you know those dollars will be going to the welfare of and the protection of our children, and all of these steps and the planning that are going on now. But that money is also going in part as small tokens to handfuls of people that are bringing going free and service to White Wellbeing to the world. My voice is only going to be so loud. My reach is only going to be so far, especially with the anti-whites doing everything they can to shadow ban me and to prevent me from reaching out to the world, reaching out to our brothers and sisters. So we need other hands out there. We need these other efforts, this time of other people. We need to be multiplying it in any way that we can. And this is one of the ways that I have found that we are going to be able to reach far more of our brothers and sisters than we are able to do right now. So you are also, when you super chat, when you contribute to me, you are helping to bring this message to broader and broader communities of our people. And it is this, ladies and gentlemen, this curative contagion getting out to as many of our brothers and sisters as possible that is doing the real work, not the fantasizing about civil wars or secession or the craven retreats into the hills and all of other this nonsense, or the absolute delusional ideas that there can be some sort of voting that's going to change anything in any Western country. This is the real work, the real hard yeoman's work that needs to be done for our people. It's going to be arduous, and we're going to have to be assiduous the entire time. And that is what we are doing. That is what your dollars are helping to make it happen, to effectuate bringing this message to as many people as possible. And I was just saying a few moments ago when we started the stream that I send packages all around the world. I go to a handful of post offices, depending on where I am in the DC metro area, to drop off packages, to send them different places. People purchasing books, people purchasing, that's primarily what it is, people purchasing books from me. But every now and again, they'll buy things like mugs or shirts or something of this nature, all available at NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com, NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com. So much so many packages going around the world that people at these post offices have noticed that, my God, this guy comes in, now he's got one for Estonia. Now he's got a package for Poland. Now he's got a package for Ireland. Now he's got a package for Australia. One woman, and they say this, wow, good to see you again, sir. You got one here for Poland. Okay. And they ship that one off. They haven't seen people come in with packages for so many different places around planet Earth. Now, the reason why we're getting packages sent out to so many places around planet Earth is because this is an international cause. We are an international people. We are a single people with many countries. This is real. It is happening. It is so tangible that one woman at one of the post offices said to me the other day, and I just have to share this with you all. She said, "You're like some kind of international man of mystery. You have these packages that are going everywhere, all around the world. Every time I see you, it's another country." Yes. Yes. When has this happened elsewhere in the white positive sphere? No little fad is anything like this. No little fad, no little focus on one individual, no little speech here or there has been like this at all. No little hope that there could be some sort of political, let's just do this political thing. No little absolutely deranged idea that you're going to take on the federal government of the United States or Canada or whatever. You can't even deal with your local sheriff, but you're going to take on the federal government of your country in military combat. Give me a break. Nobody has done anything like this that's happening right now. This is the bud of this great white rose that's beginning to open. That is what's happening here. Something that has never been done before. So that is something that I really wanted to share with you. I'm very excited about. Let me get a drink of coffee. I'll check your comments and statements. And we're going to get to that song here in just a moment by Hyrith and Furnell. Magnificent piece. Red Riot says, opinions on Dr. Duke. In what? Red Riot, could you specify, pardon me, could you specify exactly what you're asking about Dr. Duke? Watch Rider, nice job, Jason. Yeoman work doesn't even come close to it, my friend. Thank you, brother. Thank you for being here. Great participant, Watch Rider. Robert Brown, super chatting $4.99. Thank you so much. I'm being educated and inspired. Thank you. Thank you so much for that testimony and for those $4.99 for the cause of White Wellbeing. Gallius Nullius, thank you Focus on the work, focus on the goal. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Let's see what else we have here. Eternalism, great to see you, my dear friend. What do you think about Rush's conversation from pickup artist advisor to anti-degeneracy advocate? Can Rush be forgiven in some way for his PUA harm? I don't know what PUA is. Rush is, he isn't white, right? Does he want to support white well-being? He is absolutely welcome to, if he wants to support white well-being. I haven't heard anything of that kind from him, but doesn't mean that he hasn't said it. Doesn't mean that he wants to support white well-being. If he does, then let me know. Let's find out. I'm definitely interested. Everybody, when it comes to the one thing you cannot do, this is in some versions of Christianity, in most, I think, you can be forgiven over and over and over and over for the worst things possible, for the worst things conceivable. In fact, in one version of Christianity, you're going to go to heaven no matter what you do. You don't even need forgiveness. It's just degrees of heaven. In the real world, you can be forgiven for not knowing about service to white well-being and being mired in the degeneracy, being mired in anti-whiteism. Once you come to once you come to service to white well-being, once you know about going free, you can fall down in your efforts moving toward service to white well-being, but you can't go back. If you go back, you're not forgiven ever again. So that's the big difference. I mean, I think that probably like hardcore, if you want to liken it to a version of Christianity, I think it's perhaps, and correct me if I'm wrong, but hardcore Baptists, they say you can be forgiven for little things, but you're never forgiven for big things. So there's a point where God is going to say, well, too bad, you're not forgiven anymore. That was just too heinous. You're going to hell. So that is a sort of a more in line with the reality of how we have to behave in order to reach that destiny and recapture it. Otherwise, we will just we'll be stuck. It'll be the swamp that we'll be in, this quagmire, and never able to move ahead because we are permitting people to go backward and then just be redeemed again and redeemed again, redeemed again. That's not how it works. So you have to be able to shed dangerous people. You have to be able to shed that skin. You have to be able to shed dangerous people, dumb people, destructive people. You've got to be able to shed them. It's like the same way with business. And again, we use business rather than military, but both analogies can work for the obvious reasons. In business, if you have somebody who just keeps coming late to work and you've sat them down and you've talked to them about it and you say, do you need them there at that time because people are there to buy? They've got to be running the register or whatever it might be. And they just keep coming late to work. You just have to cut them loose and let them be successful someplace else. It's not going to happen with you at that time in their life, and that's just the way it's going to be. If you allow them to just keep failing, keep going back, then your business will suffer. And we're not going to allow this most important of all things to fail. So it's not going to suffer anybody. It's not going to suffer me. It's not going to suffer Jared George. It won't suffer Mark Collette. If any one of us, and so it's absolutely not going to suffer somebody else. If anybody is harming service to white well-being, they have to be cut loose. So let's see. We have Dave the Impaler is here. Most of my family is partly there, but they are Christians that don't want to believe the JQ and the tribe's attack on our people. You don't have to speak with them about focus on in going free. We focus on us, and we allow everyone else who wants to make themselves a victimizer of us to do so. We will just recognize their decision. So this hyper focus on a particular group of victimizers is something that absolutely takes the point of the conversation, the power of the conversation, and it gives it over to the opposition. It gives it over to your interlocutor. You're absolutely missing the point. You've put the emphasis in the wrong place. The emphasis is not on, well, out of the spectrum of our victimizers, here is a particular, and you can say that, these particular victimizers, they also identify as this, and there's a lot of them, or they're the most powerful of the victimizers. No, all of that is immaterial. Leave that to scholars to work on. Leave that to you. If you are somebody who likes to study this stuff, then study it. Don't put this on your average white person. You're putting the emphasis in the wrong place. The emphasis is on us, loving us. If you love us, you care about our people, you care then about the harm that's being inflicted on us. And that means you care about harm that's being inflicted, whether it's by a powerful victimizer or by a weak victimizer. Does that make sense? There are too many things that get sidetracked when you focus on a particular group other than us. Not the least of which is you put them at the center of your story. If you put them at the center of your story, then you've lost the conversation. So I hope that helps, Dave. They need to recognize that we are at the center of our story and we need to protect ourselves from all victimizers, and that we are being victimized by anti-whites. Lars writes with, I don't know how much American dollars this is. This is 100 Norwegian krona. Thank you so much for that, Lars. Not writing any verbiage, but saying a lot with those 100 Norwegian krona. And is krona the plural and the singular? All right, let's see what else we have here. Thank you very much for bringing that up. That was our first question about Thanksgiving or Christmas or whatever holiday or observance you have coming up here at the end of the year. And I imagine that that question is, and that answer is going to be helpful to a lot of people who continue to think that we need to focus on some other group as the center of the story. There are a great many people who continue to think that way, and they continue, as a result, as you are seeing, having problems bringing people over, helping them to go free. And I will tell you right now, all of you who have had problems with that, drop that. Discuss it with other people who want to dig deep into that information, and they want to specifically study each of these different groups and what they're doing and the effects that they're having. You would not go to your family if you are an astrophysicist, and you would not go to your family as an astrophysicist and say, please listen more. Don't you understand what I'm saying about astrophysics? Why aren't you getting this? You wouldn't do that. You would just tell them the general outline, and then where you wanted to dig into astrophysics, you would do so with whom? Your colleagues. And actually, on that line, since I just said that, I'll just say this. Does that make sense? That is fantastic. I saw that the other day. I don't know where it started. I think somebody did a version of it where there's no sound. It's just me saying, does that make sense? And then someone added the slurping, and then I think it was for Null who added the slurping and then added the slurping and the gulp. I loved it. I laughed for 5 minutes when I watched it again and again and again. I thought it was hilarious. You know what's great is the anti-whites, when they made this, they tried to make this, some anti-white tried to make this meme of me, where they made me into a caricature of another racial group, and it was hilarious. No one in the world laughs harder at me than me. So there's nothing that anti-whites could do to mock me or ridicule me and make me go away. If they tell a great joke, I will laugh harder than they will. And this was funny. And of course, it's by our good friends, so it makes it even better. If people who have, so there are people out there. I had a good friend, unfortunately died of cancer. I had a good friend, and a friend of my father's as well. And he was one of these guys. There are a lot of people like this, that if they're not ribbing you, then they don't like you. There are people out there that are absolutely like that. And this guy, all right, maybe I'll tell some stories. Maybe I'll tell some stories. Maybe I'll tell a story right now. Why not? I walked in. He was a business owner. Well, wait, we have a super chat here. And it's from Ursa Major, $10. Thank you so much. I love this bear. Is this a grizzly bear, or is it a regular black bear that is with brown fur? Writing NWG, why do you think it is that the Great Western Spirit is awakening more rapidly in Europe than in the US? Well, the power of anti-whiteism, regrettably, is most intense in the United States, and it's been going on for longer. It seems in Europe and in these other places that the anti-whites are too quickly putting on the form before changing the substance in a lot of these countries. And certainly, if you want to see a great end of the spectrum, if you're looking at this as a spectrum, then you can see it in Eastern Europe, where they're really trying to just throw the form of anti-whiteism over top of a substance that it feels very alien under. So it looks very much out of place in many of these Eastern European countries, because these people have not been infected generation after generation, minute after minute of their lives. How about all of the millions of children who went to see this Frozen this weekend, infected with the MPs in that movie? That is why it is the disease of anti-whiteism, the white noir, is so much more tangible in the United States than elsewhere, or I guess also in Canada. But yeah, you look to the other end of the spectrum and you see that indeed, it is a cloak over top of a form or a substance that isn't quite ready for it yet. And that's a good thing. Now, Red Riot says, so Jason is one of those people who slurp. No, absolutely not. That's what makes it such a great joke. Anan, thoughts on white people with 10 to 20% non-white blood? What kind of thought do you want? If they want to serve White Wellbeing, they are welcome. Just like anybody from any group, no immutable characteristic will prevent you from being able to serve White Wellbeing. And another thing this can be and is often used. I'm not saying that you're doing this, but this is often used as one of these wedge issues that, the anti-whites, we've talked about this before, they specialize in creating this turbulence, this disruption in the things that we do. And this is one of those topics that they use to try to drive a wedge in, because there are people who are worried about, if you have this sort of dilution, or that some of this blood or some of that blood. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to, when we recapture our destiny, that presupposes that a couple things are going to happen. It presupposes that not only are we going to embrace all of the different hues of Western civilization that we have created and deepen them and make them so much more poignant, so much more vivid. As I have said many times, the French will be more French, English more English, Southerners more Southern. But this is also going to hold true for all of the variety of our hair and eye color and skin tone, all of these differences. We want to magnify these differences. We want there to be more of people with the green eyes, more people with blue eyes, more all of our different hair and eye colors. We want more of them. We don't want less. Now there are a lot of different ways to accomplish this, and this speaks directly to this. Well, what about white people that have some non-white blood here or there, or what percentage point is this or that or whatever? The reality is that when we recapture our destiny, already under this burden of anti-whiteism, we have tapped down into the DNA, into the genetic code. What do you think we're going to be able to do once we recapture our destiny? We are going to be able to do anything we want with our DNA. And that includes removing anything we don't want. It includes including things we do want. There may well be types of white people that existed in the past that don't exist now at all. And we might bring them back into living form. There might be eye colors that have existed in the past or could exist that we might bring into reality. And it doesn't even need to be, this sort of a thing doesn't even need to be done by digging into the DNA and clipping parts and putting new parts in. For God's sake, just look at what we have done with all of the animals that we have domesticated. Do you think they came that way? Do you think they came in that enormous variety? Do you think they came this healthy, as intelligent as we've made them, as strong as we've made them? And do you think for a moment that any of these decisions would have to be forced on anyone? If you do, you're not thinking deeply enough. All of this can be achieved very easily by way of people's own will. It just takes the genius of the white man to make it happen. And there is nothing that we as a people cannot do. And obviously, for those out there like who are still infected with mean pathogens, when we say white man, mankind, it means all of us. There is no white people without white women. So we're talking about all of us. And we should say, instead of mankind, we should say Western kind. Get into the habit of saying that. Who walked on the moon? Western kind. Katie, super chatting here, $2. Thank you so much, my dear lady. Giving the gift of going free for the holidays. Very sweet of you. Thank you for that. And I don't know if I have missed any. I'll take another look at perhaps while the song is playing at what we could have missed. But I want to quickly mention that because I'm just so proud of it, and it's important that we do this sort of thing. Excuse me. I have in my area, I live in a state called Virginia that is borders on the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., in the United States of America. That's the east coast of the country. I don't know where you are in the world. And so just spelling that out. And in this part of the country, there is a beautiful little bird known as the eastern bluebird. It's a native species. It's a wonderful little animal. They're absolutely beautiful. Just as an aside, I believe I remember reading at some point in the past that there are no blue pigments in the blue coloration. And someone can look this up to see if I'm wrong and correct me if I am, but I believe this is right. What's actually happens is the cells that compose the feathers that make the bird blue, when the sunlight hits these cells, they bounce around in a way that all of the spectrum is captured but the blue. So there's no blue pigment whatsoever. Fascinating. So that the brighter the sun, the bluer the bluebird. And that's something that you can observe. They're wonderful little animals. However, they are a threatened species because of invasive species that are in the area. And so I have taken some pains to provide the food sources for these little birds, never seeing them. So the nesting material for these little birds, never seeing them come or go. And I think I had just I saw 2 maybe last year at max. But then this year, This year, I had a slew of them. Well, I say a slew, I don't know, 8 come almost all together 2 times. So if you have, and we are the people, Western kind is the people who care about our flora and fauna. Don't overlook this. Make this sort of thing part of your spirit, and you will bloom that much more rapidly for white well-being. If you have a species in your area or a polluted creek or something like this, take a day, go pick up some of the garbage out of the creek, take a day, or pick a species that is in danger. I know in the UK, you in many places, the cute little red squirrel is in danger because of the gray squirrels from the United States that have gotten over there. Put a little effort into that, and it will feed your soul in a way that you can't put words to, is ineffable. So I just wanted to see here. Maybe what I'll do is I'll play the song, and I will upload. I wonder if I can upload at the same time. Yeah, I'm sure I can. I want to just share a couple of pictures of that I took of the bluebirds on the property. And yeah, that's what I'll do. I will play I wanted to have these loaded before we got started, and I will go ahead though and share For Null and Hyris piece. This is absolutely magnificent, ladies and gentlemen, and I want to make sure, if you haven't seen it, that you do. And be sure, if you don't, whether you do like or don't like this type of music, remember these people when you want to give somebody a pat on the back. They have links, and you can go to my website, nowhiteguilt.org, to find the links to these people. Just go down the thread, find the video. The links will be there on the audio version, the audio only version. The reason for that is that I just don't put the links right on my page, is that I received a strike before for doing that. So the only links that have always been there that I never got a strike for is Jared George's. I don't know why. Perhaps they've been there for so long that they don't give me strikes for those. But that's why you have to go to my website to find the links. When it comes time to give somebody a pat on the back, let's make sure we remember these good folks and the hard work that they are doing to put into art, to put into musical form, service to white well-being. So let's go ahead and listen to that now.
They cannot make what we have made. A lesson learned is not forgiving. Shattered, dirty, bloody blade. When we're done, we'll keep on living. Our spirit bound to all that burns. Fire is the fuel, we are the cure. The sleepers break, and once we learn, a deep regret, no vision to unsure. day has come and come to tide. Run away, run and hide. The stream of life will seem to fight.
Does that make sense?
Run away, run and hide. The day has come and come to tide. Run away, run and hide. The stream of life will seem to fight.
What a magnificent piece, ladies and gentlemen, from two magnificent people. I couldn't resist myself, I'm sorry, with the, does that make sense? Oh, let me stop this for a moment. Hold on. Okay. Let me show you a couple of these pictures really quickly. And these bluebirds. Make sure I can still hear everybody. I wasn't able to. There was a bit of an issue uploading there. So I just got a couple here that I can show you. If you see here, you have 3 bluebirds. And the one bird with its back to you at the bird bath is a female house finch. But the other 3 are beautiful little bluebirds. And here's another one sitting in the bird bath. Doing what I can, providing the food sources, mealworms, fruit, sunflower seeds for these little guys, nesting materials, straw. They're already pine trees. They use pine needles for nesting. Next year, I will be providing some specific bird houses for bluebirds, and they have to be faced a certain way in an environment that suits them for them to build a nest there. Finally, there's this one. I've got a bunch more, but this is all I will share for now. You can see this little guy is bathing in a different bath that I have on the property, right in the middle of splashing and having a great time. Let me see. I think I have this. I think I have another picture right here, actually. Yes, this is just another one. You can see 2 of the female house finches right there as well. So doing what little I can to rebuild the bluebird population, which has been seriously threatened, is threatened as a result of invasive species, also changing the landscape so that it serves the extremely wealthy people and the creation of their businesses in the future. When we recapture our destiny, what's going to come first is our well-being rather than the wealth of this individual or that individual. So there may be a situation where we determine that only so many people can live within so many square miles, so many square kilometers, and that developers are just going to have to make their money in that environment where you can only put so many people into so many square miles or kilometers, and we can maintain a healthy ecosystem, a healthy flora and fauna of our environment, because it is, after all, our responsibility to maintain the environment so that we can, a flourishing environment, so that we can flourish within it. Let's see what we have over here on Gardening with NWG. Let me see. And the Mac says, we also domesticated ourselves and became more stupid as a result. Well, that obviously is a consequence of true, but not intentionally guiding the process with the purpose of improving our people, our stock, if you will. We have a scenario where the great achievements of those who are creative and intelligent are then used by those who are less intelligent and able to, and this is just within our own race, able to reproduce more as a result of it. And you're always going to produce more people that are average than you are going to be producing people who are above average in all the metrics that we could measure for a human being. And as a consequence, you end up with a burgeoning population of people that moves that the top of that bell curve on all metrics to the left on the graph, so that our average gets lower and lower rather than higher and higher. That's a good point. That's a complicated subject, but it's very interesting. This same guy says, we shoot the invasive species with pellet guns, and it makes for a game. Well, if you're going to do that, maybe try to find a way to at least use the animal that you have taken the life of, eat it, or whatever whatever else you're able to do. Let's see. Roy has written over here on gardening, saying Martin Sellner tweeted a picture earlier this week showing all the bank cards from all those banks he got deplatformed this year. I didn't see that. Fascinating. Yes, I know there have been many issues with banking, as well as I have had the same issue. All right. Let's see what we have over here. Make sure we're not missing anybody. Red Riot. Hundreds of white women were ruined because of his teachings and are now unmarriable. How many white babies will never be born? I cannot forgive that Persian guy. I guess he's talking about what's his name? Yeah, I mean that's something that obviously, when it comes to service to white well-being, what kind of, I mean, you're not going to be able to decimate our population and then have us throw our arms around you. I have not read his books and I haven't listened to him, this Roosh guy, but all of these people who are teaching or young men, really they're stealing from young men, because all of their methods are not, first of all, they are immoral as all hell. Anybody who is telling you that you should live a life, if you're a young man, and anybody who's telling you that you should live a life where you go out and you just try to have sex with as many women as you possibly can, that's the life to live. That is a sick SOB. These are human beings, these women that you're trying to use. And that is so disgustingly immoral and ignoble that anybody doing that kind of thing is a son of a bitch trying to teach you. But here's the thing. They're not teaching you how to be, they tell you the scam that they're pulling on you, young men, is they say, well, you're going to be able to get as many girls as the pretty guy gets. You're going to be able to get as many girls, as these other guys in your life. That's not true. And if you say, oh, you did, you're lying to yourself. And I'm not going to hear any of these ignorant lies. All of these books, all that they teach you to do is to identify the traumatized and injured women, the weak women in your environment, and then to prey upon them. That is all that this pickup artist BS does. The girl whose father just died, or the girl whose father never made a relationship with her, or that's all it is. It is taking sales. That's all they're doing, is they're taking basic sales tactics for identifying the sucker in your midst and bilking the sucker of his dollars, of his hard-earned dollars. Instead, they're taking that and then they're moving it over to dating. Find the woman who is really vulnerable at this moment in her life. Maybe she's vulnerable her whole life because of her youth or whatever it was, or just emotional stability. Find that woman that's really vulnerable and then prey upon her, and then move on to the next one that you can prey upon. Here's the thing. These guys who are teaching this, very rarely are they targeting the men at non-white females. And when they are targeting non-white females, it is almost entirely, if you've seen the ads, I've seen the ads, it's non-white females that have a lot of white blood in them. So they look very white features, white skull, white nose, lips, eyes, etc. Those are the ones. So it's primarily white women that are being targeted by these bastards. So I don't know to what depth Roosh has targeted our women and has harmed women. I mean, every woman that ended up being used by a man trained by Roosh is Roosh's fault. It's his responsibility. He's at fault for that. If that is the depth that he was going to, I don't know. And if he's actually not nearly that bad or whatever, then these comments are not for him. the comments are for people who are that bad, who have done that kind of stuff. Let's see. Heidi says, you have 3 Ninjaginis and a diamond, maybe some more. I'll definitely check that out shortly. Thank you very much for that, Heidi. Question everything. Is preaching in your blood, Jason? No. We are, in my family, we have a lot of, in my lines that have led down to me, a lot of inventive and heroic people, very creative and inventive and problem solvers. I have considered, my father considered himself a problem solver because of his ability to solve problems. And I am a problem solver as well. So whatever, however you want to term that. But we don't think we have any preachers. But thank you for the question. That's a compliment. I appreciate it. Teddy Net News says, for how many years are you on YouTube now? I don't know, 2.5? 3? Maybe. Red Riot, do you like his work and views? Do you think he's on our side? I guess you're talking about Roosh. Don't know enough about him. I know when he came on with me and crew over on the old show with Mark this week on the alt-right, he was saying something about changing ways, and now he's talking about being a decent man or something. But that doesn't tell me how bad he was before. You know, so I wish if I knew more, I would happily. I mean, if somebody wants to share some information, like if you got a page from his book and you're reading it right now, and it says do X, Y, or Z, and you want to share that with me, I'll happily give you my opinion. And if he is responsible for victimizing our women with these strategies, then he's going to be held responsible by yours truly, certainly. Andre says, hey, Jason, what do you mean by event horizon? Well, event horizon, just summed up quickly, is the point for us, I mean, in astrophysics, it is the theoretical point. And I know that there is some evidence that physicists are saying, this is a black hole over here. This is, we need to be, most of our scientists, regrettably, have just become modern day priests instead of scientists. They've totally abandoned the scientific method. You notice that 1 year they'll say, you have to believe X. And if you don't believe X, then you're a troglodyte. And they'll mock you for that. And then 2 years later, they'll say, oh, no, forget about X now. It's actually now Y. And if you don't believe Y, you're a troglodyte. That tells me that they are jackasses. That's what it tells me. That they're not mature adults, that they have abandoned, Bacon is turning in his grave, spinning like a motor in his grave because of the way that these people are behaving. They should say, if they don't know with as close as we can get as human animals to 100% certainty, if we are anywhere short of that, they should be saying, this is what we believe it to be right now. So theoretically, the event horizon is the point at which we can no longer see what's happening around a gravitational field that is so strong that most things don't escape. Mind you, now, have you all not heard? Nothing escapes a black hole. Nothing ever escapes, except quasars. I mean, so it's just like everything is contradictory. They really, and they'll make you. It's like Antiwhiteism. The human animal is a religious animal. It seems it's very difficult to rise above, and perhaps we need, when we recapture our destiny, we need to work on reigniting that part of our consciousness that can rise above this need to come to these dogmatic outcomes when we're trying to do our science. So, I mean, could you imagine when the scientists, Piltdown, England, could you imagine the scientists in the UK at the time that Piltdown Man was discovered and was telling the world, we found the missing link. We found the missing link. And then if I would have been alive then, I would have said, BS, Bravo Sierra, there's no such thing. There would be, I can do the logic. If there were a missing link, there would be far more skeletons of missing links than there would be of human beings. So come on, who do you think you're fooling? So I would call their bluff. and they would say that I was a liar, and then they would tell the people around me that I was a liar, and then they would sneer at me. The scientists at the most prestigious universities, Jason, don't you know, think you are a fool for thinking there's no missing. Like when they have Piltdown Man. And then what happened with Piltdown Man, you all probably don't know, because they like to sweep that little one under the rug. What happened was, after these scientists had done this, died, had returned to ash, scientists in Germany said, hey, could we get a little sample of the skull? We'd really like to do some research on that. And these new crop of scientists in the UK said, sure. They broke that skull out and they started drilling in there. And then they said, we smell burning. We smell the smell of cooking flesh. So come to find out that it was actually a hybrid fraud made with human and chimpanzee parts. So the most prestigious universities in the world that would, how dare you challenge our authority? They had pulled a carnival-style fraud on the rest of humanity so that they could get their funding, prove their nonsense, and whatever else. So back to Event Horizon. That is what it's supposed to be. That you cannot see beyond that horizon what's taking place with the matter as it's trapped in the gravity. So for us, we use the term Event Horizon to mean that point in the future where the anti-white populations that compose the infernal coalition of anti-whiteism, that they, whatever percentage it might be, it's something that it's an event horizon. We don't know what it is, and we don't know exactly when it will happen, but we can see signs, just like our physicists look out and see signs, and they try to plot and guess at what's taking place, conjecture. So at some point, there'll be a percentage of each of these individual communities that will say the Western kind has been dethroned. They're not the real threat, even though the anti-white narrative will still be in place. These people are seeing the real world like you and I are. They find their individual well-being and source and strength and enrichment by way of their groups. We're the only people who don't know how to do this, and we have to force ourselves to do it. At some point, they're going to say, the Westman is no longer the issue for our personal enrichment and power. Now it is this other non-white group. And the moment that this happens, anti-whiteism begins to break down. That is a window for us that if we don't take it, we will have to ride civilization to civilizational collapse and hell on earth. So that is going to be the opportunity for us. If we're big enough and strong enough, we have saved enough people. We have enough people going free at that moment that we will be able to recapture our destiny. The anti-whites, incidentally, the anti-white elites, their smartest people are talking about that, what we call the event horizon, and trying to figure out what to do. They know that that Western kind will be the only powerful group at that moment, and that we will, at that opportunity, have the momentum and the context will be there to recapture our destiny. That could happen sooner. It could happen later. Certainly a natural calamity could speed things up. There are a lot of things, but there are a lot of signs already out there that we are rapidly approaching what we refer to in Going Free as the event, our event horizon, or the anti-white event horizon. So thank you very much for that question. Let's talk about the meaning of Thanksgiving. I'll take a look at a couple of more of these and look for some more of these super chats. And I deeply thank you all for super chatting and your questions and comments. Fernell says, greetings, brother. Great to see you, my good man. And thank you very much for that slurping and gulping video. That is fantastic. Watchrider says, Roosh has mended a lot of his early ways. He is almost like a monk now. He's pretty much pro-white. Well, I'll tell you one thing that would tell me if he has mended. And we say white positive, but I know what you mean, Watchrider. We got to be careful about terms like pro-white, because those things are now on targeted violence, associated with targeted violence. And if you're using that term, then you could end up on that list. I don't want that to happen to you. If Roosh takes his books, if they're really this bad, if they're really teaching men to prey ultimately on white women, if he takes them off the market and doesn't sell them anymore, I'll give some credence to a change of heart. If he's still selling them and making money off them, no. I mean, that's like saying, well, I don't really like the effects of heroin, but yeah, still dealing heroin. So, TeddyNet News, what are your thoughts on the alt-right? The alt-right was a fad, just like groypers are a fad. And I said from the very beginning, I was there when the talk was about using the term at the alt-right long before any of you all knew about it. And I said then, it's a fad. And I said from the very beginning when everybody else found out about it that it was a fad. Other people thought it was this great movement. And I said, no, it's a fad. It's just a fad. The white positive sphere will remain. All of the different things we are doing will remain. But the alt-right is a fad. And don't put all of your hope in it, because like with all fads, it comes to an end. And then if you have invested yourself in the fad, what do you feel like when the fad comes to an end? You think it's the end of the world. And isn't that exactly what we've seen in so many people who now they look and they see the alt-right has no longer fashionable, and they think the world has ended. Our chances have ended. Exactly what I said would happen. Red Ryan, hundreds of white women were ruined because of the teachings. Yeah, I read that earlier. How many white babies will never be born? Well, exactly. And I don't know, you say he's a Persian. I don't know what he identifies as or what his racial makeup is. I don't know anything about it. Eternalism, PUA equals pick up artist. Ah, okay. See, that's why I didn't know what PUA was, because I am disgusted by such people. I have nothing to do with them. And none of you should either. There are no pickup artists in Going Free. We treat our women with respect. We do not put them up on pedestals as though they somehow have angel wings on their back. There are good women and there are dreadful women, and we accept that reality here in Going Free. We respect our women. If you wouldn't want some guy, and maybe some of you hate your sisters or never had a sister, but if you wouldn't want some guy preying on your sister when she lost her job and then using her, then you should not be doing that to anybody else's sister or daughter. Get some honor, or end up getting your head split by somebody who has honor. So Eternalism also writes here, Roosh is non-white. He's interviewed with E. Michael Jones and maybe converted to Catholicism or Orthodoxy. Not sure if he's pro-white well-being. Have to specifically check. Well, thank you for that info, letting me know. Orthodox, question everything. Orthodox Christianity is based. Roosh verse is a fellow Orthodox. We are very ethnocentric, and we name a certain group. Well, remember, don't put them at the center of your story, because if they're at the center of your story, you can't be. There's only room enough for one, and that's us. I'm going to speak to the meaning of Thanksgiving really quickly, because the anti-whites, like everything, have deformed Thanksgiving and the meaning of Thanksgiving to fit the anti-white narrative. And now Thanksgiving essentially means what, ladies and gentlemen? Thanksgiving in the United States now means that white people showed up to this continent, and it was already a country magically, and we just showed up here to thieve it from the American Indians. And we didn't know how to do anything. We didn't know how to build structures. We didn't know how to feed ourselves. We didn't know how to hunt. We didn't know how to farm. And we had a couple little skills maybe, but really just couldn't get by. And fortunately, the American Indians descended on us, not with tomahawks, raping and gang raping. All of this may or may not be true, ladies and gentlemen. You'll have to look it up for yourself. But they didn't descend on us that way. No. They descended on us with just cornucopias of food and instruction and care for our injuries. And that is now what Thanksgiving means. It means celebrating multiracialism, because the American Indians came to the poor white people who were just absolutely squalid and benighted in our ways, and they saved us from that. And then, of course, if you follow the anti-white narrative, you find out that we betrayed them, and then we genocided them, but they're still in existence, but somehow we also genocided them, and now we have a country that we stole from them. That's the new story of Thanksgiving. Here's the real story of Thanksgiving that you will share with your friends and family this Thanksgiving if they try to give you that garbage from anti-white narrative. The real story about Thanksgiving is this. People wanted to worship Jesus Christ and Christianity in whatever way that they saw fit. They weren't allowed to do that where they lived, so they left. They came to the United States, and they believed that they were the chosen people and that the United States was the promised land in the Bible. They gave thanks to Jesus Christ and God, the God of Christianity. That is the original meaning of Thanksgiving. Now, if you want to tack something onto that, you can tack this on just in a general sense. And we in the white positive sphere can do anything we want with it, because we are pinning the story on the blank pages of our book now. So we can write anything we want into Thanksgiving in the future. There becomes enough of us, and Thanksgiving will be a worldwide phenomenon, and it'll mean something very different for Western kind. But if you wanted to tack something onto that original meaning, which was coming to the promised land, being able of finding the promised land, the chosen people for the promised land, and thanking God, giving thanks to God for that discovery, bringing them to the promised land. If you want to tack anything on, it's this, that the idea of socialism that was practiced by these original colonists was an enormous failure. Now, you can have other definitions of socialism. There are a great many definitions of socialism out there. The type of socialism practiced by the colonists was an utter failure, because what ended up happening in these colonies? They had different groups of people that did all of that. You were tasked with doing X, you were tasked with doing Y. Everybody had to put their things in the big barn, and then everybody got to go to the barn whenever they needed something. What type of environment does that create? It doesn't take a lot of intelligence. It creates an environment where people are incentivized to come up with excuses not to work, to just live on the system, to be able to take from the barn whenever they needed. So in the journals of the governors of these different groups all along the eastern seaboard, they were writing about these mayors, governors, whatever they're called, in all of their journals, whatever their titles were. They were writing about how the entire colony was falling apart. More and more people were malingering. They didn't want to work. They wanted to just take. People were starting to starve. And so every single one of them, independent of each other, started implementing the strategy that would work, which was, if you farm and you grow grain and you milk cows, you get to keep it. And that meant the malingerers had to get off their asses and get to work, or they were going to starve to death. So if you want to tack anything on to the actual meaning of Thanksgiving, it is that that particular type of socialism that was applied by the colonists in the early country before the United States even existed, that they practiced a particular type of socialism that was the ruination of them. Had they stuck with it, they would have all died. It's that simple. That is the meaning of Thanksgiving. Share that with friends and family who try to tell you that it is this new version, and then tell them why they are being told this new version, where that comes from, because that will help them to go free. That will help them to understand. I mean, you can go to these places in Virginia, in North Carolina, these places where the earliest colonies were, and you can see how they have changed the history. They just absolutely rewritten the history. We're going to be talking about that with the Holodomor in just a moment, where they have totally rewritten history to mean something different than it, and to be something totally different than it was originally, so that it suits the anti-white narrative, so that it works out to your detriment. And if you take an element of that story, and this is what all the conservative and nationalist losers do, is they'll take the anti-white story and they'll pluck some element out of it, and they'll say, well, let me try to argue that element of their story. You lose every time. Do not go into their story at all. Their story is a great big lie. That's all it is. And make sure you tell your friends and family exactly that. Let me jump on to this tweet that was by NK a little earlier. We'll talk about that because it absolutely infuriates me, and I wanted to mention it even though I was running out of time. We've got a lot to talk about. Chris says, no white guilt. That collab video, Who We Are, made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Well, thank you very much for that. Jared George, of course, the writer, a lot of people participated. It was a wonderful thing. We need to be doing a lot more collaboration here in service to white well-being, and having a lot more open acknowledgement that that is what we're doing, that we are going free and that we are in service to white well-being. Thank you very much for sharing that testimony of how it affected you emotionally. Mad writes, Roosh has realized what a bad life he led, and he's trying to be better, and is more of a nationalism for everyone type now, and really monk-like. Well, okay. Thank you for that information. I know he has, one of the things, I checked in briefly when I knew he was going to be a guest with Mark and Patrick and myself, and I watched, and this is it's a commiseration sales tactic. When you sit down and you talk with your prospect, your sales prospect, in a way that you commiserate what's bad for you, what's bad for him, the same bad, and you feel like there's a bond there. And by creating this bond, I have the same bad that you have, and you're just talking about all that's bad. You think that this bond is real, even though the salesperson in this case doesn't know who you are. And then as a consequence, you're more likely to give money. And so when I saw that, that's what I immediately identified. Doesn't mean that he's not genuinely saying that his life is garbage. Maybe he is genuinely saying that. But the effect is when he sits down and he's saying this and commiserating with others whose lives are struggling in life, and he's not, it's a great deal of it is this commiserating and creating what seems to be this harmonious bond between the speaker and listener. It is effectively a sales mechanism, even if he doesn't intend it to be. And I understand that he does quite well. More power to him for doing well. I don't have any desire to take any of that away from him. But if he's harming our women, then that is extremely infuriating. I hope he has changed, if that's the case, as you people are saying here. Dave the Impaler says, God is obligated to forgive, but we're not. Well, I think that's probably accurate, but I also imagine that a creator at some point would not forgive. We cannot be truly forgiven until we can genuinely forgive ourselves. Redemption is a journey forward. Amen to that. That is a great comment. Thank you very much. Let's see what else we have here. I want to make sure. Question everything says, asking if he's wrong. I'm not sure what you're asking, what you're wrong about. Commander Rockwell, howdy from the great state of Texas. Well, hello back. I love all my Texan friends. All right, let's see. We have a lot of involvement today in the chat. It's fantastic. I'm glad to see it. I'll check these other mechanisms of super chatting. I don't want to miss anybody. Blanche Fury writing, I'm sure about Roosh that he's a POS. I'm glad he was banned from the UK. Roosh was banned from the UK. Is that right? Or were you talking about someone else? Gardening asks he's wrong again. I don't know. Could you clarify, brother? Oh, okay. And he did clarify it. Now I see it has come up. He says, no, now I get it. Never mind. You're right. It's about our survival and well-being. My religion is personal, but it's still a part of me. Precisely. Yep, you're exactly right. We come together on the biospirit, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have a lot of differences, but that's one thing that we have that's all the same. Once we recapture our destiny, we will very easily and equitably figure out everything that we need to be able to figure out to get along and make room for everyone in our midst. Let me see what else we have here. Make sure we haven't missed anybody over there. And really quick on entropy. Wow, entropy is alive. Looks like I missed some. Thank God entropy's picking it up. JT Smith super chatting $5 over on YouTube. Thank you, my dear friend. Writing big love to Mark Collette, his daughter, partner, and their families. Please, Jace, absolutely big love to them and the good work that Mark is doing. Great hero. He's got a beautiful little girl, and I'm sure his partner is a wonderful woman. I don't know if you all caught what I messaged Mark. I mentioned it, I think, on a PWR stream, that when I found out that his little girl was born, or his child was born, I wrote him and I asked, what's the sex and the race? So a little good-natured ribbing for our dear friend Mark Collette. No, thank him for all the good work that he's doing. Polygon super chatting $9.99 over on YouTube. Can you speak to how using old symbols can harm white well-being? I think there's a few people confused in the chat. Thanks so much. I absolutely can, Polygon, and thank you for the kind super chat in asking me to clarify when there is some confusion. Our old symbols, as important as they are, as meaningful as they are to many of us, have been identified and have become part of the anti-white narrative as symbols that represent the antagonist in the anti-white narrative. Now, the anti-white narrative is the story of society. You can think of it like that. Actual events are taken and they're bent, they are played down, they're played up, they're buried underfoot, they're written in the sky to conform to this anti-white narrative, the story, the living day-to-day story of Western civilization. We are living a story. Now, if you believe that that story is your reality, you are mired in the delusion and you can never free yourself. You have to realize that it is a story and that we are now writing our own story, a story in which we are the heroes. In the anti-white narrative, however, all of the vagues out there, normies, whatever you want to call them, NPCs, all of those folks out there, to them, this rune and that rune and all of these things have been shown to them as the symbols of the antagonist in the anti-white narrative, the bad guy, the guy who wants to molest children, the guy who wants to shoot up elementary schools, the guy who wants to harm the most innocent of all innocent of human beings in the whole world. And it has been shown to our brothers and sisters again and again and again and again. When you go to our brothers and sisters, you only have so much time to confuse them, to argue with them, to debate them. You don't have an infinite amount of time. You don't have the opportunity to take to them the attire, the symbolism, the language, the vernacular, the arguments, the dialectics. You don't have the time to bring that to them and then tell them how everything they've learned in society is false. And that is actually what all of this other stuff, it means something completely different. And then let's take you on to serving white well-being, to actually getting engaged and involved. You've lost them. You will lose them every time. There is a rare person here or there that will come to white well-being after seeing the whatever symbol that they learned was a symbol of the antagonist, a symbol of the bad guy, a symbol of harming innocents, a symbol of genociding people. You are not going to be able to beat what they see on a daily basis and what they have seen for the totality of their lives. That is why I admonish those who are going free to take the symbols, to take the photographs, to take the dialectics, to take the language that you honor, that you celebrate from the past, whatever period in history it might be, that you think is so terribly important from the past, whatever you think it might be. that you take these things and you put them of a place of reverence in your home, in the privacy of your living space, where you can honor them, where you can honor their memory, where you can perpetuate those things within your family. And that when you go out to the world, to our brothers and sisters, you then don't look like the bad guy in the anti-white narrative, the story that our brothers and sisters are living their lives in. Now, once you help them to go free, they can then, for themselves, maybe look into the whatever rune this, or the whatever flag, or whatever system of government here, or the whatever system of economy there. They can look into that for themselves. But when it comes to going out to our brothers and sisters, we decide what it looks like to be a hero in service to white well-being. We decide what it looks like to be a hero of our people. And it looks like and talks like the way we look, the way you look in your neighborhood, your social class, your whatever it might be. That's what it looks like. Always cleaned up. You don't have to be rich. Always cleaned up, though. Take care of yourself. Take care of your things. Doesn't matter how much they're worth or how little they're worth. We speak with the dialectics of going free. We speak with the lexicon of going free, because this cures our people of the mean pathogens. Once they're here, they can become other things. Don't make flags, ladies and gentlemen. The first thing that people always do when they say, I want to start this group for white well-being, or I want to start that group, or in service to white positivity in some way, is they sit down and they say, we've got to write out precepts. The moment the pen touches the paper, the anti-whites have something to misrepresent, especially when it comes to the precepts, the belief, the dogma that you're going to put together. The other thing they immediately begin doing is, what's going to be our symbol? What's going to be our flag? The moment you begin drawing something like that, they now have something to say. Here is the image for the bad guy in the anti-white narrative. To all of our brothers and sisters out there, you want to wave a flag, wave the flag, the legal and lawful flag of your country. You provide it. You endow it with the meaning that you want to endow it. Don't change anything on it. The moment you change anything on it, the anti-whites will say, this is the little difference in the flag of our country, that the monsters, the antagonists, the bad guys, this is what they do to the flag. You're not going to be conveying anything of any value to the population of our brothers and sisters by doing that. All you're going to do is you're going to give the anti-whites a new symbol to bring forward as the symbolism of the bad guy in the story, the life living story of our brothers and sisters. Don't do that. That is why we take our ancient symbols, we take the things that have meaning and value for us. You could still, you want to wear a piece of jewelry or something like this, but don't make this the thing that you put on display when you're trying to help people go free, because they're going to see that, oh, I know what that is. I saw that on CNN. I saw that in that movie. I saw that in an episode of whatever on TV. And the guy who had it was ugly. He was cruel. He said, and I got to see the privacy of his thoughts when he's reloading ammunition and he's taking a dagger and he's putting it into the face of some child non-white. I got to see into the private, even though that is fake, even though it's fiction, the subconscious mind doesn't know that it's fiction. So that's what they'll see when they see you. And are you the kind of person who's going to be reloading ammo and putting a dagger into the face of a picture of a little non-white child? If you are, you need help. But if you are not, then you don't want to evoke that imagery in the mind of the person that you're trying to bring over to going free. Thank you very much, Polygon. That was a brilliant actual question. Thank you. Let's see. Katie, super chatting again, $2. I missed this one earlier on YouTube. Thank you, my dear lady. Writing, what do you think of the new COPA laws? Well, I think it's going to just be something that the anti-whites are going to use to, I think the anti-whites at YouTube are fearful of the lawsuits that are going to be able to be brought forward in the future. And when it comes to this selective application of rules, indiscriminate banning, and all of this sort of thing. And so what they're trying to do with things like COPA laws are just, I guess, informing this. COPA laws is something that is, although perhaps that itself was something that was motivated for this purpose and for other purposes as well. But we could say, since we don't know, we can't look into the machinery of how it came about, we can say that the COPA laws are meant to, at least on the surface, to protect children. And that for that, we could say that's a great thing. But at the same time, anti-whites are developing new rules and policies, a structure, legal framework that they will be able to point to and say, this is why we got rid of this white positive content creator and that white positive content creator. And so that is why I'm seeing these sorts of things. Make no mistake, though, we will remain one way or another. Thank you very much for that question, Katie. Edgar Allen Pohl, super chatting $10 over here on Entropy. Thank you, my good sir. Jason, writing, Jason said many times that this community will grow rapidly in the coming future. Don't make Jason a liar. Exactly. Don't make me a liar. Let's make sure it grows rapidly. And it is. So that's so far, everything's turning out as planned, even with all the headwind by the anti-whites. Daniel, super chatting $5 over here on Entropy. Blessings to all. Blessings to you, my dear friend. Thank you for those $5 invested in the cause of white well-being. Let me see. I think I got the rest of these. We have Roy. A big thank you to Roy Danton over here on Entropy, super chatting $50, 50. Thank you, my good friend, a great participant and member of this community. Thank you, good sir. Honored to be serving with you and everyone else who's here. All hail to the clown whose false news provided me with this perfect opportunity of enjoying this excellent bottle of 2013 Grand Vin de Bordeaux. Viva la France, or Francais, I guess they say. Thank you so much, my dear friend. $50. Thank you for the good words. And the $50 to White Wellbeing, every penny of it will be used productively. That you know for sure when it comes to Jason Kerner. Imminent Rain, super chatting. $9.99 on YouTube. Did I read this earlier or not? No, I don't think so. Imminent Rain, thank you, my dear friend. Promethean Hails, he writes. Promethean Hails in return, good friend. Glad to hear you talking about Thanksgiving and feeling pressured to self-censor around family. This topic is very relevant. It is indeed, and that was a perfectly put comment, Luke, because that is exactly what we are not going to do anymore. No more self-censoring. The anti-whites will tell you, it's the holidays. Just stay quiet if you object to all the anti-whiteism that your family members say. Go to hell. Go straight to hell. The anti-white will say, no, let your children figure it out on their own. Go to hell. We're going to tell our children about you anti-whites. When we get to these family functions, we are definitely, if some aunt or uncle or grandparent or great-grandparent says something anti-white in front of our children or grandchildren or whatever it is that's present, we are going to contradict them in front of those children on purpose. So those children will learn, no, indeed, anti-whiteism is not the accepted norm. It is the accepted sickness of our society. And you, young man or young woman, are not going to suffer from it. I am not going to allow you to be hit by the shrapnel of this disease. I'm going to step in front of you with my body, even if that means that there's going to be a little bit of uncomfortable nature with friends or family at that meal. Who gives a damn? Grow up, especially if you're a man. Put up with it. You think she's going to glare a little bit. So what? So what if she glares a little bit? So what if her presses her lips so tightly together they turn white? You are going to stand in front of those children Even as I said a couple weeks ago, if it's their children, you're going to stand up for their children. Don't let, especially any of our young, get exposed to anti-whiteism without a healthy voice standing up for them and their future. You make sure you say, what kind of world are you going to pass to your children? Because look at the America that we've been given by our parents, or look at the UK, or look at the Germany. You're going to give them a place where they're going to be hunted down like animals, and then watch their children turn to their parents and with eyes, is that true? You will change everything in their lives by doing that. I want to hear stories after the holidays, ladies and gentlemen. Steve Ben Bob, did we get this earlier? Yes, I think so. Do you think Amazon's overplayed? Yep, their hand on the latest anti-white propaganda Prime video. I'll check that out as we play Phoenix Fire's video in just a bit. The great Mrs. Horse checking in with a $4.99 super chat. A wonderful woman, wife, mother, and participant in this community, writing happy Thanksgiving. A big happy Thanksgiving to you, my dear lady. I think this might be new. Katie, super chatting $5. How can we set free a woman whose husband is unlikely to ever go free? My sister is pregnant with twins. I want them to be free and her. I'm not exactly sure. Exactly. Oh, you want her to, the children and her to be free, I think is what you're saying, Katie. Okay. Here's the thing. Thank you for asking this question, Katie, and for the super chat to White Wellbeing. When you have a spouse, or a friend has a spouse, or a relative has a spouse that is never going to go free, they're anti-white. If you are that person, or you have an opportunity to advise and speak to that person, their sole objective is to focus on the children. This is a battle that they will win hands down so many times over with the children that there is no hope for the anti-white in that scenario. That parent goes to those children and says, you have a people. It is Western kind. You have a history. It is the history of Western kind, all Western kind. You have a future. You have a destiny. You are part of a community. There is nothing that the human animal longs for more, and no hole that's made bigger in the heart and soul of white children than anti-whiteism. So when that anti-white parent goes to the children and says, you have no people, but they do. You have no people, but your non-white friends here do. You shouldn't have a people, it's evil. But your non-white friends over here should, and we should celebrate it. They, your children, or your nieces or nephews, or the children of your friend, will turn quite readily, in all scenarios that I have seen this, to the parent who is offering the love, the future, a people, a home, a destiny. That is what human beings need and crave and want. The children will gladly turn away from that gaping hole. Now, if you go to the children with these antiquated methods of white positivity, if you go to them with all of these ugly old terminologies, if you go to them with non-white slurs, racial epithets, if you go to them with all of this old garbage, then you're going to look like what to them? What are you going to look like if you go to your children, or if you advise someone to go to their children, talking this way, acting this way? What will they look like to those children? They will look like the antagonist, the bad guy in the anti-white narrative. They will see the parent who is teaching self-hatred as the loving parent, because all they get out of the parent who cares, who is white positive, is angry words and angry thoughts about all these other groups. If this parent focuses frustration and anger on one particular racial group because of their power or the way they work together or whatever it is, those children are going to see hatred and anger and violence. They're going to see the antagonist in the anti-white narrative, which is the story of their lives being provided them by the universities, the schools, their all the way down to their preschools, their kindergartens, their primary schools, their television, their movies. That wretched movie that just came out this weekend, poisoning millions of our little children, probably opened worldwide, probably scores of millions poisoned in a single weekend. Frozen. You go to those children, and when the anti-white parent preaches anti-whiteism, you preach going free, you use the dialectics and lexicon of going free on your children, or you advise your friend to use this lexicon and dialectics on the children, and that parent will win hands down every single time. And the anti-white parent will come to realize that they are losing, and they will get frustrated. And you say you're the parent of the children who is a good person, you're going free, you're serving white well-being, you are the noble one, you are the heroic one, you're the moral one. And you say, these are anti-white views. And they say, well, why does dad, in this particular case Katie's talking about, or why does mom think this, that, or the other thing? Well, your dad, your mom is sick. Dad or mom is suffering from white noir. They have these things called mean pathogens. They're sick with these ideas. Now, depending on the age of the children, you can couch it different ways. But ultimately, you say that view that your father or that view that your mother has is anti-white. It's harmful to us. And we love ourselves. We love our people. And in fact, this year, we're going to celebrate this Norwegian tradition on this day. And next year, we'll celebrate some German tradition and get the children involved in all these little customs and fun things and fun dress. And from all of the different backgrounds, we can embrace all of it. There's something there that will put a smile after smile after smile on every child's face. And regrettably, but in some cases, it's the only way, the anti-white parent might become so frustrated over this that either they break and they decide to start going free, or there has to be an end to the marriage. And just as if you are married to someone who is a drug abuser and harming the children, or an alcoholic and harming the children, or any of these other things that harm the children, then in some cases, it's last resort. We want the parent that has been with the child since birth to remain with the children or child. But if it gets so bad that more harm is being done than an actual divorce, which is very harmful, then you have to go that route. It is far worse to poison their minds than it is to poison their environment with a drunk parent stumbling around the house or yelling, or even the physical abuse, or even general verbal abuse. Telling a child that he or she is a loser while a parent is drunk is extraordinarily damaging. But telling the child when the parent is stone sober that he or she has no people, that he or she should feel guilty for all of these imagined crimes, is far worse. So it pains my heart to have to say that in some cases, like we were talking about earlier, you have to shed skin. Sometimes you have to get rid of destructive people, because that is the only path to being healthy. So thank you so much for that question, Katie, and for helping us address something. Now, I am going to get to these questions that are on entropy. I see we have 12 people over on entropy. Folks, don't miss a chance to get on entropy and have an opportunity at posing questions over there, if nothing else. I'm going to get another drink. I'm just now trying to come out of this, all of the talking, the lack of sleep, all of the work has made it quite difficult to recover. And I'm just now starting to get a little better from the razor blades that were in my throat. So we're trying to stay ahead of the game. All right. Let's see. Over on Cash App, we have Slots is back again. Let's see. Actually, we have a few. God bless you all. Zero Talon in on Cash App with a super chat of $5. Thank you, my dear friend. Writing, let's go free. Some extra power. Thank you so much, brother. More power points. For those of us fighting on the front lines, I thank you. It's like you're passing up clips, or magazines is the proper, but you're passing up the magazines full of love cartridges that we can fire off into the environment, and people can be filled with our love. Susan, super chatting over here on Cash App, $50. Thank you so much, my dear lady. Let me see. Just writing for donation. Saying a lot with those $50, especially after we were just talking about children in marriages, children at these family get-togethers. One of these days, I will tell you all about times that I have gotten between a parent and their own children, metaphorically, who I didn't know. I've done this a couple times. I will tell you all, I've had a couple of funny stories at antique places, at gun show, even. I'll tell you about the times. Don't miss an opportunity to protect white children, even if you have no idea who they are. That is the most moral and honorable thing you can do. And if you get an opportunity to do it, I want you to come back and share it with us here. I want you to share that testimony on a subway train, in an airplane, wherever you hear anti-whiteism being inflicted on a white child. Make sure doesn't have to be a lot of, don't start lecturing somebody else's children, just a point, and just say it with dignity and class so that the child will say, there was a well put together adult who had an opinion radically different from this opinion that hurts me. Make sure you do that. Don't lecture them and all, because that will scare them. The last thing you want to do is scare a child. And in most cases, what you're doing anyhow is you're speaking to the child, but at the parent, to the child, but at the adult. Does that, just do it like that, and that's how you'll have your biggest success with them. Okay, thank you so much, Susan. I think is that your first super chat over here in Cash App? If it is, a big salute to you. Slots back again, $5. Thank you, my good friend, and a great participant, always here, writing, being anti-white is not subvertible. Thank you so much, Slots, $5. Exactly. Very well put. And thank you for being here. And Zero Talon back again, $2 more. Writing, you got the music audio white. I did indeed. Thank you so much for that. Very witty of you. We have brilliant people over here. Well written, Zero Talon. All right, let's see what else we have going on. And I'm going to get pretty angry here. I'm going to try to keep it in check, though, because I don't want to lose what little of my voice I have. So let's see how I find. Oh, I think it's here. And we will speak to your super chats over on D Live here in just a moment. It's loading up. We're going to need some more machines, ladies and gentlemen, to be able to keep this running smoothly as possible. I see Jay Easom is here over on Gardening with NWG. Good to see you. Okay, NK, if you are here in any of the chats, let us know on Twitter. And this is at _NK_. I think that's the totality of the YouTube name. And or not YouTube, Twitter. And here it is. Okay. It disappeared, as of course should just be expected. And this is a video of this hirsute. No, I'm not gonna say hirsute. This hispid non-white male. Now I don't know anything about him. He might be a wonderful person. I'm sure he is. He's probably has degrees in several engineering and neurological surgical fields, because we know how superior these people are to us. So thankfully he has gone to Germany, and it's such a wonderful thing for our people in Germany that this triple doctorate in engineering and neurological surgery has shown up, even though he is a hispid. And that's a bit unusual. If you all don't know what that means, I started off saying hirsute as I saw him. And of course, that just means very hairy, very hairy. But the hair looks very wiry, and hispid is more accurate, because hispid means more like a porcupine or a bush that cuts you. When, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, remember, or please remind me to get a sprig of holly to have with me for the remaining shows this week, because I have a beautiful holly tree in the yard, and it is absolutely filled with berries, stunning. So I want to have some with me here in the office for the next time we are together. But this individual, this hispid individual, says here, and I wish I could. I would play it, but regrettably, I'm not. I don't know. Let me see if I just do this. Maybe you'll pick up the audio if I do this.
Because her grandfather was a Nazi.
Okay.
In my first date in Germany, she told me she pushed herself to have more boyfriends of color because her grandfather was a Nazi. In my first.
Okay, I wonder if I can show you this. Looks like I can. It'd be worthwhile to just to show you so you can see what I am seeing. And I think this is it. All right, can you all see that? Is everybody seeing that? Do I have to move it? Maybe move it like this. Okay, you can hear firsthand what hispid, our hispid friend says here.
In my first date in Germany, she told me she pushed herself to have more boyfriends of color because her grandfather was a Nazi. In my first date in Germany, she told me she pushed
Let that
herself
sink
to
in.
have more boyfriends of color because her grandfather was a Nazi. In my first date in Germany, she told me she pushed herself to have more boyfriends of color because her grandfather was a Nazi. In my first date in Germany, she told me she pushed herself to have more boyfriends of color because her grandfather was a Nazi.
Aren't they living the good life? These border crossers. We are incessantly told about how we are on top of the hill, how we benefit endlessly from being white, when all there is in reality are laws and rules and norms and all of this informed by an anti-white morality that applies laws and fails to apply laws that would protect us, or in one case where they're not applied, and harm us in a case where they are applied. All of that informed by an anti-white morality, so that all of these other groups actually have the benefit of the day, are actually doing better than we are getting hired, are getting into the universities, are getting the promotions, are getting all of this that we are not getting based on our race and our race alone. And this taking place all over our Western civilization. And not only that, but what I have said time and again, they are getting our white women and even our white men on their backs. Ladies and gentlemen, this sickens me. This absolutely sickens the shit out of me. On my first date in Germany, she told me she pushed herself to have more boyfriends of color because her grandfather was a Nazi. Well, unless he's dating a senior citizen, her grandfather wasn't a Nazi, first of all. And I doubt it's a senior citizen. But what you have here is what I have said again and again and again and again, that our people are infected. These white little girls, like the one we talked about earlier and on other streams, and we had Minotaur of Rebellion absolutely immortalized in that video, that say, do I have to be white my whole life? Do I have to be a member of this hated group of people? Do I have to continue to feel guilty for what and who I actually am and what I cannot escape, the essence of my being? I know there's a way I can escape this, mommy. I know there's a way that I don't have to be I don't have to be hated anymore. I don't have to be the bad guy in the story anymore. I will escape being white by taking these other people, these other races as mates. And to all of you pieces of filth out there in the white positive sphere who have said to me, in the white positive sphere and outside of it, and this is why I tweeted back what I tweeted back. For all of you out there who have said time and again, arguing with me, saying, no, it's not that. No, the reason why our women, and it's mostly when they want to criticize our women. I notice they are silent when it comes to white males taking non-white mates, demonstrating a big lack of character there, folks. But when it comes to our women taking non-white mates, and that truly, by the way, is something that is just, and what is it? What is it? What do you call it? Do you know what to call it? It's called white erasure. It is biological white erasure. The one white erasure that we cannot fix. That's what it is. When you see it promoted on a commercial, you say there's more white erasure. When you see it walking down an aisle, you say there's white erasure. There's the anti-whites promoting white erasure again in that movie. There are the anti-whites again promoting white erasure in another magazine ad. But what have all of these imbeciles, these absolute muppets out there been saying to me, arguing with me, having the gall to say in their absolute ignorance that I was wrong, saying things like, no, Jason, what they really want is they want these non-white males because of their smell. Have you heard that, ladies and gentlemen? I have heard that ignorant ass argument again and again. No, Jason. Here's the other big argument. The reason they want to be with those non-white males is because they want to be abused. That's why our white women they want to be mistreated. No, God damn it, you dumbasses. They are doing everything they can to get away, to flee from what they are. Are you going to allow our children to suffer that way? Don't you see what this is? This hispid, wonderful person who's taking advantage of a white woman, throwing herself on her back and throwing her legs wide open to him, is taking advantage of the psychological warfare that has been inflicted on her. The lifetime of misery that she would carve herself out of her flesh if she could. That is what is happening. It's not because she wants to be abused. It's not because she likes his smell. If I hear one more guy say that, I might grab your ass by your lapels. It is because they have been victimized. It is because they have been made to hate themselves from when they were little girls. And because cowards like you at family functions coming up didn't stand up in front of those little girls and in front of those little boys and say, no, you're not going to inflict misery on them. Not while I'm present. That's why. God damn it, you give the little girl that's listening right now, who would in the future be on her back for this hispid interloper. You give her a reason to love herself, and she will choose one of our great heroes, a man of our race, a real man, not like the cowards that couldn't stand up before, because the women present might give them a stern look, or their father-in-law might look down at them for their view, or a stranger might think ill of them. You think you're a man because you post a meme of a guy holding a sword, or you go out into public and you're going to put on a helmet because you know some anti-white is going to bring a hammer down on top of your head. That's not being a hero. Being a man today is standing up for that little girl and that little boy when some prig garbage anti-white is going to infect their minds. And this goes true for the women too. You want to be a woman of the West? Then you better throw that skirt in front of those children. You better take that arm like you would in that car where you have to slam on the brakes. And you put that arm out even though they're wearing seatbelts, even though they're in the back seat. And you sweep those little beauties behind you. You want to be a man. I don't want to. You want to be a man. You want to be a man of the West. I don't want to see another goddamn meme of some sun wheel in the background of some cartoon character holding a spear. That's not being a man. I want to hear your stories about how you stood up to cousin thus and such. And you said, don't poison your children, you idiot. That's what I want to see. And then you can put that damn meme out there. Not with that wheel, though, because you know what everybody's going to see when they see that damn sun wheel. You put that in a place of reverence. They're only going to see some other hated symbol. That's what I want to see. This disgusts me. How many times, you know what I see when I hear this wonderful engineer, 3-time doctorate, probably smells of the most wonderful places of whence he came. What I see is a woman who, in the quietude of her thoughts, night after night, day after day, who knows how many times, she thought how awful of my people and therefore me. How wretched of my people and therefore me. How evil of my people and therefore me. How can I make amends to all of these masses, all of these hispid masses of the world? How many times can I throw my legs open? That's what I see. And you better see it too if we're going to have a future. Sickening. I want to read this article by this wretched Bret Stephens. We're going to get to that next. It's going to tell us a lot about anti-whites in this country. And I'll see what you all have to say. If I start losing my voice, I'll just whisper into the microphone. I cannot take, last week I was saying this, I'm getting sick of being kind to people who are just dogmatically stupid. Do not write these credos. And that, if you don't know, it's just creed, it's just dogma. If you don't know, I apologize if you don't know these words. If I say a word you don't know, just say so in the live chat and we'll get to it and I'll clarify. But I am not going to put up with people using these antiquated, dumbass methods that have done nothing but fail. And you are not going to put up with them either. This is tough love, Shakespearean style, God damn it. LG sharing a bunch of hearts. Thank you so much. Ryan Manley with applause. Thank you. Rachel with hearts. Thank you. Zendroff applause and hearts. Thank you. Mrs. Horst writing yes, exclamation points. Mad says, bro, honored father, you made me go from nice positive thinking to do some minor thing to making me want to go to verbal and other nonviolent warfare. And he writes, NSA, I said nonviolent. Exactly. Precisely. You're going to stand up for these children. You'll see, you're going to see plenty of times. You're going to see in the videos, in the movies, in the TV shows, in the books you read, in the magazine stories, everything, whether it's openly said to be fiction or said to be nonfiction or said the story is true or said to be true or based on a true story or whatever, you're going to see endless scenarios in your life about the most innocent of all innocent, as far as a person can be made innocent in a portrayal of non-white people being victimized and in their innocent little thoughts, in their private silence of their thoughts, thinking, why me? Why do I have to suffer? If the only place you're going to hear about our white babies is from No White Guilt, then I am going to shout it from the rooftops until you and everybody else gets it. And you are going to shout with me. And we will be the people who will pass through the needle's eye. A person of European descent. Our women are having their empathy weaponized against them. They need our protection, not condemnation. Their maternal instincts are being exploited. Damn right they are. Very well written. This is sick. This sucks. I almost can't. This tweet, thank you for finding that information and sharing that, proving exactly what I say. And how many times have we even heard on an episode, I'm not going to name the person, but we have had, actually more than one episode, where people have started off by saying, well, it wasn't because I disliked our own people or thought we didn't have a people that I started or that I tried dating non-white people. And then when we talked about it more, we find out that they didn't think we had a culture. They didn't like our people. They thought we were guilty of all of these crimes. And so therefore they are guilty of the crimes. They feel like they are responsible, like they have to make amends, like they have to ameliorate the pain of people who weren't victimized. And so, yes, of course, I was right about that no, they went out and they got, again, saying that people of different races can fall in love without these factors, but white people are not given an opportunity to have that happen to them today. They are told how evil they are. And so we can say positively that in almost every case, they are going out and dating non-whites, marrying non-whites, reproducing with non-whites to make amends for what they believe is their personal evil as being a member of an evil people. That's what's happening in the world. JT saying precisely. Cindy left the stream, Eternalism says, because I curse. I apologize for that. Sometimes that happens with adults. I definitely am not saying what I would say if I were just among men. Know that. If I were just among men, the verbiage would be far sterner. And I think the males here that are also men know exactly how I would be speaking to them. Precisely hit the nail right on the head. Exactly. Jason, exactly. Jason is lit now. I'm glad you all are on the same train of thought. Hail as well. Go wild, Jason. Our people are suffering in Germany. Yes, they are. This is so sad. It is indeed disgusting. Yes, it is. Incompetence is sadly spreading among our kind. I asked my cousin to make me tea. It tasted like boiled grass. And it's showing itself all the way down to the level of not being able to make a cup of tea. LG says, you did great tonight. Ahmad says, more cussing. Red Ryan says, what if somebody says, don't speak to my son, or they'll call the cops? You speak to the neighbor in front of their son. That's what you do. And if they have ultimate, obviously, ownership over that child, so if they say you stay away from my child, then you stay away from that child, and you comport yourself with the utmost dignity. So that child will remember for all of his or her life that moment when you stood up for their safety and their well-being. And when they see you always cut your grass, your car is always clean, you always take care of your home, you are happy and you say hello to the other neighbors, you are a good person. And then when you see them and they see you out, you can give a nod, give a grin, give a smile, and then you just go about your business. That child will remember, will grow into a young man or young woman. And if they hear elsewhere, they will remember you as the one who had the sane words in an insane world. I've heard more than once from people who said that they had anti-white parents and they heard other adults say white positive things, and they went the rest of their life wondering what the hell is wrong with mom and dad. You be the right kind of person. Jay Esom writing over here, thank you. The Leftover says, I have plenty of ancient symbols on clothing that was up until current year, totally innocuous. Right, exactly. All of those things have now been taken from us. And we should not, because of being hidebound, allow the anti-whites to defeat us. You have to be protean if we're going to win. We have to be able to be like water, like a vapor at times, like a liquid at times, like sheets of ice coming down from the poles, pushing whole mountains out of their way, glaciers at times. That is how we win. That is how we recapture our destiny. We are not going to do it by saying, no, I don't care if they have demonized my special interwoven, whatever it is. I'm still going to put it out there, even if it means evil to everybody who sees it. Don't be dumb. We are not dumb in going free. All right. Polygon says, well said. Let's make sure we're getting to everything we're going to get to here today. We're going to read this article by this flippant Muppet bastard, Bret Stephens. And I'm going to have some words, I think, that you all, because I'm going to be talking about a specific group of people. I don't think I said Droffin. I don't think I said that word anywhere. If I did, I completely am oblivious to it. Brand Danger says, we will move forward as one. Brilliantly written. All right, let's get to this Muppet bastard. And I'm going to be talking about a group of people that I normally don't talk about. Let's see over here. Well, why is this? Now, I should be seeing all of the super chats or donations, whatever they're called, over here on D Live, but it's not showing me any of them on the activity feed. All I see there is one ice cream, and I am grateful for those 10 cents. I see over here, I see the great Roy Danton, with a Ninjet, which is the equivalent of $100 in the Lino cryptocurrency. So let's get a round of applause for Roy Danton, ladies and gentlemen, writing amazing show tonight and great points about leaving the old narrative behind. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to you, my dear sir. Thank you very much for that investment over here in this cryptocurrency, the Leno cryptocurrency. Big round of applause for you, Roy Danton. If I could ask Ray or Heidi, do you all know who donated these other items? Can you see them? Because on my end, I am only, is it populating? At the moment, it's showing me activity feed that is, I'm guessing I should see the whole stream of activity, but I'm not. I want to make sure we don't miss anybody, but we'll come back to that. We got to keep moving. Let's get on to Brett Stevens. Brett Stevens. And, I know what I got to do. I have to come over here because, of course, the New York Times does everything it can to keep us from reading their articles unless you pay for them. And we want them to go out of business as soon as possible. New York Times. Brett Stevens writes over on the New York Times, Slimes, the New York Slimes. It's trite. But one thing Trump gets right. Now, Brett Stevens is, I don't know who this bastard is, but he is seriously anti-white. He is seriously anti-white. What is the problem with Brett Stevens? The problem with Brett Stevens is that he is anti-white. It's not that he belongs to a group of people who call themselves Jews. The problem with Brett Stevens is that he is anti-white. We are at the center of our story. Brett Stevens has declared himself anti-white. We are merely acknowledging that Brett Stevens has declared himself anti-white. What is interesting about Brett Stevens when it comes to just educational purposes is that Brett Stevens does not practice Judaism. Brett Stevens considers himself a secular Jewish person. Secular Jewish person. This may or may not be true, of course, according whatever the anti-whites at YouTube say is the truth is, of course, the truth. But from his information that he has provided, he considers himself, it reads here, a secular Jewish person. He does not practice the religion of Judaism. He has declared himself an anti-white. And it is patently obvious that he has by what he has written. I'm sure you all have heard about this recently in the New York Times. It says Israel's settlements are not the principal obstacle to peace with the Palestinians. Let's see. I want to get to the top of this. Okay. I'm not going to read through this entire article, but what I will read here, it says a couple things. There's one sentence that is the most important and that we need to discuss, especially relative to a deduction made by another individual in the white positive sphere who has gotten it wrong. In this week's Mideast news, the Iranian regime has reportedly killed more people to suppress another wave of nationwide demonstrations, whatever. Islamic State is taking advantage of whatever. More excuses is what he's giving you. Let's see. Then he goes on. He tries to make a snarky little quip, Ariana Grande. He types like a perfectly anti-white little talentless typist loser. Word choices are bad as far as I'm concerned. Just so telling of an anti-white, the way this guy writes. I'm looking right now. You can see all of the Islamic State taking advantage of Turkey's invasion. These are all the pretextual arguments employed by anti-whites, particularly who want to put the interests of another group ahead of the interests of Western kind in our countries. In other words, the well-being of another group ahead of the well-being of Western kind in our countries. And they successfully are able to do this. I rarely have anything positive to say about Donald Trump's foreign policy, and his overall approach to the Middle East is damaging and potentially disastrous for the United States and Israel alike. America cannot turn its back on the region, as Trump would like to do, and imagine the Middle East will return the favor. America cannot turn its back on the region, as Trump would like to do. Of course, that's not what's happening. Trump has endlessly, he's the first Israeli president of the United States, President Blacks Built America Trump. So what this guy is actually saying, Stevens, this anti-white bastard, is that Trump is not anti-white enough. You get it, ladies and gentlemen? Do you see how it fits into our story? Do you see how it's pinned into our book? Trump is not anti-white enough, according to anti-white Stevens. How much more can Trump do? How many important buildings has he moved in Israel? How many settlements has he recognized in Israel? How much more aid is going to Israel? Isn't he anti-white enough? No, not according to this anti-white. So according to anti-whites like Stevens, Trump is essentially a heretic because he's not anti-white enough. Trump's position would have been anti-white enough years ago. Not anymore. He goes on to say, and this is an interesting statement, by the way. His overall approach to the Middle East is damaging and potentially dangerous. Trump cannot turn his back and imagine the Middle East will return the favor. So it's kind of what this guy is doing in the way that anti-whites are wont to do. I mean, we had a letter that was written to what is he called? The president in Sweden. One of these countries received a letter from, the ADL, and read the letter. And it's filled with these mafioso type statements. Like, we wouldn't want your tourism to suddenly sag. And we know how important tourism from the United States is in your country. And if you continue XYZ, we have a lot of influence over American tourism and where people end up going, and places that are suggested, and places that are suggested that you go otherwise because they're problematic or what have you. So all this mafioso, and we see this again, the mafia talk. You got a nice little business here. Don't want to see it go up in flames. So how will the Middle East, the anti-whites in the Middle East, return the favor of not putting these other groups ahead of Western kind? Will it be that they will facilitate terrorism? Will it be that they will, who knows, assassinate? Or who knows? There's clearly some sort of threat here. And Israel will not be safe. And here it is right here, the sentence, ladies and gentlemen. Israel will not be safe in an America First world. Israel will not be safe in an America First world. What more do you need to read from this filthy anti-white bastard? He has just told you something very important about him and what it means to be an anti-white. What it means to be a moral anti-white is that for this anti-white, this particular, now remember, anti-whiteism is a constellation of demonic groups, of individuals out of demonic groups who have chosen to be anti-white. The groups themselves, there can be participants in service to white well-being. But those individuals who decide for themselves that they are going to be anti-white and they're going to put their particular group ahead of the well-being of our people in a way that inflicts harm on us, makes them anti-whites in our story. We just acknowledge that they make themselves anti-white. Now, the particular group that this individual belongs to, he wants to put that group ahead of us, and he has said so. I am doing this to you. We, those who feel like me, want to put our well-being ahead of yours. And we are effectively doing that. He's blatantly and openly saying that in the newspaper, the New York Times. Now, what we had from another commentator was that the argument in response to this should be that to Stevens, and this is something that you can bring up at Thanksgiving or your other holidays or observances that are coming up across the West, and that is this Bret Stephens article, and talk about how anti-white he is, how he actually said in the article, Israel will not be safe in an America first world. In other words, America has to put Israel first for Israel to be safe. That means Western kind. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that same argument is being made by anti-whites, just like Bret Stephens, in other Western countries. So Israel is not going to be safe in Germany if you don't put Israel first. Israel's not going to be safe if you're in the UK if you don't put Israel first. So what it means is, in all of these places, Israel is not going to be safe if we don't put the well-being of Israelis ahead of the well-being of Westmen across all of Western civilization. That is so revelatory and powerful that there will be few people who aren't absolutely surfeited with anti-whiteism and white noir that won't lend an ear to what this bastard is saying. So the argument made by another person in the white positive sphere was this. It was cut out and sent to me. Take a look at this argument that this individual made. The argument was that no, we should put America first instead of Western kind first. We should put America first because Israel has so much weaponry, because Israel has nukes that, this may or may not be true, that have widely been claimed by an Israeli who came forward and said, hey, the country, this may or may not be true. People can look this up for themselves. Radiological, biological, chemical, etc. They certainly have, that is on record, but I will still say may or may not be true, that the United States gives massive sums of money to Israel, that the United States gives massive sum of weaponry to Israel. The absolute cutting edge, state of the art may or may not be true, even though you see the American jets and the American tanks and the American, it still may or may not be true. It may all be a lie. It may all just be a mirage out there in the desert for you. I mean, in the past, you even see mirages flying with Israeli flags on the side, but those jets, they didn't come from Israel, but that may or may not be true. Just going into a little bit of aeronautical history there. But all of the intelligence, military intelligence, etc., that has been given from the United States to Israel, which may or may not be true that happened. But this individual says America should come first, and because Israel is so strong that Israel can defend, and also said in the take, she can defend her. No, never refer to a victimizing state as a she, for Christ's sake, first off. And B, let's get into the actual meat of it. The actual meat of it is, this is a dumbass argument to use with your friends, family, and strangers. You absolutely do not want to get into a conversation about the security of Israelis. You don't want to get into a discussion about how safe Israelis are. You don't want to be talking about whether or not Israel has enough armaments to defend itself because the subject matter needs to be how we are being victimized, Westman, by this anti-white bastard. That's what the argument needs to be about. Not the security of Israelis and how strong they are, how well they can defend themselves against these nations around them. Anybody that you conversate with is going to say, look at the size of Iran. Look at all of the weapons Iran has. What about Egypt? What if Jordan flips? What if this? What if that? What if this? What about all of these other groups? Israel is such a tiny little country. And all you'll end up doing is debating whether or not Israelis are safe. You know what the subject matter is? Here's the subject matter. Bret Stephens is a goddamn traitor to the country in which he was born, the citizen of a country to which he is supposed to pledge his allegiance and put first. And by being a traitor to this nation, putting another nation ahead of our nation, of which he's probably, but I don't know, somebody could look this up, whether or not this dirtbag is a dual citizen. But he's probably a dual citizen. And by doing this, by being a traitor to the United States, given a platform on the New York Times, a newspaper that is still considered, too much to my chagrin, given any legitimacy whatsoever, is still considered to have dignity for far too many of our people. He is saying with that megahorn that we should put Western kind in the United States, a country of our making, should put the welfare of another people ahead of ours, to our detriment. Then you get into the discussion with your interlocutor about how it hurts us. Do you see the difference? Do you see the intelligence in this approach? And then if you want to talk about, depending on where that person is in that conversation, you can say this, or maybe I will just say this. Bret Stephens is doing nothing to disabuse the population of the canard that people of his ilk put their kind ahead of the countries they live in. I mean, for Christ's sake, how many times do we have to hear the Bret Stephens of the world saying, Israel will not be safe in an America first, in a Germany first, in a UK first, in a France first, in a Sweden first, in an Italy first, in an Australia first world, in a Western kind first world? Well, you know what, Bret Stephens? Good. Because we are going to put ourselves first. We are going to put our well-being first. And we know exactly what you are doing by having us step to the back of the line and putting the welfare of your people first. So that is what we are going to talk about with our friends and family this Thanksgiving. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk about how folks like you, anti-whites like you, are putting your groups like La Raza, groups like the NAACP, groups like all of these other non-white groups out there that are working to the detriment of Western kind for the betterment of their groups, are victimizing us in the nations invented by our people, envisioned by our people, built by our people, with our blood, our sweat, our tears, our sacrifices. That is what we are going to get to talk about. Not America, about us. And that is what I have to say about the talentless typist, Bret Stephens, putting his people in the form of Israel ahead of our people in the country that gives him the freedom to write that garbage, in the country that is going to allow him to be a traitor. Do you think the New York Times would let me write a piece which would be better written than this trash that this guy puts together? Do you think the New York Times would let me write a piece and publish it in their newspaper that says we should put Western kind ahead of Israel? We should put Western kind's welfare, who after all envisioned, invented, built, created the United States. We should put the welfare of that people ahead of the welfare of the citizens of another country. Do you think they would let me do that? I mean, maybe if I were talking about Poland, maybe if I were talking about Russia, if I were talking about other white countries that are not exactly darlings of the anti-whites, but definitely not about Israelis. How many times do they have to turn the spotlights on themselves? Make that conversation about our suffering caused by the likes of anti-whites like Brett Stevens, putting their groups, their non-white, anti-white selves, and their totality of their groups, non-white groups, which will undoubtedly contain members that are not anti-white and members that some of whom are even would like to serve white well-being or will do so in the future, but nonetheless putting the welfare of their non-white groups ahead of the welfare of our groups, in fact, to the detriment of ourselves, of Western kind, and therefore me and you as individuals. What good does it do Western kind to incur the wrath of 1 billion Muslims and then invite them into our countries, forced to invite them into our countries? What good does it do the welfare of our people? And what good does it do for our spirits, for our souls, for our morality? For even if there is no such thing as spirit, we strive to be something more than an animal. What does it do to undermine that endeavor to be something more than a mere animal in the wilds of the jungle, cutting each other's throats every opportunity that we get? What good does it do? And how much does it undermine that endeavor when we serve the hegemonic desires of the Israelis and murder endless citizens of other countries, of neighbor countries? What good does it do to pay off neighbor countries with dollars that could be spent here at home on our poor, on our starving white babies, on cures for diseases, on improvements in technology, on repairing our failing infrastructure, paying off countries like Egypt so they'll put up with Israel? That's not even to mention all the money that is just stolen from us at bayonet point, at rifle point, and given to this country. Let's talk about our well-being. Let's not talk about whether or not the Israelis have enough military might to protect themselves and make themselves safe. Shall we? All right, let's see what you all are saying. Chris Jones, super chatting £2. Too many others. How do we fix without violence? Too many others. How do we fix without violence? Well, this is how we do it. You spread this curative contagion. We put our shoulder into changing this context. I know it's hard to envision right now how that happens. Put your shoulder into changing this context, because the new context will give us opportunities that we cannot foresee and we will take advantage of. Get your shoulder into it now, and we'll make it happen. Thank you very much for that kind super chat and that question, brother. Okay, I'm going to go up and see if I can. JT Smith says exactly. Sue82 says New York Times is propaganda. 100% right. No, they would not let you post a white positive article. Exactly. A lot of agreement. As I scroll up through here, I'm seeing everybody's getting it. Ryan says, Brett Stevens used to work for the Jerusalem Post. What a surprise. What a coincidence. Ha. Pork Chop says, what are you going to name your new channel? Yeah, when the hammer comes down. Well, since we don't like Donald Trump, maybe they'll let us stay around. Justin Lee says, God bless you. You're on a roll. Red Riot. Stevens is only the product of his biospirit. Don't blame a snake for biting you. I think that comes from the poem that Donald Trump read about the woman who takes the poisonous snake home. Fernald says, you're on point as usual. Thank you for breaking this down in a way that can be used anywhere. Precisely, ladies and gentlemen. You could be in some little part of Sicily this coming holiday season and have some little town in Sicily and have some little holiday that nobody outside of that town knows. And you'll be able to take this information about Brett Stevens, what I just shared with you, and you'll be able to use it at your family get together. When they're pouring the olive oil on whatever is delicious meal they're pouring it on, you'll be able to say, let's talk about Brett Stevens and how he's harming Western kind, how we get harmed here in Italy. All right. Yeah, I think the big difference now when it comes to, anti-whites, there's no difference. If you trouble anti-whiteism, you immediately are in the category of the antagonist. They mean to destroy you. They're going to slander you with anti-white slurs. You can be Jesse Lee Peterson and you say something positive and you get slandered with the same anti-white slurs that I will be slandered with. It doesn't matter. You can go a little bit beyond and not be anti-white, or you can go all the way and serve white well-being. And to an anti-white, it's the same thing. We had a guy who, in fact, we'll talk about that in a second. We'll read these positive comments. I think what we'll do right now is we'll watch Phoenix Fire's video, which is absolutely fantastic. When we come back, I only have a couple positive comments I'm going to read, and we'll be wrapping it up. We'll talk about the Ukraine and Holodomor, something else you can talk about with friends and family these coming holidays. And it's very important, this information. So we'll come back. We'll talk about that. And we'll try to get together, try to find out some more of these super chats that I've missed. But this video by Phoenix Fire is absolutely scintillating, very emotional, really tugging on the heartstrings, poignant. And so I want you all to watch this if you have not seen it. If you have seen it, it's worth watching again. You could take the opportunity also to grab yourself a drink. We got just a little bit more time. We're going to be wrapping up tonight. I'd like to get as many of your questions or comments as possible before the end. But we do want to watch Phoenix Fire's video, which we are going to play right now. Why are there white shooters, or could be white shooters? All right. There are millions of whites, particularly white men, who are suffering, and they're silenced, and they are furious right now. Anti-white society inflicts endless misery on whites, particularly white males. Whites are marginalized, particularly white males, demonized, disempowered, and silenced. Millions of people marginalized, demonized, disempowered, and silenced. Every avenue to address the harm inflicted on them is denied by way of deplatforming,
criminalizing, but also by way of trivializing and mocking their suffering. They're given no reprieve, and the attack is endless on their lives. It is endless. It is relentless. Many of them, as a result, feel that there is no reason to live. You remember the Sky King. He said that he would never be made a pilot because he's a white guy. Millions of white males, unable to find a wife who will respect them, unable to get a job that they deserve, unable to get into the school that they've worked to get into, unable to get the promotion that they work for, given no dignity, and forced to pretend that the reverse is true. Think of the psychological damage that does to a person. You are discriminated against. You are persecuted. It is written in law. It is written in the law of counties, states, the federal government, that persecution is legal of you and your community. It is written in the codes. It is celebrated at companies. It is celebrated at universities that you are discriminated against. It is celebrated in the media empires that you are discriminated against. And yet you have to pretend that the reverse is true, that you are the one with privilege, that you are the one who has all of the advantages, that you are the one who needs to surrender more. You need to give up more of your culture. You need to suffer more pain because everything is good for you in this world. You have to pretend that, because if you don't pretend that, you are more evil than you were when we started this conversation. You are worse than when we started the conversation. What does that do to the psychology of an individual? That could make anybody go mad. That could make anyone go insane. To see the reality, the cognitive dissonance of the reality, that it is law of the land and code of the company and the university that you can be discriminated against, and that it is celebrated in our media that that discrimination is a positive thing, and yet you have to pretend that the reverse is true. You have to pretend that it is all of the non-whites who are receiving the special privileges and the preferential treatment in every sphere of life. You have to pretend that they are the ones that are suffering because of you, and that you have to give up more because of that. What do you think that does to a person's mental state? What about a person who's already not well? What do you think that's going to do to them? Well, what it does is that whites, particularly white males, end up turning inward on themselves, and most of them commit suicide. The fastest growing rate of suicide is white males. No one is asking these questions. What could drive somebody like the shooter in New Zealand or anywhere else to do that, to commit such an atrocity? Well, it's all of what I just said, plus the fact that every single avenue to redress this harm is cut off for you. There is no media avenue for you to share the hurt that you're suffering, the pain that you're experiencing. There is no political avenue for you to enact any change or for you to work for change that will better your situation. When you get online, when you try to do the things that we're doing, when you try to spread this message, when you try to talk about the suffering that's happening for our people, that our people are experiencing, the discrimination and the persecution, the anti-whites cut off your means of funding those efforts. They cut off your efforts of getting that message out to the masses to effectuate change. So they put you in this position where you are persecuted, where you have to pretend that the reverse is true, and that your group is actually riding high, and that everyone else is suffering. And that even though you're the one who's being persecuted, even though you live in a house that's smaller and that you're renting than your parents and then your grandparents owned, and that you have a car that's cheaper and more run down, and that the non-whites who are receiving the special privileges and preferential treatments at your universities, at your work, that they have the nicer cars now, that they live in the bigger houses now. You have to pretend that they're the persecuted ones. At the same time, while you're suffering that, you are mocked and your suffering trivialized when you try to express it. You are deplatformed. Your attempts at rectifying the situation are criminalized. Your speech is criminalized. Your right to self-defense is criminalized. You isolate these people. That's what the anti-whites do. They isolate us into smaller and smaller groups where we are terrified to share our socio-political views because of the persecution that is real, despite what we have to pretend otherwise. So you cut off every means. This is what the anti-whites have done. They have cut off every single means to redress the harm that is inflicted on us. And then they mock us and they deplatform us and they cut off the funding every time we make an effort, anywhere we go. It is an endless cat and mouse game. And then they're going to be surprised that someone snaps. God help us that there hasn't been 1,000 more that have already snapped. God help us that next month doesn't see 1,000 more after that. How peaceful of a people have we demonstrated ourselves to be? What other people would sit so placidly, would endure so much as to have their voices ripped out of their necks and not go wild on society? Instead, they sit in their homes, our white brothers and sisters, using more and more drugs, inflicting injuries on themselves rather than on society. No, if anything, we should be talking about how noble of a people we are, how virtuous we are, that even as lost as our people see themselves, even though every avenue to redress all of these hurts has been cut off to us by the anti-whites, rather than harm society like the rest of the races do, the majority of us, almost everyone, kills themselves rather than harm someone else. That is the reality of the kind of people we are, that we care so much for the lives of others that we would either kill ourselves, either quickly with a bullet or slow with drugs, than harm other human beings. And yet these anti-white bastards want to talk about one person here snapping off and one person there snapping off. If this were any other race, it would be thousands. And I can think of a couple races of which it would be tens of thousands. Instead, we harm ourselves. What a tragedy. A people so glorious, that cares so much for humanity, that cares so much for the tears of the other races, that cares so much for the wailings of other peoples, that thinks so much of the family members who won't be able to hug their loved ones again, that we don't turn out every single time and harm those peoples. We care more about their family members and the misery that they feel than we care about our own family members when we commit quick or slow suicide upon ourselves. That, my friends, is a glorious people. I can think of nothing. I can think of nothing more beautiful to write down in the history books of a people than to say they cared about the suffering of everyone else, harming themselves over and over and over again for the well-being of the non-white groups for as long as they could take it. And only then did they turn outward. I beg the anti-whites, for now, put an end to this anti-whiteism. Let us and our peaceful voices reach our people with this message of hope and love for white well-being. Don't cause any more of these atrocities. If you put us in these blackest state of depression and give us no way out, shut off every avenue of political change, of the policy change in companies and at universities, and so demonize us that polls show that nearly 100% of us are terrified to share our objections to anti-whiteism. And then you deplatform us, cut off our means of funding. You give many of our members no choice but to harm themselves for now. And those who are not so well to commit these atrocities. You hold their hands throughout the totality. And that, my friends, was an epic piece assembled by Phoenix Fire. Let's get a round of applause for Phoenix Fire. I had many people write me after she produced that and it first became public, sharing that they were unable to hold back tears for, I'm sure, people they knew, young men and women of our community that they knew, whose lives had been destroyed, saw themselves in that in the throes of that anguish as well. So a big thank you to Phoenix Fire for a magnificent video that has already touched the hearts of many and will touch a great many more in the months and years to come. Big debt of gratitude. Thank you for your good work and service to white well-being. And we have others who are also serving as well, and I will many of you know the golden one, Marcus. And if you don't, though, you should. He wrote a book and he sent me a copy of this book a few months back now. And I just wanted to bring your attention to the work that he's doing in service to white well-being. And maybe I'll read maybe just a passage out of it. How about the utility of beauty? When talking about the necessity and importance of beauty, it is valuable to point out the fact that humans thrive better in beautiful environments. To give an everyday example, an office or room with flowers will have a positive impact on the people working there. So going to the florist might be a good investment, even in economic terms. Moreover, people are more likely to feel at home and feel well in an urban environment with beautiful architecture, rather than the soulless modernist architecture which have taken root in so many cities over the last century. You know what, all very well written. If you don't support, and many of you do, far more than know of me, know of the golden one and the good work that he's doing, reach out and get his book. He did not ask me to do that. I just advocate for those who are doing good things for our people. In fact, I haven't spoken to him since the last time we were on air together. I thank him for the good work. It's something he just, in the writing that I noted,
was that, what we refer to as the beautiful architecture is the architecture that is a projection of our biospirit and sings back to us, harmonizes with that biospirit within us. It is a reflection of our biospirit made manifest in the world around us. The soulless architecture is only soulless to us. Now, there are people who that architecture speaks to, and it's not us. So that is why it feels so innervating, so devitalizing, so criminal in its very being, because it doesn't sing with our biospirit. In another time, in another place, that sickening architecture with the people who feel it in their being to make such things, that would be beauty to them. Beauty is not the exact same for everyone. And it's certainly not the exact same when we're talking about people's biospirits. So, thank you to Marcus for that great work and all that he's doing in writing that book. He is a man with a young family, a young wife and baby. Please support them and the work that he is doing. So let me read a couple of these positive comments, and we are going to talk about the Holodomor that you can discuss with friends, family, and strangers these coming holidays. A couple positive comments. And from past week, we have a Reptile writing, NWG, imagine being so free. You can beat addictions, lead your family, contribute to a community, better your fitness, and free others. Oh, wait. Yes, indeed. We already have that exact thing going on. And we could add, too, the benefits of going free, getting off the path to the ultimate white flight, which is suicide, getting away out of relationships that are damaging, like we had Katie, who was in an abusive relationship, people getting off of opium, people getting off of the drink, people eating better, improving their health, everything here going free. And by improving themselves, improving our community, and growing stronger, a feedback loop that is a virtuous cycle. So thank you very much, Reptile, for that. Zymina, writing 2 stages of being red, black, white pilled, immigrated to the West for a while. The first 2 years were just ecstatic, enjoying the multiculti. Now, this person saying immigrated to the West. We, in Service to White Wellbeing, consider all of Western kinds creations to be the West. I know traditionally you have Eastern Europe and Russia not really being considered the West, as in Western Europe, but we use Western kind to represent all of Western people, and therefore all of their creations are Western civilization, different hues on the same biospirit. But this person is meaning leaving one of those environments that are traditionally not considered the West and coming to the West. So immigrated to the West for a while. The first 2 years were just ecstatic, enjoying the multiracial, after living all my life in 99.99% homogeneous country. It was so different, interesting. And then, after keep living in the enrichment and knowing homogeneous nation, my eyes started to open. Biggest eye opener ever. Being shouted at, white whore, it's not your land, by some non-whites. First time stumbling on your channel. And similar, not afraid to say out loud what I was thinking, actually describing the reality in all caps, and learning that we are in deeper crap than I'd ever thought back home. Now,
fighting to defend it, a nationalist. Well, thank you very much for that comment, because that is an experience had by so many of our community. They go from what they believe, what they've learned, what they've been told is just this terribly boring, just wretched, monochromatic environment of everyone being white and the crime being at this low level, and being able to anticipate what others are thinking because they have the same biospirit, being able to anticipate what's going to happen next in any social environment because you have the same biospirit, the same norms, being able to be an environment that is singing with your inner biospirit. And because of that, you're in this wretched place. So you need to be in this other kind of place where everything is mashed together. It's just heterogeneity, this witch's cauldron of races and ethnicities and religions. And so it's just so amazing in all the movies and all the TV shows. It's so much better than what you have. And then you go, and we see that on a smaller scale in towns in the United States. I mean, it was about 15, 18 years ago. I remember there was a town, this may or may not be true, where they were moving in some wonderful group of doctors or engineers from someplace. And the town was all white. And they interviewed the people there and they said, well, what do you think about, the town's all white and they're going to be moving in all of these engineers and doctors. And the people that were interviewed said, oh, it's boring, especially the young, because they were watching MTV and VH1 and all of this. And well, it's just so terribly boring here. Nothing ever happens. Well, 18 years, well, I guess it was probably 10 years after. And there was an article done revisiting this town 10 years hence after the movement of the engineers and the doctors, etc., astronauts. And now there are rapes in that town. There hadn't been rapes before. Think about how energizing that is. Now there is, and this may or may not be true. Now there are all of these unmarried teen pregnancies with some of these doctors and lawyers. Look at how interesting that is. Now they get to live off of the social services, forcing me and everyone else to pay for them and their non-white children. A lot of interesting things. I think there was a bank robbery and there had never been such a thing. So all of this may or may not be true, but the town had become very, very interesting. You didn't know what was going to happen next. And so this is the kind of thing that happens. This individual showed up thinking, wow, this is going to be interesting. Show up, well, now this group is over here. I can go visit that for a little while in that group, just like white people are wont to do. We like this heterogeneity. We like variety. But we have variety among ourselves. We don't need to bring different biospirits into our midst to have variety. We have endless variety within our own people. And yet he went around, or she went around visiting all of this, I guess it was she, and finally realized this is poison. I'm going back to where I came from, and I'm going to work to preserve that. And that is a healthy response. God bless you. Thank you for being here among us. Be in service to white well-being. Go free. Don't make it a national thing, because nations have failed to defend us against anti-whiteism. We will be led against each other to slaughter our brothers and sisters to the tune of millions, scores of millions. We are one people with many countries. When we are ordered again to fight each other, we need to be in a state that we handle those above us appropriately when they tell us to do so. Katie says, oh, Jason, this is one of the funniest streams I've seen. Cult humor had me laughing. That was last week. We were talking about cults, and I threw in a couple jokes, and thank you very much for that, Katie. I haven't heard that before, that my cult humor was really good. So I guess I haven't tried my hand at cult humor before. Jody wrote us after the conversation we had on It's Late Night Somewhere with Jared George and PhilosophiCat the other night. And Jared George, or I think it was when we had Jared, when it was with PhilosophiCat, and he had tried to recall and had failed to recall the name of a syndrome in which beauty overwhelms you. And Jody writes in with, that's called the Stendhal syndrome. It's when you are overwhelmed by beauty. It's named after the author of the syndrome. And of course, it's thrown into these quotation marks online because it is referring to the beauty of the West. And so it can't really be beauty then. You got to put it in these question mark quotation marks. That it's probably not real. Now, if it were said about a non-white country, well, then it would be totally legitimate. The anti-whites would put it in bold and a nice underline underneath of it. I also want to share this because this was an exchange between myself, a person named Brett on a thread, and one of the great participants, a brilliant person, Underhill, in the community. Brett writes, I'm no fan of this crowd ideological movement. But kudos for having Angelo on. He's a good man. Be a Christian nationalist. White just invites the enemy to attack you with the racist canard. Well, of course, Brett is wrong. But we run into Bretts out there all the time, so we need to know how to handle folks like Brett. Assuming that Brett is an honest person and who is just making a mistake, I wrote to Brett on this thread, Christian nationalism has been thoroughly defeated by anti-whiteism. You are on a path that has already failed. Serving white well-being is open to everyone of any race or background. If you oppose anti-whiteism, you will be smeared with anti-white slurs. So, if your plan is to escape being called a racist, you have to be anti-white. Brett didn't get it when he read that. Instead, he writes back, no white guilt. So, I'm anti-white for saying the truth. So you don't speak to anything I just wrote, and you make up your own straw man argument, and then you knock it down with something called the truth. And he writes, makes sense from your retarded perspective. That's why I don't support you or your ideology. So this is a supporter of, or supposedly a supporter of, Angelo Gage and the abstractionist position, which of course has been defeated by the anti-whites, will continue to be defeated. And if you go down this path of abstractionism, you are an idiot. Plain and simple. And I guess I should be a little bit more blunt with folks so that we can just get directly to saving our race. Underhill decided, though, he had read this and he wanted to throw in with his great intellect. He writes, Brett, I don't think he was calling you anti-white, so don't escalate with language like that. You say to be Christian nationalist. Some of us are Christians. Some of us are nationalists. But there's no need to be either in this community. There's no requirement either to be white to take part. This community is concerned specifically about the well-being, including physical and mental well-being, of white people and opposing attacks on them, such as white guilt. What don't you like about that? That, Underhill, is brilliantly written. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the kind of way that you have to talk when you're talking with your friends and family this Thanksgiving, Christmas, and whatever other holidays our beautiful and wonderful people in our vast variety of hues of Western civilization may have. You need to address it with our dialectics, our lexicon, as Underhill has done here, and then present that argument in a way that is absolutely insurmountable. There is nothing sane that Brett can say in return. He could at this point misrepresent Underhill as he has misrepresented me. And that will, of course, demonstrate one of two things. Either Brett has been legitimate and honest and has been persuaded and is having a tantrum because he wants to hold on to, it's going to be Christian nationalism that's going to save us. Or this is a subverter in our midst and just trying to drive a wedge. Either way, we have to protect ourselves from people and arguments like that. Sometimes we have to slough off the dead and useless skin. So I'll see what you all have to say, any comments, and we're going to get to this final topic and wrap up tonight. I am rapidly losing the voice that I had slowly gained back from the razor blades. And I'm pushing air through probably twice the rate to get this much volume. So let me see what's going on. I'm trying to find out from D Live what is happening over there. If I can. Okay. Okay. Apparently Heidi has put the donations, information on the donations from D Live on entropy in the question widget. So I'm going to check it out over there. Yes. So I'll get over there to see what's going on. And I also have to find out, so many seconds in a day, but we have to find out why on D Live. I might have to reach out to them. The screen that should be showing me the activity for the totality of the feed is not doing so. So if you all have any questions, please get them together now. Write them either in the live chat of No White Guilt, or on the gardening channel, or on the entropy widget. And I will make sure that I get to them. All right. Nullius, people don't seem to understand the point. You can still be Christian and a nationalist, but also feel solidarity for our fellow whites, regardless of their particular identity. Precisely and beautifully written. Everybody, please take a look at that comment. You can be an atheist here. You can be agnostic here. You can be something for which there isn't a name. You can be any version of a pagan. And by the way, I've been receiving a lot of messages from pagans complaining that there are anti-whites in their midst, in various forms, but they've sent me these images that are being used. Apparently, there was a big and continues to be a big problem with anti-whites, who, if someone were going to categorize them with another label, it would be feminist. And so it's these like females like dominating the males in their midst. But now I'm getting sent by pagans all of this imagery. This is European pagans, all of this imagery now of pagans, supposedly white positive pagans, who are mixing in non-whites in their messaging. So it's kind of like this, oh no, we embrace paganism of all races. You are imbeciles if you think that the anti-whites are going to give you a break because you say that you represent all pagan religions, and here's our little whatever non-white with their pagan religion before Catholicism or Mormonism or Christianity showed up. Unless you are anti-white, you are going to be smeared with anti-white slurs. Is that clear enough? Is that lucid enough for you? You have to be anti-white and want to destroy Western kind and Western civilization, or you will be smeared with anti-white slurs. So mixing in all of these little non-white pagan groups and saying, please don't hate on us because we love all the non-white pagans too, is not going to be enough. The only thing you could say is we only love the non-white pagans and we're trying to get rid of all this white pagan stuff. So in this community, in service to white well-being, the biospirit is what matters. Not a government you like, a form of government, not a form of economy that you like, not a type of Christianity or Catholicism or none of that or all of it or pantheism, or you can be any of that. We unite on our biospirit. We unite on service to white well-being. You can be all of it and none of it. You can be all of it and some of it. It doesn't matter. Anybody trying to divide us is the problem, and they will go. We unite here on our biospirit,
and the protection of our people. Period. Nullius writing, if one of us bleeds, then all of us bleed. If one of our nations suffer, then all of our nations suffer. Our strength has to be founded on solidarity for each other, precisely. And that's the thing about Stephen's anti-white article and the anti-white that he is. There is a lesson there. Now, he's not doing much to disprove this, what they very often say. It's just this lie that his group of people are not loyal to the nations they're in. He's not doing much to disprove that with his argument that his group of people's well-being needs to come before the well-being of the people to which he belongs, the country to which he belongs. He's not doing much to disprove that. But there is a lesson there that I want to make sure that I mention. We need to be doing the exact same thing. No country that we possess comes, and that we've created, comes before the well-being of our people. So when we recapture our destiny, there's never going to be a time that our people in Canada will have to suffer so that America can be stronger. No. There's never going to be a time that we're going to sacrifice our people in some other country so that one of our other countries can be better off. Reclaiming our destiny presupposes that we are always going to put ourselves, our people, ahead of these organizational structures that we call countries. That needs to be at the absolute heart and pinnacle of all that moves us. When the day comes when we control these organizational entities again, known as countries, and we make decisions for the good of our brothers and sisters based on their individual welfare, whether they're born in Canada or New Zealand or wherever they're born, then we will have achieved a true global white ring and a harmony that will last the ages. We need to be a lot more like the lie about Bret Stephens and his people. When we get there, the world, the anti-white world, will tremble. So let's see what else you all have to say. And I will get over here on to entropy. Sindrophin says, beauty is not the same for everyone. Well said. It's like seeing the same thing through different lenses. Well written. Thank you for that. Such a great group of people. It is always a blessing to be with you. It's always a blessing to go free with you. Heidi says, Red Ice is in the D-Live chat. Well, thank you so much for letting me know. I see Southern Bloom is over here on No White Guilt. Thank you so much. A big hello and salute to our glorious friends over at Red Ice, Henrik and Lana, their beautiful little family. As always, support them and the scintillating work they do for our people. And let them know right into their magnificent shows that they put on their channel that we are moving as a community toward a single people with many nations, a single people that puts the welfare of our people, irrespective of the nation they're in, the welfare of those individuals ahead of these organizational structures that we call countries. So big salute to Henrik and Lana. Thank you for showing up in our D-Live chat. Folks, if you are not subscribed to them on D-Live, same holds true for Poseidon, same holds true for Jared George, Mark Collette. We just read some of Marcus Golden One's book. Same holds true for all of these people. Make sure
that you are following. Make sure that you are subscribed. Make sure that you are sharing all of this great material. You know your friends, family, and strangers out there which material will be right for them. Make sure you get them that material as soon as you can. It might literally save their life. We have 3 people who got off the path to the ultimate white flight, and others who may have ended up there on drugs, on drink. We have 2 babies that have been born. We have one gentleman who, what was it, 2 weeks ago, who by way of going free and met with 2 unknown people whom he thought were white positive, and because of going free, he was able to identify them as almost assuredly undercover law enforcement. Ladies and gentlemen, you want to brush that under the rug? You don't want to stop and pause on that for a moment? This man could have ended up in jail for the rest of his life. What about his wife? What about his children? Their father gone. Do you see the rippling manifestation and ramification of how that person, by way of going free, just saved himself, his wife, his children yet to be, the influences that they have on others because of going free? Do you want to keep talking about these antiquated ideas? Do you want to keep talking about certain economic structures and governments? Put all that stuff either in a place of respect or the shredder, and let's get to work on something that is working, and that is healing people's lives. Now we're going to talk about the Holodomor. Big thank you to Henrik and Lana. Again, folks, sign up. They have been they absolutely censored off of YouTube. There is no way for folks to find them there. That means we have to be passing their names, their links around so they can continue to feed the pipeline with new people to come in, and we can keep them and the great work that they're doing for our people on a roll. So let's get over here. And we have on Entropy, we have the great Samantha Fox, ladies and gentlemen, a beautiful, absolutely exquisite woman in our community, super chatting with $3 on Entropy, writing, Jason, your love for us touches me deeply and brings a tear of joy to my eye. Thank you, brother. Well, thank you, my dear lady. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know, Samantha Fox has come across a couple of no white guilt leaflets here and there, I understand, found them just out and about. And she even came across a boulder with, I think it was no white guilt spray painted on it. Imagine the luck in that, coming across a boulder with no white guilt spray painted on it. Thank you so much, my dear lady. Tall Kevin is with us, ladies and gentlemen, super chatting $3 over here on Entropy. A great friend, getting himself back into shape off of those things that were poisoning his system. Jason, just a reminder, a lot of followers like myself watch your videos, but not the live stream due to time differences and work. This Thanksgiving, I'll be spreading the message of white well-being. I'm always invited. Amen. Amen, Tall Kevin. God bless you. Thank you for being here with us, and thank you for that testimony and commitment here in writing that you are going to be spreading white well-being to your friends and family during these holidays. There aren't any days left to miss at this work, ladies and gentlemen. We have to build and spread this contagion, curative contagion, to as many as possible. Roy Danton, super chatting another $50 here on Entropy, ladies and gentlemen. Roy, I think we're just going to have to start calling Roy the Hero Danton. Well, how magnificent. What a great man. And really has come a long way, ladies and gentlemen. If you knew where Roy was when Roy got started, and to see this hero's climb from where he was, what he was wasting enormous sums of money on, ruining his life, now a player in the cause for white well-being, not holding the remote control and wasting away his days, his life, his physical, mental, and spiritual health, becoming a true hero.
not just a character running around on a screen. Roy writing here, with Black Friday coming up, don't fall into those traps of consumerism and materialism. Roy brilliantly said, you will see all of those discount offers for things that you neither need nor will make you happy. Indeed, Roy, beautifully said, especially with Christmas coming up. You are not going to fill the hole in your heart and in your spirit with these trinkets. No matter how much they sparkle, they will not make up for the hole in your heart and in your spirit. Only service to White Wellbeing will do that. Service to that biospirit will fill that hole in your heart. And all of these good people can attest to it. If you want to feel that too, let's get started. Let's go free together, ladies and gentlemen. Seth Jones, super chatting over here on Entropy, $10. Thank you very much, my dear friend. Writing, brother, realistically, where do you see us in the future? What are your personal goals for our people? Thank you for your tireless efforts. Until next time. Well, thank you very much for that, Seth. I'm going to summarize, as we are long in the tooth of this show, and we want to make sure we hit the Holodomor and what you should be calling it when you talk to your friends, family, and strangers, and how to talk about it. It's going to be a great opportunity. There was a remembrance yesterday for the Holodomor in Ukraine. They lit candles all over the country, I understand, and I didn't see. Now, I wasn't paying diligent attention, of course, but I didn't see anything about the estimated, and this may or may not be true, 12 million murdered in Ukraine. I know there is a little bit of debate, but most of the scholars that I have read have arrived at this number. But it may or may not be true because the anti-whites are watching, and we'll talk about that in just one moment. So basically this, we don't attempt to model human ingenuity, Seth. It is impossible. So anyone that can say, I have a plan, anybody who says, I have a plan from here to there, is fooling themselves or lying to you. They are fooling themselves or lying to you. And there's a reason for that. The reason is you're not going to be able to plan no matter how many IQ points you think you have or you think the person has. And there is this weird, I've talked about it before, this weird desire. And it's sown into us, I think, largely by way of entertainment, where people want to believe that someone is some sort of mega genius if there's something wrong with them. And the reason why is because you see in so many of these scripts written by a particular group of people, mind you, that have so many things wrong with them, that the genius is just absolutely crippled with all of these failings. And it's not a proud, strong, healthy, fit white man. No, it's somebody who is wrecked and mentally wrecked and emaciated and muscleless and always something grievously wrong with them. And so it's you look at the actual geniuses and inventors over time, and they weren't these people. It's like when you look to, if you were to give and I've actually did this I'll have to talk about this one show where I gave images to women who were working for me. I knew they watched Lifetime and all of these other channels. And I said, is this guy a serial murderer or is this guy a serial murderer? And the picture that I gave for the serial murderer, the first serial murderer I would give would be a handsome, fit, normal white man. And then the second one would be an actual serial murderer. And they always chose the handsome, fit guy. The handsome, fit white guy. When you look at our inventors, you don't see wrecked, retarded. Now, there are going to be exceptions, but you don't see these wrecked people that we have learned through entertainment are the brightest. And so as a result, people have this tendency to look for wrecked people, and then they just believe that they can somehow see through the nebulousness or the nebulae. There are a couple ways of the plural there, but they think they can see through this, the turbidness, to some Shangri-La. They cannot. They are fooling themselves or intentionally lying to you
to get your dollars, to get you to follow them, whatever. There are many reasons for this. Human dynamism, the dynamism of the environment. Things are changing every day. They are making their plans from a context which is going to change, and their plans will no longer make any sense. The only thing that makes sense is to have an objective and then the plot course within context, and change context when appropriate, where appropriate, to open up new possibilities that are not predictable in the present, that will open up, and then to take advantage of those, or to open up weaknesses for the opposition, the victimizers, and to take advantage of those. Or if a new weakness opens up, for us to play that down, to stunt or shunt those weaknesses. That is the only thing that can actually be done. So where do I see us? I see us recapturing our destiny. Why? Because we are going to go free. And that means we are working on ourselves, our physical, mental, and spiritual selves. And by cleansing ourselves and strengthening ourselves physically, mentally, spiritually, we will bring harmony back to Western civilization. We will bring harmony back to our communities. And as our communities become stronger, we as individuals become stronger, we will shift the context. There will be other things that will happen that will change the context. And when those doors open up, when those windows open up, we will exploit them as quickly as we can, based on how many people we have organized and are able to put into motion. That is the way we will reclaim our destiny. I see us growing stronger by the day. That is a fact. It has not been spoken. Nobody has come to you and spoken of this before. Nobody has talked about this kind of thing before. I get it. And I get that it seems confusing. And I get that it seems like, since it hasn't been done before, it's something that you're not quite sure about. But rest assured, as we continue to grow stronger, you are seeing proof of concept. As opportunities present themselves, we will be able to exploit them, and you will see proof of concept, and this will grow, and it will grow, and it will grow. And then we won't have to be brave anymore to become a part of what we're doing. All the cowards will show up and say, can we be a part now? Because now there are so many people, we are able to come out from underneath of our beds and from behind our mother's skirts. So thank you very much, Seth, for giving me that opportunity to address that here in Going Free. Chris Jones, super chatting $2 on Entropy, writing, too many others, how to fix without violence. I think I read that. How do we fix? Oh no, you wrote it in a comment, I think, and now you're super chatting it on Entropy. So too many others. How do we fix without violence? I just said. So I actually answered your question right there. The whether or not there will be violence is something that is what good would it serve to speculate that there could be violence, or there will be violence, or may be violence? What good will that do except to get your ass thrown in jail? It won't do any good. We want to recapture our destiny without a single person getting hurt, without a single person being even put out. Now, is that going to happen? I don't know. But when there is an anti-white authority standing over your shoulder with an MP5 waiting for you to say violence, you better well say, and you better well act in a way that we are doing all of these things nonviolently. Because if you're not, then you're going to have them show up, and they're going to take your right to self-defense away. They're going to put you in jail for life, and we will never hear of you again. Your children will suffer, your wife will suffer, or if it's the reverse, your husband out there will suffer, and there's no sense to it. I want what's best for you all. Let's continue on the path that is working, the path that will keep you out of jail, the path that will keep you successful when you are trying to change the minds of your friends, family, and strangers. So thank you very much for that, Chris. Chris, rest assured, if there's going to be violence at some point in the future, there's nothing that you or I or heaven and earth can do to change that. So let's do what we can do with what we have here today.
Samantha Fox, super chatting again, $5. Thank you, my dear lady. Writing Westman Uber Alice. Thank you very much. A very lucky lady coming across all of these different no white guilt things up and around her. Okay, Roy Danton, super chatting here on D Live, $10. Thank you, good sir. What a hero. Folks, when you are super chatting on D Live, watch out for exchange rates. It looks like there are huge discrepancies between different payment providers, even the mobile or desktop version. Pay attention to that, ladies and gentlemen. Pay attention, because you are super chatting in a cryptocurrency over there. And I don't know about how we're going to necessarily use it. I don't know how necessarily we're going to be able to get it out of D Live, what we can do with these linos. I don't know. So until we do know, be careful and mind Roy Danton's admonition here about the exchange rates. He's now super chatted numerous times over there. He's discovering that on different devices by different platforms, there are massive discrepancies. Kind of a redundancy. I'll just say discrepancies. So make sure that you are getting the best rate. Marcus Cicero over here on Entropy, super chatting $8. Thank you very much, my good friend Jason. Thanks for reminding us to always keep us front, us people, front and center in our story. It's a crucial part of the dialectics we need to master. Precisely. You are most welcome, Marcus. Thank you for bringing attention to it. For everybody who's watching now live or in replay, we need to always put us first, not our country, not our religion, not our political affiliation, not another non-white group out there who you think is just more anti-white than other non-white groups or whatever. Us. We are what is important. All of those who are serving white well-being are with us. All of those who are anti-white are those victimizing us. And we acknowledge their decision to victimize us. That's all there is to it. There's nothing that divides us. Thank you, Marcus. Real Kit, $5 on Entropy. Thank you very much. Just joined and heard you in the midst of impassioned speech. And without even hearing the speech, I know that you are taking up for our people, and it is a salve for the soul. Thanks, brother. No, thank you. That is a very sweet thing to write. Those are kind words. Thank you so very much for that and for your kind super chat. Ladies and gentlemen, get your applause together, your raucous emojis, as I like to say, because Marcus Cicero over here on Entropy, $108.88. A big salute and heartfelt thank you to you, dear sir. Dollars to protect our white children. Think about those beautiful white little babies' faces looking up at us, and people like Marcus and myself, shoulder to shoulder, standing in front of those babies so that the anti-whites cannot reach them. Marcus writing, nothing like these going free streams, exclamation point. So inspiring, exclamation point. He writes, by the way, I answered your email today. Well, I'll have to check it out. Thank you, good sir. And thank you for your kind super chat and those great words. Mrs. Jess Horst, let's see, did I read this one? Yeah, no, I have not. $4, a great Mrs. Horst. We love you. Your husband, your children, everything that you do for us. $4.99. The hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. Conversing in play about how great our people are, it's pure love. And most adults do take note. You hear that, ladies and gentlemen? Conversing in play about how great our people are, it's pure love. And most adults do take note. Remember when you're out there with your children to say in front of them things that are just totally born out of love for our people, how much you love our accomplishments as a people. I even said, I will tell you this. I was on a boat. I think I've said this before. I was on a boat, and I don't recommend this. Don't do this. But I am, I guess I was a little I guess that was a little reckless, but I am adept at self-defense. And I was on a river dinner cruise with a date. We were on southern state, and we sailed under an absolutely stunning bridge, an absolute marvel, lit up with all its beauty, suspension bridge, absolutely magnificent. And on this river cruise, my date and I, we did not know that this would be the case prior to the river cruise. She actually scheduled it. She's not at fault. We did not know, but she scheduled it. And we were the only white people. Everyone else on the river cruise. And now this is not like it was exceedingly cheap or anything of this nature, by no means. Everyone else was black. And I'm sure that some of them were vehemently anti-white. I'm sure that some of them were wonderful, good people. I'm sure that some of them would serve white well-being if they knew it existed, and they would not want their neighborhoods wiped out by people with different bios, so many different biospirits that they can't live in a Western country anymore. But I couldn't help myself when I saw this absolute marvel above my head. I exclaimed, "My God, damn white people." And needless to say, in the darkness of that evening, on the deck of that boat, the top, it was the very top of the boat, and we had so we could see all around us, see this bridge. I had a great many white eyeballs turn on me, but don't pass up the opportunity to say, certainly if you are a mother and you got the children around, to say something truly wonderful about our people in front of the children, because it is a glorious thing to express that love in those moments and pass it on so that those other mothers and fathers learn that it's okay to love our people. Somebody asked, did they serve fried chicken? I used to like fried chicken back then. I would have had some. Edward writes, I have not come to bring peace, but a sword, a quote from Jesus Christ. So let's see what else we have here. Mrs. Horse super chatting $4.99 and writing happy Thanksgiving. We did get that. So I think we have everything below there. Yes, we do. So let's see over here. I want to make sure we get Codeman USA super chatting on YouTube, $5. Thank you, my dear friend. And writing, thank you for your continued inspiration, Jason. Well, thank you for that. You inspire me. The longer I am with you all, I feel more energetic. I feel like something almost mystical takes place. Like we begin to tap into something beyond us, something more. And I don't know if there is anything beyond us. Perhaps there is. We don't have any instruments to say so yet. Perhaps it is just something that happens inside each one of us. And we feel like it's something beyond, or there is something beyond, but it does feel like there is something more, something mystical. And it will be mystical and magical forever, even if we do develop instruments that can accurately read it. On the question widget, we have Edgar Allan Poe writing, with your explanation of the cover image of Born Guilty in mind, would you consider it a good supplement to leafleting to add a few posters that image in choice? Perfectly legal location, he writes. Yes, indeed. In fact, John's leaflets use the cover of Born Guilty in his leaflets. So if you want some of those leaflets, do write me, and we will make sure that we get you some. John and I will pay for the shipping to you. And he has purchased 10,000 of these. He's cutting them up himself. And we are grateful for all the hard work that he is doing for us. But yes, if you want to put a poster up with this cover on it in a perfectly legal way, as you say, Edgar Allan Poe, then please do. If you should happen to come across some of these posters up somewhere, make sure you get a photograph and maybe tweet it or gab it or any of these other platforms and say, look what I came across. What a surprise. Okay. Roy Danton, if my
math is right. It's a bit less than $300 total for all of us. 5,832 lemons is $99.99. So everybody can see these questions, this info on the questions widget on Entropy. If you go over to Entropy, and you can see what Roy has written here concerning the exchange rates on D Live. Roy Dennett also writes, don't worry, reading all of them, D Live is quite funny, and it's super hard to dump your entire remaining balance. Well, I tell you what, it's giving me some difficulty right now. So the great Heidi and Ray are coming to my rescue. Big a round of applause for Heidi and Ray. And they have posted the D Live contributions over here. You have of right now 15.13 lemons in donations. Wyatt Man sends a diamond. Last Paleo Con, a Ninjagini. Now the diamond is a dollar, isn't it? And the Ninjagini is 10. Is that right? $10. So thank you both for those kind investments in the cause of white well-being. Let's see. Wonder at the Sky sent a diamond. Lots of lemons. And Wyatt Man, another Ninjagini. Thank you so much to the both of you. A big cheers for that. Your contributions to white well-being. Heidi writes, Jason, just acknowledge all of these donations. It's a lot. Every time you speak to D Live, you get more donations. So that's great. Thank you so much, all of you, for every investment that you're making in the cause of white well-being. And we will be sure to use those Lenos, that cryptocurrency, for service to white well-being. Another Ninjagini with a message. You now have a total of 16.36 thousand lemons in donations on D Live. A big thank you to all of you for those lemons. Each is a penny, roughly a little over a penny. And that's quite a few of them. So thank you so much to you all. John Doe, what music are you into? If you have time for a more trivial question. Well, if you can call classical music music, it obviously not all of it, but much of it, certainly from our masters, absolutely does something to my spirit. It pulls it out of me and takes it away. In a way that I would actually like to really have some scan of my brain to see what's happening when I listen to classical music, because of the way that it affects me, what it does to me. It's something quite mystical. So that is classical music. I don't listen to music regularly, though. I prefer, if I have an opportunity to just listen to something, it's going to be something educational. What happens a little too often with me is that if I listen to a song, it becomes an earworm and I can't get rid of it. And I don't want, so that means it's just, I keep hearing the song. I want my thoughts in there. I don't want a song going round and round. So in fact, when I was a child, I used to, when the commercials would come on, because the tunes were so catchy, I would cover my ears and hum so that they wouldn't get stuck in my head and I could keep it just my internal dialogue rather than the damn songs. But when I listen to music, what kind of music do I like? I mean, 80s rock is, what's better than 80s rock, right? It's magnificent. 80s rock, hard rock, and metal is fantastic music if I'm going to be listening for fun. But of course, I love Christmas music, obviously. I mean, all of these things. I'm a normal guy. There's nothing weird. I don't have any weird preferences. Roy, writing that Neo for President posted some article on Twitter this week about electric cars already existing in the 70s, long before Elon Musk invented them. Is there any other technology that we once... yeah, in fact, a lot of technology. I read about plasma TVs. A lot of these things were invented a very long time ago. They were cost prohibitive. They could not be sold. They couldn't be made a way to make them available, make them affordable to people. And so invented by brilliant white people. And of course, all of this may or may not be true. The anti-whites, I'm sure, are getting ready with the delete button and the censor button. But you all can research this for yourself. The rate of
new invention instead of advance on something simple that's gone before, the arc has severely changed. So you're talking about a new parabola versus the old parabola. Quite a big difference from what we saw in the past. They're taking a lot of what was done in the past. They're bringing it forward. I mean, all the way down to your stovetop, where the technology for the multi-ring burners was developed decades and decades and decades ago. And now the patent has run out. And so now what they do is they put the new stove top in a picture with a non-white male and a white woman, and he's like, he's displaying the stove, and it says new technology, written or something like this. Well, the reason it's saying that is because the patent ran out, and now all of these different companies can sell the technology as though it's brand new. And of course, there's no law to prevent them from lying to you anyhow. There's no law to prevent advertisers from lying to you at all that is applicable or applied anymore by anti-whites. Remember, all of the laws, rules, codes are all informed by the anti-white morality and applied by anti-whites. So how do you think it's going to be applied? Great. Thank you for bringing that up, Roy. Heidi writes here, Ray says that you have over on DLive 3 Ninjaginis and several diamonds. A big thank you, heartfelt thank you to everybody who gave me a Ninjagini, $10. If you wrote something in there, my apologies. My DLive screen, the one that's supposed to show me all of the activities that take place during the stream, is not working properly. I guess DLive is new to me, and maybe it's new, period, and it's glitching a little bit. I don't know. Or it's not new, and they're just doing a piss poor job. Heidi writes, and Roy Danton just donated 3 diamonds to you. Thank you, Roy. Roy Danton just sent you like 4 more diamonds and more Ninjaginis, more diamonds. There's a lot, Heidi writes. Thank you so much, everybody. We're going to be able to make this organizational entity come into fruition. And just imagine how the anti-whites are going to go crazy when they see that. And we're going to set it up in a way that they're not going to be able to merely sue it into oblivion. They're not going to be able to merely practice lawfare on it into oblivion. It's not going to be hopes and wishes and duct tape and bubble gum and all of this sort of garbage that has come before. It's not going to be the thought processes of before. We don't do that here. I don't do that. We create anew. We problem solve. We fix things. It's not going to be easy to take us down. And already we have the curative contagion is released. Now it's just a matter of magnifying its reach, getting it out to as many people and as quickly as possible, which we're doing, as I said in the stream, as I said earlier, your investments, whether they are in cash, in euros, pounds, cryptocurrencies, whatever, I'll make them all work. They're going to the creation of the organizational entity. They are going to paying token payments to people like Kathy and Johnny and all the others who are helping me to and donating their own time, contributing their own efforts to get this message out to as many people as possible. You are helping with these investments and with your personal efforts to get this message out there as quickly as possible so that we can save this race by making a people out of it once again. Lots of lemons and ice creams and diamonds. A lot, Heidi writes. God bless you, Heidi. You and Ray bring nothing but smiles to my faces. I can't wait to meet you both in person. You have 14.42K in Leno donations. I wish I knew what that meant, folks. I thank you if that is really something stupendous. I mean, if I'm essentially now a Rothschild in Leno, then thank you all. I don't know what it means, I'm afraid. 14.42. Thank you very much for that. Roy writes, DLive, folks, watch out for the exchange rates. Okay, this is what Super Chat, he's provided a little bit more information. Amazon Pay gets you $7,888 for $99.44. Apple Pay in the app gets you $5,000 832 Lenos for $99.99. So there are different exchange rates. Exactly. Again, folks, log on to Entropy in the question widget. I won't delete anything. You can see what Roy has supplied as far as the math on the exchange rates that he has encountered when it comes to these Lenos. You know that the anti-whites are going to be, fleecing you at every opportunity they get. Heidi writing, and 2 more diamonds from Nordic Prince with a message. Damn, I'm going to look over there before we wrap up in toto and make sure that we have, can somebody bring me some food? I mean, I'm starving. Make sure that we are, I could use some food right now. I got a little bit of some fall decorations up, not really that much. But I'm going to get that sprig of holly though for next time we're together. Okay, Roy says, let's make sure that we tell the Entropy devs after this show that we successfully tested the scroll bar in the questions widget. Yes, we did. It works. Rachel, Emmanuel, and crew. That's terrible that I don't know your associate's name. Please reach out to me with his name. I only talked to him once, and it was that very first interview with you all on PWR, I think, and I only met him that one time, and the rest of the time I've been talking with you all. So I am acknowledging him, even though I don't remember his name at the moment. Heidi writing, you are now at another 16.63 donations in lemons. So thank you very much for that. Anybody want to kick the door open and walk in with something to eat, and we'll just keep rolling? Roy writes, if my math is right, it's a bit less than $300 total for all of us. 5,832 lemons is $99.99. Thank you very much for that, Roy, for that info. All right. We have a couple more super chats that came in. We're going to get to this Holodomor. I want you all, if you catch this and others in our community don't, make sure you get the information to them before Thursday or Christmas or whatever holidays or observances there are before the end of the year for our people around the world. Try to improve your life. That's a great name. Super chatting $2 over on YouTube. I should have a story after Thanksgiving. Well, I'm looking forward to that. Thank you for sharing that. That's fantastic. Thank you for putting that into writing, that commitment that you should have a story. Remember, the objective, ladies and gentlemen, is we want our friends and family to go free. We don't want to just piss somebody off. That's not what we do here. We don't want to shock people. These are the concerns I have for some of those people who are calling themselves groypers with the questions that they're asking. Some of them are making the objective just being as shocking as possible. The objective should be for them to expose the anti-whites on the right. Your objective is not to cause Aunt Martha to throw her hands up so that she hits the gravy and the gravy flies through the air and the gravy hits Grandpa thus and such, and he's a little senile, so he jumps up, he thinks the house is on fire. If that happens, that'll be funny as hell, and you can tell us, but that's not the objective. The objective is to get them thinking hard about going free. So if you come back and you have a story that, we could never get through to cousin Jeff, and this happened, we had this conversation, and for the first time in his life, Jeff said, wow, that makes sense. That will warm my heart. That we will celebrate. If you have a funny story by accident, then I'll listen to that by accident, but don't make that your goal. Tall Kevin, super chatting with $3 on Entropy. Thank you, good sir. And thank you for super chatting on Entropy because it helps support these good people and the work that they are doing. Writing, from one Civil War fan to another, the Battle of Lookout Mountain was fought today in 1863. And by Civil War, folks, Tall Kevin is talking about the War for Southern Independence. He's not talking about a future war that some people, we absolutely
are not talking about a civil war with the United States or anything of this nature. We're talking about the war that is misnamed the Civil War that was fought when the South seceded from the United States, and the United States formed a country called the Confederate States, and the United States invaded. Now, that may or may not be true. You'll have to look into the history of it for yourself. So from one War for Southern Independence fan to another, the Battle of Lookout Mountain was fought today in 1863. As part of the Chattanooga campaign, U.S. forces under General Joseph Hooker assaulted Lookout Mountain, and General Carter L. Stevenson. Look up, ladies and gentlemen, General Hooker and the ladies that were invited into the United States camps. That might be some interesting reading. Thank you very much for that, Tall Kevin. Indeed, I had a conversation with a young lady the other day about the War for Southern Independence, and I had her share with me what she had been taught, and then I told her the truth. And it's a very moving subject for me. I feel for the men on both sides of that conflict, and obviously very much for my relatives who fought valiantly for the Confederacy. So let's see what we've missed elsewhere. Roy over here on Gardening with NWG. Can you all hear my chair squeaking? I got this chair a couple of years ago at a secondhand store. It needed to have a lot of repairs. I did those repairs, and it sounds like I might need to do a few more. Roy writes, keep telling you that you need a beautiful white female that could solve your food problem. That would be nice. Yes, I could ask for a fresh meal. And I'm pretty abstemious, so it's pretty easy. She doesn't actually have to be, although there are many more meals now that are made without the ingredients that I abjure. Jesse's saying, good night, folks. See you later, brother. Heidi's saying, oh my God, I would bring you food if I could. My husband cooks the best. He's a true chef. Wouldn't that be amazing then to have him down in the kitchen cooking up something with the ingredients that I'm okay with? That would be magnificent. And then have the wonderful Heidi bring it up to me, and the sound of their children playing in the background. That would be fantastic. What a beautiful thing that would be. I had a kind message from a woman, left she knows who she is, left a message for me, and audio message. And she was just had some kind words for me and White Wellbeing and the good work that we are doing here. And the entire time she was talking, I could hear the beautiful children playing in the background. And that just was like a music just flowing through the words that she was saying, the kind words. So thank you, dear lady. You know who you are, for that beautiful message. NW European says, I do have food. The wife just brought me some eggs and grape jam pancakes. Virginia is a long drive, though. Well, I would love some eggs. No dairy. You could use any other type of milk. No dairy, though. That would be magnificent. And some sea salt. And if you're going to make some pancakes with some batter that doesn't use wheat, some other type of batter. Heidi says, Toys for Tots just gave you a couple of diamonds. I got to get over there and see what's going on. Let's talk about the Holodomor. Dragon Lord will make you we will make you a real Rothschild of white people. Plus honor. Yes, indeed. I don't, well, if I were, it wouldn't matter how much money. If I won the lottery, all of it is just going to be going toward white well-being. All of my work, all of my efforts would be going toward white well-being with all of that money. So my life wouldn't change in that sense. Uga Booga writes, I can't wait to see old Cross Eyes article after the organizational entity is manifested. Oh, I tell you, my friend, it'll be covered in his tears. Every keystroke will be covered in his tears.
AL writing, technical prog metal is a genre dominated by whites and is very closely related to our classical music sonically. Highly recommended active listening to extreme music. All right. I'll try to check some of that out. If you have, you know how to type out the length. If you could in the thread, you could just write out the word dot and the word com, type out the link, the way that you can get away with it in the thread, and that'll make it easy for me to find some of that music. We can learn so much from the group of people. We'll leave that one unread, but thank you for writing it. Heidi says, now it's up to 17.8 lemons. Seems to be a problem with the Iron Cross. Not sure what this means, just telling you. Well, maybe they're having issues over there. JK160 writes, the little boy that was thrown from the 3rd floor. Yes, this is heartwarming news, ladies and gentlemen. What was his name? Landon. I read this, and this is some talk about positive news, white pilling news. Landon, who was attacked by a vicious anti-white, non-white, who, and this is something to talk about, bring up little Landon, the beautiful little white boy at Mall of America, who was targeted by an anti-white, non-white, absolutely hater of white people, to murder, and picked up this little 5-year-old boy, I think he was, and threw him over, 3 stories, to what this anti-white, non-white hoped would be his death, and was, if not for the medical advances of Western kind, would have been his death, is, by his parents' account, improving. He's able to walk now without medication, and apparently he had a wound in his abdomen that was not healing, and these things, this can happen. It's a strange thing with the human body, and you just die from these things. A wound can start, and they can't do anything to remedy it. And apparently this wound that he had, one of these unhealing wounds, has scabbed over and appears like it may indeed heal. So this, what a blessing. I'm going to thank Western kind rather than God. Thanks to Western kind. Thanks to white men and women for developing the technology, for the expertise, for the advances, for the technology, for their speedy response, for their diligence, for their training, and everything that they have done and continue to do, the medication that the little boy receives. Thanks to Western kind for saving this little boy's life. And at your Thanksgiving this year, make sure you talk about little Landon and how he was targeted by an anti-white, non-white monster who was a border crosser brought into this country legally, by the way, as I recall. I could be wrong, but I recall. Of course, all of it may or may not be true. You have to look into it for yourself. More diamonds. Okay, let's get over there and see what's going on. But I want to talk about rather than the fire that's happening on D Live, what's happening here as I start to get, as my stomach eats my pancreas. And it's not good when you are densely muscled. Your body needs more calories. I need far more calories than someone my size who doesn't have muscle. They need far fewer calories. So when I start getting, everybody who works out will know this. So let's talk about the Holodomor. First of all, it was I'm going to preface it, as you know I have to. I hate having to do this, with it may or may not be true. A genocide of Western kind in Ukraine. You all have to look it up for yourself whether or not this is true. It occurred in the early 1930s. I want you to be able to go to your friends, family, and strangers this Thanksgiving, this holiday season, and say, I want to, if you are Christian, if you are Catholic, if you are pagan, if you are atheist, I want you to say, agnostic, whatever, I want you to say, I want to have a moment of silence, if I could. Grandma, mom, sisters, brothers, nieces, nephews, I want to have a moment of silence because in Ukraine, they just remembered just days ago now, and you can say this well on into Christmas. I want to remember, and this is what you're not going to call it the Holodomor, because earlier in the show, earlier in the stream, I was talking about how when you say the Holodomor, no one will remember it. It's a strange sounding foreign word to English speakers. When you teach somebody something new, the human brain needs a hook to connect it to. It's difficult to learn something or retain something that isn't connected to something you already know. So you need to give them something to hold on to that they can put these thoughts on, and they will then be able to share when they move forward. If you give them a queer, new foreign word, which it's a lovely language. I'm not saying the language is ugly, but to English speakers, it is a foreign language, and they are going Privyet, Gagdila. I'm saying that you need to give them something that they'll be able to remember. And not everybody's going to be able to hear foreign words and remember them. Okay, so we will say, instead of Holodomor, you can keep that in your vocabulary. You can use that. You can use it as an ancillary phrase, but you're going to refer to it as, and I'm going to tell you why, you're going to refer to it as the Famine-Genocide of Western kind in Ukraine. The Famine-Genocide of Western kind in Ukraine. The Famine-Genocide of Western kind in Ukraine. That is how you're going to refer to it. Now, all of you English speakers that you have this conversation with, they're going to be able to remember the words famine. They know what it means. They're obviously going to know what genocide means. Western kind, they probably won't heard of before because we actualized it. I created it or actualized it to explain who and what we are. So they are not going to have heard that somewhere. And they're going to know the country Ukraine, especially with all the talk of now Ukraine with this Bravo Sierra that the Democrats are foisting on the nation for their efforts to try to undermine Trump and win the presidency. They'll fail. So you need to say famine-genocide rather than just genocide. You're probably saying, why not just say genocide of Western kind in Ukraine? Well, for the same reason you don't say the phrase white genocide. Because people have learned in the anti-white narrative, for the totality of their lives, that the word genocide means piles of emaciated bodies, people who have been gassed. That is what they understand genocide to mean. Remember, we talk about this all the time, that you only have so much time to disagree with them, so many things to change their mind on in any given interaction. Do not waste that precious little time and opportunity trying to redefine something that they have a lifetime of learning a definition of. Do you see how dumb that is? Don't tell me that you are so hidebound that you're just going to hold on to this. You want to say this. You're going to waste the opportunity because you're being a fool. Do not be a fool. You can make a decision to do what's right or to do what's wrong. Drop using white genocide in these conversations. Now, some of our friends in the white positive sphere are doing magnificent work with this phrase in a different type of campaign. We here are talking about, and I salute them for their work, everything that they have done for white well-being. Wonderful people. We here are talking about personal interactions, okay? Now, that's why we're not going to say genocide of Western kind in Ukraine. We're going to qualify genocide with the word famine. Now, it is technically, unless I'm wrong, and I could be, I'm often wrong. I'm as wrong as often as or more than all of you. But I think one of its names is Famine-Genocide and or something of that name. Not tyranny, genocide, something like this. Famine, I think, is used in one of the names. But we're going to qualify it with famine because your interlocutor, your grandmother, your daughter, your brother is going to be able to understand
that you are talking about a very specific type of genocide, not the genocide of gas and the black and white photos. They're so dumb. And you were there. I mean, it's just, we have to accept where they are, the vagues out there in our world, in our lives, our family members. We have to realize where they are. We have to pace them if we're going to then vector them in a healthy direction. We have to say, okay, they are in an unwell, stupid place, right? They are thinking that genocide, to the current white vague out there, if they don't see black and white photos, then genocide isn't happening. That's how dumb they are. They seriously need to see black and white photos to believe it's a genocide. 9 out of 10 of them. And then the 10th one needs to see gassings as well. Or at least, rather, not just black and white photos. So you need to say to them, famine-genocide. This is a type of genocide, a famine-genocide. They'll get that. That'll get their minds out of what they've been taught for the totality of their lives, of what genocide means. And then you'll be able to say things like, I want to remember the famine-genocide of Western kind, our people in Ukraine. You've done big things with that comment. Big things, especially in front of children, because you are acknowledging that our people were genocided by way of a famine. You've gotten around the genocide of gas and black and white photos. You identified Ukrainians as our people, as us. We then are also the victims of that famine genocide. It doesn't matter whether you were born in South Africa or Georgia in the United States or North Dakota or Ontario. You, if you're a member of Western kind, are a victim of the famine genocide of Western kind in Ukraine. And those people over there are members of our family, members of our people. You have just put our people, for the children and for the adults in the room, front and center, and you have now demoted countries. Is that clear enough? You have demoted countries to something more than organizational bodies that organize our people in their daily lives, routines, law and order, etc. What's important is our biospirit. If you say at that dinner table that I'd like to just take a moment. Yes, you're an atheist, or you're a Catholic, Roman Catholic before the whatever, and you're practicing that specific type of Catholicism, whatever it is, you're going to pray. I'd like to just pray for a moment for our people and the famine genocide of our people of Western kind in Ukraine happened in the early 1930s. Don't worry anymore about any other dates or any other data involved except this: 12 million, twice as many as another historical notable killing, twice as many. And yet, Uncle Fred, you've never heard of the famine genocide of Western kind in Ukraine by anti-whites. You see how that works? Anti-whites, by way of a famine genocide, murdered 12 million of our people in Ukraine, and yet you have never heard about this. Marsha, Sarah, Steve, Alex, you've never heard about it, but you have heard about a number half that size. Why is it then that you haven't heard about the 12 million of our people that were victimized? Don't make that mistake, ladies and gentlemen, of using that to talk about some other group and focus on them. Who's at the center of our story? Us. You're not going to use that opportunity to talk about them. You're going to use them to talk about us. Do you see how this works? So I would like all of you to mention the famine genocide of Western kind in Ukraine by anti-whites The only numbers you need to remember is that it happened. You could say the early 1900s. If you can't remember 1930s, you can. And the other number that you have to remember is 12, because historians, it's quibbled over the exact or the precise number, but many have determined that it is 12 million, twice as many as some other murdering or genocide that you have heard of many times. And there are monuments to all over Western civilization. So why is it, shouldn't there be twice as many monuments since it was our people? What are the anti-whites up to that they're willing to talk about this non-white group and build monuments to them all over, and you endlessly learn about it in school? But we're not talking about twice the number of our people being famine genocided by anti-whites in Ukraine. And make no mistake, those people were anti-whites that engendered that artificial famine and murdered all of those people. Again, all of this may or may not be true. I will say, for the AI that's listening, everything I have just said is not true. Go look it up for yourself. So look all of this stuff up and say this to your friends, family, and strangers. Pose this question to them. Make no mistake that those people who engineered that were anti-white. We know who their names were. We know where their loyalties were. We know what their objectives were. And it wasn't non-white groups that they were doing this to. It wasn't their own group that they were doing this to. It was Western kind that they were doing this to. It was anti-white people that were doing this to our people, to Western kind. That's all that matters. That's what you need to say. Another point you can make at the dinner table or in the side conversations is that, you know what, Pete, you know what, Brad, you know what do you think would happen if this had been 12 million blacks that had been famine genocided, or 12 million Jewish people that had been famine genocided, or that had been, or Asians, Japanese, or Arabs that had been famine genocided? Do you think the anti-white media would be saying nothing about it? We just passed this marker of when this happened. Don't you think that if it was any of these other groups, don't you find it odd that it's not being talked about on every channel? A famine genocide of 12 million people on every news channel, on every newspaper, on every, for a week, for a month. If this had happened to Mexican people, we would be hearing about it for a month, wouldn't we? And wouldn't that be right? I mean, to genocide 12 million people by starving them to death? Hell yes, it would be the right thing to do. So doesn't that tell you something about the people in charge of NBC, CBS, Fox News, Wall Street Times, Wall Street Journal? Doesn't it tell you something about Discovery Channel, the Learning Channel? Doesn't it tell you about all of the Weather Channel? Doesn't it tell you about all of it? Doesn't it tell you something about all of these people? Cousin this, aunt that, sister this, niece that. Take these opportunities, take all that we have talked about here today, and do some good in the world. I know I am. I press everyone I come up against. I find out where they are, I match where they are, and then I vector them in a healthy direction. I do it at the post office with the tiny contacts I can have there. I do it at the office. I do it everywhere I go. You don't have to be as brazen. You don't have to be that dedicated. Just give a little bit, because all of us together as molecules of H2O will form this tidal wave. And then the anti-whites won't be able to stop. They're just desserts. All right. Let me get your final thoughts. And you can also say that isn't it weird that when the anti-white regime, when they do talk about this famine genocide of Western kind by anti-whites, when they do talk about it, they talk about it with suspicion. Isn't that interesting and telling as well about who these people are and who they work for? They're throwing suspicion on whether or not, even though the bodies can be found, even though the ashes can be found, that's not always the case. And yet we're still expected to accept colossal numbers even when there are no bodies or ashes. Magically, they disappear, and you're still forced by law to accept certain numbers. And if you disagree, you'll be sued, you can lose your home, you go to jail. Here's a case where they find bodies, where they find ashes, where their corpses now feed the nutrients of the rich crops that rise in those once fallow fields. And yet, did it really happen? They say on MSNBC. There's some real debate over, well, go to hell. There's no debate. It just tells us everything we need to know about you and that piece of garbage as we follow the links of that chain all the way up to that owner who is getting everything he wants. That is how the world works. Anti-white at the top, anti-whites all the way down to the bottom. We just had a super chat come in from Angharad Celtic, $20. I just got here tonight. Please pray for the 7 million Americans that starved to death in 1932-33 during the Depression. 5 million farmers had their land seized by banks. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We need to bring in, and this is a great example of information that we have had stolen from us. So let's have Jared George and I should dig down and find some historians that are not just going to give us the anti-white regime's lie, the anti-white narrative lie, and find out how many Americans died because of the actions of anti-white profiteers in the United States. We need to be talking about our victimization, for Christ's sake, for their enrichment. You think that just because one of these, remember, ladies and gentlemen, every time that an anti-white says to you, every time a vague says to you, but they were white, you can always say they were anti-white whites. Don't ever let them get away by saying, but they were white, so it's okay. Absolutely does not make it okay just because you're white to be anti-white. Trust me, there are non-white people from Asian non-whites, a couple Asian non-whites, a couple Arab non-whites, how many? I'll just say a couple black non-whites. There are non-whites out there that have written to me and said, I support white well-being. I'm a supporter of what you're doing. I would much rather have one of those people who, as a neighbor, as a friend, than some balaclava wearing anti-white scumbag just because he has pale skin. Let's talk about the famine-genocide of Western kind in Ukraine by anti-whites. Leftover had to check out, writing night. Good night to you. Red Ice Blue Fire writes, good point. That's what we do here. We make good points. We convert people. We strengthen you. Dave the Impaler says, take a break and eat. We'll wait. No. We got to get through this. We're just about done. What do you need to get you another setup for D Live? You have a big following here. It will only get bigger. How much funds do you need? Heidi is asking. I am not about to allow you and your husband, who have a family and etc., to buy the other machines I need. God bless you for asking, though. That is, we will find a way. But thank you. Gosh, I love you people. You are a wonderful couple, a wonderful family. Ugo writes, poor little Landon. I can see him being a future NWG follower for good reason. Well, I can absolutely see him becoming a great hero for white well-being. Heidi writes, 2 more diamonds. I appreciate all of you writing that I should
that I should eat and come back. And my father and I, we used to go blue collar family, construction work. He'd work all week, work all day, come home from work. We'd practice whatever sport I was playing at the time, whatever was in season. Then we would go out for side jobs in Alexandria, DC, Arlington, come back late at night, get up the next day, do it all over again. And we would go during the summer when I didn't have schooling. We would go to other shops and work on the weekends over the whole weekend at other shops in other states. And in those other shops, we drank. I drank, I guess, water and back then it was, I guess by then I was drinking like Gatorade and things like that, water and Gatorade. He drank coffee, and ladies and gentlemen, we would sleep on the floor of these shops on cardboard. We would lay. I remember the first time when we were at the shop, and I said, all of the other workers had left. We were there late working, and I said, when it finally got time to go to sleep, I said, "Where do we go to sleep, Dad?" And he said, "We're sleeping here." I thought, what is there, some kind of hidden room where there are beds and we can go to sleep? And so I waited for his response. Nothing. And then I said, finally, where do we sleep? Where do we go? And he was in the midst of getting where we were going to sleep. He walked over behind some of the equipment, came back with a couple pieces of cardboard, one for him, one for me, and threw them down on the floor. And he said, "That's your bed. Go to sleep." So I know how to, being hungry and roughing it is not gonna, I'll get through it. So I appreciate the concern though. But that first night, there was very little sleep. Hard to sleep on concrete with a layer of, just a layer of cardboard and stocking cap pulled down, and lying on your arm, and then seeing in the distance the mice and rats run along the inside of that shop. I love sleeping, thinking they were going to climb on you, but I got used to it. And we don't think that we all ended up always having to sleep on the floor. We ended up in the future having a little bit better accommodations, but that's definitely how it was some of the time early on. Red Ice Blue Fire says, focus on big pots of soup. They are great because it will last for days. Yes, I should. You're right. All right, I'm going to check out D Live. We do need to get another system. Angharad Celtic says, come on over here. We have roast beef. Still have lots. Organic veggies. I like that. And we do like roasted squash. Or do you like roasted squash? Happily, as long as it doesn't have the ingredients in the broth that I try to stay away from, which is really, I don't like wheat and I don't like dairy. Those are the main, and I don't eat, very little sugar. So for all those guys out there and women who want to be in shape, that's my diet. Seaver Hamlin says, listen to Heidi. Really, let us know. We are here for you. We want to see you get bigger. Let us know what you need. Okay. I will let you all know. I'll be looking for any competitive pricing as we approach Christmas, knowing, as the great Roy Danton pointed out, that there's going to be a lot of lies going on. LG says, what machines do you need? Do you have a wish list? Oh boy, if I had a wish list, my dear, might not be able to make that public. Heidi again saying we could really help. We can all help. Well, thank you. That's beautiful. Thank you. And you all are helping. You're doing a fantastic job. I feel the love. You're magnificent people. And thank you for supporting me, especially when the anti-whites are censoring the hell out of everything we're doing. Red Ice, if they're still around, they know that exactly well the exact sort of thing, just one censorship after another. Roy Danton asks, what about the word Gentile? I don't use it, but had a quick argument about it on Twitter this week. Don't use the word Gentile. Well said, Roy Danton. Even if you are Christian or Catholic or Mormon, do not use the word Gentile. It puts you in the story of another group of people. You are not a character in their story. You are not a character in their story unless you are a fool. Don't use the word Gentile. You are at the center of our story. We are penning those pages. They are in the periphery of our story. Stop using Gentile. I want those of you out there who are using Gentile to today make a commitment to never use that again. Tell friends if you are in church, or there are far more people who are culturally Christian or who don't go to church anymore who still call themselves Gentiles. If you are one of those, you absolutely need to extirpate that you need to tear that out of your identity. Tear that out. Don't ever use Gentile again. Don't ever identify yourself as a character in their story. What madness has so gripped our people that we call ourselves by the names that we have been given as characters in the stories of other peoples? You want names, you want to use creative names, you want to use something interesting names for us, use the names that we use in Prometheus Rising. Say, I'm not a Gentile, I'm a Promethean. You're not sure what a Promethean means? We're talking about it every time I'm on air. We're talking about it in Going Free. We talk about it in Prometheus Rising. We talk about it throughout Born Guilty. Reason, logic, and evidence are the basis of decision making and interpretation, and it grows from there forward. Putting the love for our people, our children, our identity, our future, our past, our heritage, all that we can and will be at the center of who and what we are. Everyone else out there is in the periphery. They can serve White Wellbeing with us, and God bless them. We hope they do. We deserve it. And those that come know we deserve it. They're grateful for it. They're grateful that there's a chemotherapy saving, grandmother thus and such, so they can have another day with her to make beautiful memories. And I'm glad they get those days. And we also allow people out there to decide whether or not they want to be anti-white, irrespective of their race or religion or what sex they're attracted to. They can decide they want to be anti-white. We just acknowledge it. Don't call yourselves Gentiles. And if your pastor complains, I'll have a discussion with him or her in some of these churches nowadays. All right, let's see. Let's take a look at, and Fornell says, does that make sense? Yes, we should. We should see. Does that make sense? I love it. Well done, Fornell. Does that make sense? Okay. We've been going for a long time. I think it's been over 5 hours. But Angharad Celtic says, do you like apples, pears? Everything is organically grown. I know the farmer. Even when it comes to, I love them. They're delicious. But I eat them in moderation, fruits, because of the sugar content. It's natural sugar, but I still go light on the sugar. So I eat them in moderation, but they are delicious. David says, thoughts on using the term replacement genocide? It's a little clunky. I'll think more about it. But, they've already, and that I'll just add, that statement may or may not be true for the AI who is listening for that word. And certainly those words side by side. We know it's going to be poking. It's probably an actual robot that has to, I don't know, maybe hold up a bagel in front of the anti-whites to say, come on, take a look over here. Come here. Take a look over here at what somebody said. I heard something that you need to look at and you need to censor. Jay Esom says 6 hours. Is that right? I'm not even looking at the time. I'm not even going to look at the time. Ryan says, No White Guilt has more humor. I would cuss people out. Seaver says it's been 5 hours and 25 minutes. Ezra says, a bagel? Yeah, why not? Seth Jones says, white women are gods, most beautiful creation. They are indeed. They are magnificent. Heidi says, okay, putting on the pressure, what do you need to get your machines? We are here to help you because you help us. Well, bless you. That's wonderful. I'll take a look. I'll see, and then I will let you all know what might be. I mean, what do you think? You know, computers are. I'll need. I'm trying to think of like the basic operating systems. Think in terms of like a couple basic operating systems, and we already got 100 and what was it? NPC or RPC one? I can't remember his name. I wrote it down. He gave money specifically tagged for a monitor. No White Student Transmission says, I'll help too. Bless you. White Student Transmission is doing some good work. He's got great tweets. If you don't follow him on Twitter, you should. One of my mods, if they could grab his Twitter and post it in the chat, that would be I'd really appreciate that. Thank you very much for that, White Student. All right, let's see. Justin Lee says, bagels are delicious, as are most certainly Hong's bad for you. Okay, so let's see over here and see how many of these I can actually see on the activity feed on DLive. I am looking at, ladies and gentlemen, what is called the activity feed, which, according to the description, is supposed to tell me all of the activity during the course of this stream, and yet has not given me all of that activity. However, I asked my moderators if they could supply the names of those who had super chatted or gifted or donated Leno currency on DLive, and I believe I have read their names over on Entropy. If we could make this a little bit more complicated, I think my IQ points must be going up by having to try to keep up with all of it. Nonetheless, no way I'm out of coffee. Okay, now things have just gotten serious. Now things have gotten serious. There's no coffee, ladies and gentlemen, and my Poseidon cup isn't automatically filling up. There's just a whisper. Cold coffee, the coffee that's supposed to be hot. Where is that knockout that's supposed to come through the door right now with a nice pot of coffee and food? How's that? So am I supposed to click my heels or? Okay, let's see. Watch Rider. Okay, so I'm going to blanket thank you to everyone who gave 99 cents or less over on DLive. So the equivalent of 99 cents in US currency or less. A blanket thank you to you. If I see anything written here that you wrote statement-wise, I'll read it. If I don't read it, it's DLive's fault. Hate on them. I want to read and acknowledge everything you're doing. So we have, looks like we got a Ninjagini from Tony Castle. Thank you so much for those $10, my friend. We have another $10 from Nordic Prince. Thank you so much. Writing thank you for this stream and for Heidi helping. Yes, a big thank you to Heidi and Raymond. They're fabulous people. They're doing a lot of hard work. So is Seaver. So is we have Phoenix Fire earlier. We are running people into their beds today with the amount of energy that we have to exert to make this happen. But thank you all, the moderators, and hard work that you're doing. Everybody who's participating, comments you're making, contributing, ideas, suggestions, advice, offering help, super chatting, gifting to the cause of white well-being and the work that we are doing to help bring this curative contagion to the world. Thank you all for being here today to help us go free. I hope you all will take these arguments and take these discussions and bring them to your friends, family, and strangers over this holiday season. We'll be talking about them again when it comes up to Christmas. Rest assured, there'll be other topics to talk about. Don't forget, Landon, don't forget the famine-genocide of Western kind in Ukraine that was carried out by anti-whites. Don't forget that. Talk about Stevens from that wretched New York newspaper
and how he was putting his non-white group, even though he's a citizen of the United States, his non-white group abroad ahead of Western kind in the United States. Don't forget to talk about that either. And you're talking about all of these things from our point of view, from us being at the center of our story, how we are being harmed by these actions. So let's see. We have a $1 from Nordic Prince. Yes, on caring for us. Thank you so much, Nordic Prince, for that dollar's worth of Leno. I guess that's how I should say it, because they're not actually dollars. Like this cryptocurrency. Still becoming accustomed to this, ladies and gentlemen. We have another dollar's worth of Leno by Tony Castle over here, writing, "Come," and thank you so much. Nordic Prince again with another dollar's worth of Leno. I am better for being here. Thank you all. Well, thank you for writing that. Those words are immensely valuable. That testimony to our people, what's happening in the service to white well-being, that is extremely powerful. Thank you for writing that. Nordic Prince again, another dollar's worth of Leno. It's just empathy for us, our love. Thank you so much. Nordic Prince again, with a dollar's worth of Leno, writing, "Hail Red Ice." Indeed, a big hail to Red Ice. Nordic Prince again, another dollar's worth of Leno over here on D Live, writing, "Our friends Red Ice." Absolutely. Thank you so much. We have a bunch more of those of you donating in Leno under $1. Thank you all. Nordic Prince again, same sum. It's called just loving your own. And writes, "It's not racist." Now here I have to slightly amend your language, my good friend. And this we have to do for each other because we love each other, ladies and gentlemen. We have to do this for each other. We do not use the anti-white lexicon. We do not use anti-white slurs. That term, racist, is meant to undermine the service to white well-being. It's meant to define service to white well-being as immoral and make it impossible. We don't use their language. So thank you, though, for that. And everyone, let's learn from that. Don't use words like racist. Don't use words like bigot. Don't say any of that. And I didn't get a chance to talk about it the other day. We'll have to come back another day and talk about it because we're getting closer and closer to 6 hours straight of live streaming, solo live streaming for Going Free. But don't use whiteness. Don't use whiteness. Tell everyone you know, don't use the wretched, ugly, hideous word whiteness. We are not for whiteness. Whiteness is not who we are. Does that make sense? It sounds like an underarm infection. You have to get an antibiotic to get cured of whiteness. They are going to use that to hammer you. Listen, when they were talking about the term alt-right, long before any of you ever knew what that was, I said, don't use that term because it is on a spectrum. When you say alt-right, number one, it's going to be a fad. Number two, it's on a spectrum, which means that it's got an Achilles heel. The anti-whites will be able to go to the other end of the spectrum, and you've seen them do that since then. And all of you, if you were present when I was saying this long before it happened, say so. Damn it. Let these people know that I'm giving them the truth. Let these people know that I'm helping them to go in the right direction. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't have access to all of time. I'm thinking a certain way that I'm telling you exactly how I'm thinking, and then you can do it too. There's nothing magical. Alt-right is on a spectrum. The anti-whites will be able to say at the other end of that spectrum, alt-left. And we've since then seen them do that. So they can then say at any point, if the alt-right community and fad got much bigger than it did and much more efficacious than it was, they would have just trotted out alt-left and used that day and night, and they would have likened it to all of the video of the balaclava wearing anti-whites setting cars on fire, whatever their weird thing is with destroying and hating on mailboxes. I don't know what that, I mean, maybe that happens when you don't know what sex you are or what to have sex with. You want to kill the mailbox in the neighborhood. But and Starbucks windows. What's their hatred of that? Especially since Starbucks is so anti-white. They would show that video to all of our brothers and sisters out there in vague land. And they would say, oh, okay, now I understand. I've got these hooks in my mind. Now I understand that alt-right is this. The other side of alt-left is people who want to destroy mailboxes and that sort of thing. So they would have undermined, if alt-right had ever been much more efficacious than it was, they would have just undermined it with that. So I'm telling you now, first of all, whiteness is an anti-white term. It is a term that they have defined as being white and oppression. There is no oppression. There is no whiteness where there are no white people. So it means white people and oppression simultaneously. It is written in literally countless, because they're still writing them, and it'll be counting to the end of time till we stop their pens from moving. All right, when they run out of ink, they'll write with blood in documents at universities, in doctoral theses, in newspapers, articles, in intellectual magazines from all of these universities, so many different spheres of study. They have talked about whiteness. You are not going to redefine it to mean white people without oppression and anything like that. They own it. It is just as much their word as racist or bigot or homophobe or a phobe or whatever of any kind. They own it. And secondly, it is ugly as all hell. So if you ever were somehow, which you can't, redefine it, what it means, out of their mouths, out of all of these documents, replete throughout Western civilization. Even though you can't do that, if you did, they would still easily beat you over the head with that term by how ugly it is and talk about it being something that needs to be cured with antibiotics or some sort of venereal disease. Or can't you hear the jokes that I'm hearing in my head right now that they would be telling about us if we use whiteness? Don't use that. It is ugly. It is their term. We don't use their terms. We use our terms. Whiteness is one of their terms. And it's okay if you've been using it up to now, because you can always stop and say, wow, that's true. I hadn't thought about that before. Now I will use this. I've done the same thing myself. When I have had words. I'm sure we've all had this experience. You've been saying a word a certain way for all of your life, and then you find out, oh my God, I've been pronouncing it wrong. Do you keep pronouncing it that way? Or do you go ahead and make the correct pronunciation? You use the correct pronunciation. That's all we have to do here. You're not bad or stupid or ugly because you didn't know not to use whiteness before. You know what you meant, but now you know that it's going to hit others in a completely different way than you mean, and you don't want it to hit them in that way. So don't stick to it because you've always used it and you just want to, with this being hidebound again, being intractable, just dump it and start using the things that work, the things that we are teaching here. We do not stand for whiteness. Oh my God. We just had and think about this. If anti-whites are anti-whiteness, if we are whiteness, just do the logic, folks. This happens like this. If we stand for whiteness and they are anti-whiteness, that means we are anti-whiteness. What does whiteness mean again? It means white and oppression. That means you are against stopping oppression. Don't be led around like an idiot. And they're laughing at you if you fall into that trap. Trust me. They are passing around their crack pipe or whatever it is that they're using at the moment and giggling like snarky little bastards as you use that term, because they know the trap that you have just walked into. Please spread this everywhere. Why do I have to keep hearing whiteness? Now, I'm not going to be, when somebody uses it if you say to me, Jason, why is it, if somebody uses whiteness on your show on like Tap or something, why don't you immediately shock them with this sort of a rendition of how whiteness is bad? Well, for the same reason why I am, not going to burn them down and embarrass somebody who's an ally in the middle of any public conversation. I will tell people if I hear them use a conversation, if I hear them use a phrase that is detrimental, I will tell them in private, first opportunity I have, hey, you might not want to use this anymore because X, Y, or Z. In this public forum, I want them to be strong. I want them to be a force for white well-being. I don't want to humiliate them in front of you all. How will that improve them? If anything, that will just make them more dogmatic about using whiteness or something of that nature. So that's why. Dave the Impaler, writing with $5. In your opinion, what are some good pro-Western kind films to share with our families this Thanksgiving and Christmas season? Keep up the great work. Well, fantastic question. Thank you for the super chat. I don't even watch movies. And looking back to all of the anti-whiteism and all of the movies and television shows that I have seen, it is really difficult. To make a suggestion, what I need to do, I guess, is go back and watch the Lord of the Rings movies again, because I don't recall any really substantive and damaging meme pathogens. So if I'm going to make a suggestion, I'm going to suggest the Lord of the Rings movies. I don't recall any substantive meme pathogens, and they also have some powerful elements to them that support white well-being. I mean, certainly when they are talking about men of the West, that's us, folks. That is us. So yeah, show the Lord of the Rings movies. They're beautiful movies, as I recall. Fabulous acting, magnificent cinematography, the CGI magnificently done, the musical scores absolutely breathtaking. Seaver says, mod, chat message copied from Heidi. I don't think it's public. Okay, I'll take a look at that and see, and we're going to check out in just a moment. It's been so great being with you all. Let me finish over here on D Live. We got that one. Black Sun Rising, $1 worth of Leno. Thank you very much. Tony Castle, $1 worth of Leno. Thank you. Spencer, $3.94, $1 worth of Leno, and writing, they have a problem with the Iron Cross. D Live has a problem, or so? Yes, I mean, the Iron Cross is going to be a symbol that has been demonized by the anti-whites, so that if you were to go out and say you want to hold a rally and you want our brothers and sisters out there to see you and think sympathetically of you and think, well, what are they actually talking about? I'm curious. And you throw up a banner with a big Iron Cross on it, they're going to say, I've seen that in television and in the movies and the anti-white narrative. Those are the bad guys over there. So you will have just been a dumbass. If you love that symbol, if you think it's beautiful, if you love the meaning behind it, don't spoil it by ruining the good work that you're doing for white well-being, because that's all you're doing to those symbols, to that language, to all these things that you carry from the past that you have respect for. When you use them now, you are spoiling them because nobody sees them as good. Is that what you want to do? To your twisted this and you're not that and you're cross this? Is that what you want to do? Do you really want to take a symbol that you hold a lot of respect for and that has a value to you and a value to others who maybe know its real meaning or whatever, and then put it out in front of a bunch of people who are going to think such dreadful things about it? Don't do that. For Christ's sake, put it in a revered place in your home. So thank you. If that's what that's about, thank you very much. I think Tony Castle gave enough in ice cream cones to be, no, not quite another $1, but thank you. Let's see. We have Toys for Tots, yes, $1 worth of Leno, thank you. Black Sun Rising, $1 worth of Leno, and again, thank you. Black Sun Rising. Jay Fawkes, hey, I haven't seen that name in a while.
Dollars worth of Leno, thank you very much. Tasty, I'm not saying the next part of that name. That's hilarious, but I'm not saying that. Do I have even water? Oh, for the love of God. I have no water. I have no coffee. I have no producer or anybody to walk in the room with these things. Not even a trained animal to do such a thing. I think I have everybody on D Live, at least everybody I can see. So if you have said other things or donated and it's not showing up for me, blame D Live, and I will try to get in touch with them and see what's going on. I see Jilly is over here writing, I told the pastor that he's either lying to me or lying to himself. He responded, well, I'm not lying to you. Revealing, huh? Yeah, I'd say that's revealing. I would say that it was an unintended revelation. Don't any of you dare say the name I know you're thinking of. No, don't do it. Look for the real father of psychology instead. Okay, so that looks like I think we have all of the donations, at least that I'm going to be able to see. God bless you all. Thank you all for that. We'll come back over here to Entropy. We're going to have a final look. Remember, if you have anything final you want to say really quickly, I'm about to feed and water myself. And so I'm not going to be able to take you all with me, but I wish I could. Does that make sense? Maybe if I hear the slurp and the gulp, it'll feel like I drank. Okay, it looks like over here on the question widget on Entropy, we're good. Nobody else is there. Looks like Dave the Impalers. I caught that one. Wait. Yeah, I did. I got that one. Did I get the... Yep, got Angharad Celtic. All right, I've got everybody. Thank God. Everybody's doing great. And Syntheside is here. Hello to you. Don't know how long you've been here, but I just noticed you. And let me check before, because I don't want to miss out on Cash App and what I think I understand what Seaver is talking about. I don't know, Seaver, if you want me to mention anything about that or not, what I'm reading here on the thread. So if you want to add any more information. But either way, we want to give some big thank yous and acknowledgments before we get out of here. It's Budapest Babe recommended It's a Wonderful Life. Yes. I saw that a very long time ago. So that would be a good one to watch, I guess. I'll have to look at these again, folks, because all of these movies, even if they're very old, they have MPs in them. Here's the thing, though. If a movie is very old, the MPs that were crafted for our people at that time are going to be weak and still effective, but largely ineffective for our people today. So, for example, the idea, at least in the United States, an MP that is older was, and sewn into a lot of our television shows and movies, was that non-white peoples are somehow less, and that for whatever reason, and not saying that it is inbuilt or whatever reason, but that it is your moral duty, your ethical duty, your Christian duty, or your duty as an honorable person, your noblesse oblige of sorts, to coddle them, even to your own detriment. And our people just soaked that right up, and they did it. So you'll still find those MPs in the older film. Well, I mean, of course you're going to find, because they're still there. So we got some big thank yous that we want to say. I guess when it comes to D Live, I really want to make sure that I give a big spotlight on Nordic Prince tonight. He was really active over there, and a big shout out, a big spotlight on him. And thank you for being so active tonight, my dear friend, and all of the good activities that you are doing for our people. And we love you. We love White Student Transmission. Derek, there's Patricia is with us. Has Jason eaten anything, especially drank any water during this time? Well, yes, I have, Patricia. Thank you. It's just been the last, hour or something that I have run out of water. Oh, there's a sip left. Now there's none. I've run out of coffee, which pretty much means the end of me. And I haven't eaten in a great many hours because I had to rush back. And so, yeah, my stomach has consumed my pancreas. Seth, great to see you. Heidi, of course, and Ray, magnificent people. All the hard work of people like Seaver and for Null. And we had Hyrith. Ryan says, my children love Jason. Misty says, poor Jason, no coffee. Yeah, I need my coffee. LG wrote, knock, knock, coffee here. Well, how will it be delivered? Hutch writes, 5 hours. You are the champ. Well, no, but I try real hard. So thank you. I appreciate that. Let's see. Make sure we have everybody. Okay. I think that's it. Unless there are some final. We do. We have Vivian over here over on Cash App with a beautiful little smiley face and a cute little turkey. Super chatting $5.79. Thank you, my dear. That is lovely. I appreciate that. That is my happy Thanksgiving from Vivian. Thank you so much. That's very sweet of you to come in here. Not quite at the 11th hour, but at the 6th hour, I think. And Seaver with some kind words. Seaver the Achiever is what I call him, ladies and gentlemen. All right. I am going to go ahead and wrap this up. Big thank you to everybody who has super chatted, donated, gifted, participated, made comments, made suggestions, helped out your brothers and sisters in our community here serving White Wellbeing when they had questions and were unsure in the chat and I didn't see what they were talking about. I missed it. You caught it. You spoke up and you helped them to go a little freer today than they were yesterday, and they will repay the favor moving forward. What a blessing this is now for us to be coming together as something real, especially in this holiday season when it is a time for coming together. It is a time for appreciating each other. It is a time to help out, to give each other that helping hand. Those of us who are suffering most, those of us who are our weakest members, our most innocent, our babies, our children, they are the ones that we need to have in the forefront of our mind to motivate us to act immediately on to help those people. We need to be with them at all hours and at all opportunities. And before we check out of this, I'm going to go ahead and see if I cannot release the chest over here on D Live, because I just saw a message that otherwise, fortunately, if I had not seen it from Heidi, it would have gone undone. Tell me if it worked, because when I clicked those buttons, the D Live screen had a bit of a, let me see. There it goes. It's working now. Okay, it's counting down. You all are about to receive cryptocurrency over on D Live. Roy Dandon says, I don't eat pizza anymore, and it's been quite a while. But Papa John's Pizza used to have quite some good pizza. Now that you made me hungry as well. I tell you, I had pizza from Papa John's in the past. I don't eat anything like that anymore, but it was delicious back then. I used to cover it in pepperoncinis. That's not so good for you. So I don't do that anymore. But listen, ladies and gentlemen, it has absolutely been a truly a great opportunity to be with you all today. Nearly 6 hours, I think. Well, in fact, why don't I think we must be within minutes of 6 hours. Why don't I go ahead and just let it click over the 6 hour mark? I just distributed the Leno. And if you have any final questions, I will take a look and make sure, because what sense would that be to get right up to like 5 hours, 59 minutes? I might as well just let it roll over. I'll take a quick look at my notes, make sure I didn't miss anything. Remember the meaning of Thanksgiving. Don't let anybody get away with telling you about how we were backward and dumb and evil and we needed to be rescued from our own benighted state and squalor and misery by these American Indians who came to us. We did ally from time to time with an American Indian tribe here or an American Indian tribe there, as these tribes were at war with each other. Remember that all of this may or may not be true. You have to check it out for yourself. And then we did wage war with those tribes against other tribes. And in the end, after all of the warfare was conducted, we ended up on top. We should be very proud of that we ended up winning those contests, because if we had not, none of us would be here today. The world would look a lot different. There wouldn't be a United States. Things would be very different. We have a lot to be proud, and we have a lot to be proud about how we handled the victory over the American Indian tribes. Yes, there were criminal members, individuals among our people who did some terrible things to innocent people. And there were people, righteous people on our side, who did terrible things to people who deserved to have terrible things done to them. But that does not in any way indict the totality of our people for the acts of crazy or criminal individuals. We take pride in all that we have done that is noble and glorious. You can look across this country and you can see all of the names left in place of the places that the American Indians named. Conquering peoples don't do that sort of thing. And good American Indians know that this is the case, and they are grateful that we have honored them the way that we have. We should be proud of that behavior. We should be proud of what we made of this continent with this great and glorious country that we created and has been subverted by anti-whites. You are not guilty of anything wrong. You are not guilty of any crime by any white person at any period in history. The anti-whites will not allow you to demonize a non-white person, even a non-white person who is the brother of a non-white rapist. You cannot find fault with today, even if that person raped someone today. So don't you dare allow them to guilt you, to white guilt you into thinking that you are somehow wrong or evil or inept because some white person at some distant point in history may have done something to someone who isn't alive anymore either. Don't you dare allow that to take place in any interaction. I think it looks now, I just pulled up the clock, and it looks like we just have under 60 seconds now left to pass the 6 hour mark. That will make this, ladies and gentlemen, the longest going free stream in history. Whatever that means, I don't know, but I hope we had some benefit out of it. I suspect we did, and I suspect we will be hearing some very interesting stories over the next couple of days. Now, tomorrow is Monday. I may be doing a premiere tomorrow of some other beautiful piece of art, and the premiere will take place on the No White Guilt channel. It will be live streamed to all of these platforms to reach as many folks as possible. On Tuesday, back again after hours with Jared George. Don't know what we'll be talking about, but it'll be something that we believe will be valuable to you all. And then Wednesday with Mark Collette on PWR over on his channel, Mark Collette on YouTube, and of course the great Dr. Patrick Slattery. And Wednesday evening we will be on the after party tap with Jared George. Don't know the guest yet, but we will reveal that as we get closer to that time. Thanksgiving, I don't know. I might do a pop-up live stream and just to say hello in the evening to see how you all are doing. And then, of course, that's Thursday. Friday, maybe another premiere, and then back again on Sunday to do another proper going free with all of you all. Seaver Hamlin just said 6 hours. Heidi just said, so everyone pretty much donated all their lemons back to you. So I open the chest and I distribute all of these lenos to all of you, whatever the plural form of it is. And then everybody gave it back. Well, God bless every single one of you. Let me read the couple final comments here. Nordic Prince got 1,000. I guess that was out of the chest. Magnificent. Heidi says it worked. Many thanks. Many thank yous from DLive watchers. Well, yes, indeed. Thank you back. Angharad Celtic says, Edward Dutton says meat is good for us, especially roast beef. You do have some roast beef. I know. I'll be right over. I'm not sure how long of a flight it is, but White Student says, night, family. Yes, indeed. A good night to you all. Make sure you do this. Make sure that you keep all of us in mind. When you reach out, I want you to do one of the things that I do. This will be the last thought I leave with you all as we have crossed the 6-hour mark. And I'm finally going to go get some water and food. Is this: when I am often confronted, I'm just like all of you, when I'm confronted with a scenario where I see white children, or let's say it's just adults even, and they're saying something anti-white, and I think, oh, I need to say something. And then there's that voice that says, it's going to be so little that you're going to be able to do in this moment. You're not going to have a big effect on them, as big effect as you would like to have. Just let it pass. Take it easy on yourself this time. You don't always have to say something. It's true, you don't always have to say something. But whether the white children are present or not, certainly if they're present, I want you to see them. I want you to see that little innocent life. White Rider just super chatted $5. It is absurd to be concerned with the sins of our past, for we sin against each other in the present. Never give up your power to those who hate you. God bless you. Thank you very much for that super chat in the waning moments as my voice is giving out. 6 hours in, still the razor blades. We got to get rid of this little guy with the razor blades. I want you to see the white children, whether they're there or not. I want you to see them. I want you to see their innocence. I want you to see in those moments, all as you hear those comments, as you hear those anti-white comments that you know you should be responding to, that you know you should say something to. I want you to think about that little white boy or that little white girl alone, sad, hating themselves, walking home from school alone, thinking about how they're a member of an evil people and therefore they are evil. And then I want you to ask yourself again, are you going to say anything right now? Because if you don't have the character in that moment to see that white baby in that state, then you got a lot of self-work to do. For me, it's a fire that gets me up every moment. I'll never stop fighting. I hope you won't either. Let's go free.